Hey everyone, Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 2 of our 3rd annual Quilt Fest. So thank y'all for joining us. Hey guys, we are so excited about this week, and I hope that you got to join in yesterday. If you didn't, you missed a great show yesterday, but hey, we're going to have another great one today. Hey, we have 63 demonstrations total for this week, 4 educational sessions. We have a Meet the Judges session on Friday. So we got a ton of stuff in store for you. But guys, got to tell you about all the things going on at SMP this week. So what Quilt Fest is all about is you can enter a quilt and you can win prizes. We have voting that you can go vote on. We're going to give merchandise away all week this week for you to be able to win. And guys, we have products. Oh my gosh, we have so many products that we have great prices on. And I'm telling you, we're trying to make it easy for you. We got great prices and we've got some best financing of the year available. So, I mean, we've got financing all the way up to 72 months on some products. So it makes those payments extremely low for you. So we've got a lot of things in store for you today. So we hope that you're going to be able to spend the whole day with us, and it's going to be fast-paced. Every 30 minutes, we're going to have a different presenter up here talking about a different product. But first, I got to tell you, excuse me, about the giveaways. So everybody always wants to know, how can you win? All right, well, here's how you can win. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe to it right now. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like it. The other part of that is just make comments, ask questions during the day, either Facebook or YouTube, and that'll enter you to win some of the prizes we give away. Also, we're giving one lucky viewer a dream studio for worth $25,000. You heard it, $25,000. But we're going to pick a finalist every single day. That on Friday, I'm going to put all 5 names in a hat, pull their name out live on air to see who wins the $25,000. But if you even become a finalist, you're going to win a minimum of $5,000. So this year, we're giving all 5 people a prize. And with that top prize being 25, but everybody else will at least win 5. So yesterday, we had a finalist, and we picked a finalist out. Debbie Poole was our finalist. So congratulations to Debbie Poole. And so she'll be in the running, for Friday when we pull out for the grand prize. And we're going to pick another winner today. So stick around till the end of the day, and we'll pick that winner out. But how you can enter is just do the same things to win the everyday prizes. Just go like, share, comment, all those things you normally do, and it'll get you entered to win. So one of the things that we talked a little bit about yesterday was the quilt contest. Now, the quilt contest, what we did is this year we made it one category. You just enter a quilt. We didn't care if it was a modern quilt, traditional, we didn't care. We just wanted to enter a quilt. And what we did was we opened up voting after everybody entered their quilt. We had over 100 entries, and you can go vote on your favorite one. You can do 2 votes a day. We're going to give a People's Choice Award for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. And as you can see, if they can zoom out a little bit, I don't know if y'all can zoom out, but right here are some of the ribbons that you can see. And here's the trophies. So we got 4 ribbons up here that you can put on your quilt, and we have 2 trophies. So one of the trophies is going to be who wins the People's Choice. You get to vote on your favorite one, and then 1st through 3rd place will get a ribbon as well. And then we have the professional judges are coming in, and they're going to vote on their best of show. And the best of show will get a golden scissors trophy and a ribbon as well. So it's going to be pretty awesome. Now, you ask, what else do they get? What else do they get? Well, guess what? They also win a prize package. So if you win Best of Show or you win the People's Choice Award, you win $11,000 prize package of sewing machines, plus your hardware here. If you're 2nd place in the People's Choice, you're going to win a prize package worth $8,000. And if you're 3rd place in the People's Choice, you're going to have a prize package worth almost right at $7,000. So guys, we got a ton of prizes to give away and reward everybody for their hard work on their quilts. And so if you haven't had a chance to vote yet, go vote, because voting is going to end on the 15th at midnight Pacific time. So once Pacific time hits midnight, the voting ends and you can't vote anymore, but you can do 2 times a day right now until the 15th. So you still have some time to go look at the quilts and vote on your favorite one. So let me tell you a little bit about what we're doing today. So today, we're starting off this morning. We got Grace in the house, and we have got a brand new product that we're going to talk about that you're going to be blown away. So stay tuned because Grace is coming up. Right after Grace, we have Baby Lock. We got Baby Lock in the house, and we're going to talk all about the Array 6 needle. And then we have Handy Quilter, and we're going to talk about the Amara 20. Now, Handy Quilter, we had a little kink in our armor this morning. Handy Quilter's electricity is off. So we got a call from Handy Quilter like, we don't know what to do. Our electricity's off. We can't broadcast. So we're hoping it comes on. If we don't have them ready to go here in just a few minutes, we're going to show a video of the same product that we were going to talk about. So it'll be videotaped. It won't be live like we normally like to do. But, we kind of had a backup plan in case something like that ever happens. So that's why if we have to show videotape, that's what happened. But they're out without electricity right now. Then we have Janome in the house. And guys, we have a brand new machine we're going to show from Janome that we're able to sell online right now that we haven't been able to before. It's been in the retail stores, but now we can sell it online. So a lot of you, it's going to be a brand new machine you've never seen. And we cannot wait to show that. And that is that brand new M7. We're going to show that. You're going to be blown away by this machine. It's, to me, Janome outdid themselves. This is the Cadillac of machines. You're going to love it. Great pricing on everything today, too. And then right after the Janome, we have Picking the Right Fabric by Chris Marchini. And he's going to be here. Jane's going to be here. And they're going to talk about that. Then right after that, we're going to have Grace back in the house. We're going to talk all about the Cuniq 19X. And so again, you've probably seen that 19, but again, they're going to show you some of the great features of that. We got a great special on it today as well. Then we're going to talk all about the Brother PRS 100. That has been a rock star for the last 2 years. It's a single needle tubular machine. And we got Carly Bell going to come in and talk all about that. That's one of her favorite machines. She loves the 6 needle and that Persona. So she'll be here to talk about that. Then right after that, we have our very own Deb Donovan in here. And Deb is going to talk all about our King Quilter 2. And that is our very own quilting machine that's made just for us. And we got a great special on it today, too. And you're going to get to see it. It's the 18-inch long arm. And Deb's going to demonstrate that. And so we're super excited to show you that one. Then we have Kelly Luttrell back in the Luttrell. What did I say, Luttrell? Luttrell. Kelly Luttrell back in from Durkee, and we're going to talk all about that TL18. It's going to be there. We got So Steady in the house with Stacy Louie. We have the Baby Lock Accomplish. We're going to talk all about the Accomplish today. We have the Stay Perfect lift tables. Guys, these are our very own tables that are made for us. The electric lift tables. We have all 3 of them here. Deb Donovan's going to be in the house demonstrating those. And, we launched our brand new table we had just a few weeks ago, a new little smaller table that's electric lift. And we're going to show all 3 of them today with some of the accessories. You're going to be blown away. It's going to be hard to get it all in 30 minutes. There's so much to talk about with those. Then we are going to, talk about Handy Quilter, the Pro Stitcher, and the computer. This is the premium edition. We talked about the Pro Stitcher Lite yesterday. We're going to talk about the Pro Stitcher Premium today. And then we're ending the day with Joanne Banco, guys. And she's in here talking about all about the Durkee sash frames. So the sash frames are how you can do quilting with a hoop. So it's a pretty awesome day. It's going to be fun-filled and exciting and fast-paced all day long. So anyway, guys, so again, I want to remind you, if you want to win prizes today, how you can do it is just by commenting, asking questions. And again, if you haven't went and liked our videos or like our page on YouTube, go like it, subscribe to it, go like our page on Facebook, and just share the video today or share yesterday's video. If you do those things, that's going to help your odds of winning. And but guys, we're super excited to start the day off. And my co-host, she's not here yet because she has a radio show in Chicago, but Jane Klaus is my co-host, going to be here all week. She'll be jumping in a little later this morning. And but Jane, y'all know she's a 2-time Emmy award-winning broadcaster. She is a brother ambassador. She is a lady of many talents, and she'll be here. And so we're super excited to have her again today. And guys, I got my partners over here in crime. We got kicking it Kennedy. We got Big Daddy Kyle, and we got Rockin' Roger over there. And y'all don't have a camera on them this morning, do they? So yeah, they had to use their camera this morning for Deb to do her demos. So we don't have a camera. And then next door, we have Deb and her team. We have Rhonda, Melinda over there with Deb, and they're all on the live chat on Facebook and YouTube. So if you have any questions there, they're going to be able to answer your questions. Now, we also have another chat team that is on our website. So if you're on the website, you're looking at a product and the chat pops up, the live chat, we have chat agents there. They're all sewers, embroiderers, and quilters. They can help you answer questions as well. And then we got Nick's team at the call center, and they're manning the phones today. So if you have any questions, you can call them. Now, guys, there's a lot of products that we have on special for Quilt Fest that are not going to be on the show this week because, again, we have 63 demonstrations, about 55 products or something like that. We're showing different products. So we don't have enough room for everything that we have on special. So if there's something you've had your heart set on or you've been thinking about, give us a call and just ask them. They're going to be able to tell you what the special is on it. They're going to be able to tell you if there's any of the special financing on it. So we have thousands of items that we are on our special. We just don't have room to show them all on the show because what we do is we work with the manufacturers to get the deals, but we also work with them with products they want to highlight. So we've been working for about 6 months on this to get these products ready for you and get the great deals. So I'm telling you right now, we have great specials on everything. So make sure you give us a call. Don't delay. Get on that phone because here's the other thing. If you get your order in this week, even if we run out of the product, what I decided to do is I'm going to honor the pricing. So even if it's out of stock and you get your order in and we record the order, we're going to give you the show special pricing on it regardless. And then when it comes in, you'll still get that price in and we get it shipped to you. And they should be able to give you an ETA of maybe when it's going to come in. Because a lot of the things that, I know, Kyle, what was it yesterday? I don't remember the product. It was Janome, wasn't it? Oh, it was. It was the LNS 780. We had 5 or 6 in stock. And as soon as the demo was over, I started talking about it. I said, oh, we're down to 4. And then Kyle went, nope, 3. So they were just selling as we were talking. They were selling. So products like that, a lot of times will sell out. So make sure you don't delay and get on it and get yours today. So what else, guys? Oh, got shout outs. Got to say a big shout out before we get our first presenter up here. We have Rose Moore watching this morning. So good morning, Rose. We have Debbie Spotto. Is that right? Debbie, good morning. We have Shane Sows. So good morning, Shane. I'm glad you're joining us. Constant Clegg? Constant Clegg. So good morning, Constance. Jane Jarvis. We have Jackie Roberts. Jean Adcock. Sheila Green is watching this morning. And we have Carla White. So a couple colors there, green and white.
Good morning, SMP Nation.
Yep. Good morning to everybody. So thank y'all for joining in. And again, we're going to be here all week. So right now, right in the chat, give us a number 1. Put a number 1 in the chat if you got to watch yesterday as well. I'd like to see how many ones we get flooding the chat box. And then give me a number 5 if you're planning on watching all week. If your plans to watch every single day, I'd like to see it. And
we got a
ton of ones coming in. Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm trying to click on some of them.
All right, guys. So, hey, if y'all have any questions throughout the show on products, what we want you to do is wait to ask the question toward the end of the demonstration. Because if you ask it like at the front, a lot of times what happens, we lose track on it. But ask it right toward the end of the demonstration. That way, even the chat team, they can try to help answer. And if we see it on the screen, we can also get the presenter to answer it as well. So if y'all would reserve right toward the end when they're finishing up, reserve that chat time just to ask specific questions if you have them. That would help us out and help you out as well. And it won't get the inbox so full of chats at that time. But other than that, it's you can chat as much as you want. And so, guys, y'all got anything else we need to add? Hey, I'm ready to get started. Y'all ready to get started? All right, so guys, hey, we're super excited. We're going to go all the way over to Utah. We have Grace in the house, and this morning we have Mark Martin and Jarrett Ersnoznik going to be here, and they're talking all about the Evolution quilting hoop frame, which is a brand new product. Guys, you're going to be blown away by this, because what this does, this is something that you're going to be able to get into, and you can expand it and do a lot of different things with it. So, hey, welcome to the show, Mark and Jarrett.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, great to
guys?
be here. Yeah, what's going on, Blaine? Hey, although Blaine,
Hey,
yes,
I'm super excited that you are here, but I'm more excited about this new product because I think this is a game changer. When people see how this thing works and how they can invest a little money, and they're not going to lose their investment anytime soon. They can expand with this as they expanded in their quilting. So I think this is awesome. I'm going to let y'all take it away, and I'll see y'all back here in about 25 minutes.
all right, 100%, Blaine. You are absolutely right. The growth that the customers can obtain because of this is fantastic. This is called our Quilters Evolution Hoop Frame. And it is just that. It's a hoop frame, but there's a lot more features to this frame that is brand new to the industry. And we're excited to talk to you about this frame right now going on.
Yeah, and I just want to say hello to everyone reaching out and saying hi to us. I'm so excited that you guys are tuning in to be a part of your Sewing Machine Plus's event and tune in for this Evolution frame. I'm really excited to talk about it because this is a really great premium product, and it is just excellent.
Yep, there's a lot of ones in there. I saw, or Blaine mentioned earlier, a lot of ones people were watching yesterday, a lot of fives that came in or watching the rest of the week. There are so many products that we are featuring. And this one, we're going to talk about being a hoop frame. Now, I have a quick question. You know, with the hoop frame, why would someone want a hoop frame over a rolling rail frame?
Now, that is a great question, Mark. And that is because you can do any size quilt in a smaller area. Now, hold up. You're probably like, any size quilt in a smaller area? Jarek, that sounds crazy. It is a little crazy. And let me explain to you real quick just how that works. So if you imagine an embroidery machine, we're kind of familiar with those, right? We're familiar with how embroidery machines work. You got to hoop it and shift it. This is that same exact idea blown up for free motion. So you can do any size, any blocks, you can just move it around and you'll get all the sections quilted.
That's right. So as we look at this hoop frame, now put a number 2 in the comment if you are looking in your room and you have a spot for a 5-foot frame that you can do hooping or large quilts, and you're the quilter who is sitting down to quilt, or you take it somewhere to quilt to have others do your quilting for you. Now it's an opportunity to get a 5-foot, that's right, this is only 5-foot hoop style frame that you can do king size, queen size, smaller quilts. There's no limit that this frame cannot do.
You want to hear a lot too, Mark?
Yeah.
Oh man, I just don't have the space for those larger frames,
That's
right?
That's
so I see a whole ton of 2s right here. They've got the 5-foot, and that's why we have this.
That's right. Now let's look at and dive into some of these features. First off, what you get with this frame are these new clips you see around the frame. You get the 2 from the front, 2 on each side, and 3 on the back. Now, if you're familiar with any of our other hoop style frames, we have bungees that hold the roll as you're rolling it back. These now are a new precision clips that go on the back rail that hold the fabric in place. And Jarek, let's talk about a couple of the features that these have.
Oh yeah, these are great. Those other bungees, those are great, and they hold your fabric out of the way. But I love these because it's kind of like a scoop or like a cup that you just put your fabric into. So it saves you that time. You don't have to, kind of finagle around with it. And that's why I really like this frame too, because I just see a whole ton of ideas and solutions that are good with our other frames, but really just excel and are excellent with this specific frame here. So I really like the fact that these just spring up out of the way. And in a little bit, we're going to go through and show how that hoops on, and I'll show you a little bit more about how that goes into that space right here.
That's right. Now, with it being a hoop frame, you can do larger quilts, and we'll show you what you want to do to move the quilt around. It's very simple, very easy. But first, we're going to look at a couple other features about this frame. It is height adjustable, so you can raise and lower it from the bottom. It is also raise and lower on the rails too, so whatever throat space you have. Speaking of throat space, Jarek, this can fit up to our 21-inch machine.
Yeah, and that's You know, that blew me away when I first learned that, because wow, I can have a whole 21-inch machine system in 5 foot. That is just a game changer.
That's right. So 21 inches. The best part is the growth of it. You know, Blaine spoke earlier, and we'll get to that, where you can start with a 5 foot and you can end up expanding it. So you start in your room because you have room for a 5 foot frame. You're doing king size quilts. That's great. But then all of a sudden you can knock out this wall. You can move this stuff. You can go into another room. You may even move houses, or maybe build a he shed or she shed. Shed. Say that 5 times fast. Either way, when you're starting with this product as it is, you can expound on it. The same with your machine. You can start with this. You can start with this frame using your own domestic machine if you choose to do so.
Yeah. And just to, you know, kind of make a little bit of a joke too, I always hear people, you know, well, I can only take up so much space right now because of my husband or my wife, right? And so, you know, you can start out with this 5 foot space, and once you have the area available, just like you were saying, Mark, whatever reason you get that available, maybe you finally convince them to let you take up some more space. I just love that you can turn it and grow with it. I love that.
That's right. So as you start with your own machine, you're doing free motion quilting. Your journey of quilting is going to start with yourself. You can finish your quilts from start to finish, putting your own machine on here, or even buying it with all the way up to our Cuniq 16, 19, or 21 on this Evolution hoop frame, which is fantastic. Very easy to adjust. So a couple of things we want to point out about this is you see some like bicycle clamps that we call them on the front here. You do need a couple tools to raise and lower it as well, but you can expand these out and you can go ahead and move these just from a simple twist in the knob and the bicycle clamp. So if you do that, you can go ahead and you can see those will raise up and down to adjust on the throw space you will have on your carriage right here. So very simple. And that's the essence about this entire frame, Jarek, is the user-friendly.
Can I like point out something here as well?
Absolutely.
That I just love? It's like a small detail, but these bicycle clamps, they're metal. And I just love the fact that, you know, there's a lot of bicycle clamps out there that are plastic, especially on a lot of other frames. And I just think that speaks to the quality and all the details that we have going on. I just wanted to point that out. And with the ratchets too, those are all metal. So this is really a very solid buy it for life product.
That's right. So you can adjust again, and with the front rail, you can adjust this. This front rail will move out to accommodate the larger throw-up machine, which is fantastic. Just like QuiltCon 22, I love the versatility of this frame. That is absolutely why we love it. You, again, can start where you're at in your journey of quilting. You don't have to go big, especially when you don't have like a budget or the space. Again, start with something very small, something very easy, using your own machine all the way to our 21-inch machine. All right, as we talked about, Jarek, these can extend out. You can raise and lower it. It also comes with the bungees and cloth leaders.
Yeah, the bungee and cloth leaders, those are excellent. And those are always something, you know, when people go to buy a frame, one question I get is, what does it come with? What do I need? This comes with everything you need, especially since it comes with those bungee clamps and leader cloths. What those leader cloths do allow you to reach the edges, the front and the back and the sides. It gives you that little bit of extra fabric to push your quilt over, so that way you can reach it with your long arm. Because the carriage, you can see here, you're going to be centered right here with your sewing machine. So there's a little bit of space on this side, a little bit of space on this side, and also in the back. You don't want to get all too close to the back. So that will give you some breathing room and space to get all your quilting in. And these bungee clamps are great if you have something smaller. They come in and pull on the sides and keep that really taut.
That's right. Speaking of the bungees, they are not new bungees, but they have a quick release at the top here. So when you press this, this is what gets the fabric nice and taut. You put it right on there. So ergonomic, you don't have to squeeze. In fact, I hold it like you see here, and I'm going to slide it right onto the fabric, and we'll show you that as we test the fabric. But a couple other things I love about this frame, and I saw some comments, it looks like it's a well-built frame. And that is very true. If you notice our past frames, still made of steel, very strong, very sturdy, but this frame takes it to the whole new level. The thickness of the rail, this is a 2-inch diameter rail on the front here. And guess what? You can hear that, right? That is actually a rail that ratchets. So now we're going to get in a couple of features about this frame that no other of our hoop frame has to offer. First time in the industry that you're going to be able to have a couple of wonderful features. One is a ratcheting system. So before we get into that, Jarek, as a hoop frame, when you're going to hoop your fabric, like you mentioned earlier with the embroidery machine, those who embroidery or hand quilt, you're familiar with putting your fabric on and then you're moving it into sections. So this is your quilt area here. When you're done, you're going to move it. You have fabric hanging over the sides, moving it on up as a larger quilt hanging over this hoop frame, which we'll show here in a minute. We'll add this on here. But Jarek, let's talk about what if you wanted to do a table runner or something smaller. What can this frame do at that point?
And that's kind of like the secret weapon that's not so secret, right? Is you can actually roll and use it as a rolling frame. So not only is this a hoop frame, this is actually a rolling frame as well. So we have both of those features packed in one. So really, like we've gone over, the versatility is just astounding on this frame. And Mark, again, another thing that you mentioned there that I just feel is really important to talk about more as well is just the quality. You know, we've been making frames for 35 years, and when I see this frame, it puts a smile on my face because it really speaks to all that history that we have, all that designing we went through. We've had the engineers for forever, so we really are taking what we're learning and we're putting that into our products to innovate.
That's right. Let's keep going down that whole versatility and part of this frame that we made to be very different. One is the ratchets on this. So when you choose, so let's go back here. When you buy this hoop frame, you get the option of turning this rail into a rolling rail. For 5-foot hooping, if you're doing anything larger, you want to keep this rail fixed. All right. You don't want to have a large quilt on here. As you pull it nice and taut from the front, you don't want this rail to spin on yourself. So when you're doing a large quilt on this frame, you get another plastic piece. So right here, this is where the ratchet is. It is a metal ratchet, which is really nice. So you have the
really
metal,
nice.
Yes, a metal ratchet. So the wear and tear on this, there is none. You're not going to wear this metal ratchet out. But when you're doing a larger quilt, you're going to get another plastic piece on the end here to keep this rail from spinning. When you do a smaller quilt, anything to do with a table runner or within the confounds of the quilting area, you will get a plastic piece that is smooth around right there. So when you go ahead and put this in here and you want to roll it around, then you have that option of having this rail spin. So again, a table runner or anything smaller, you can put it on here. And now you have both of these rails that are going to spin to get you the experience that you desperately so love in a rolling frame.
Yeah, you know, one thing with the whole rolling and the tension, I just want to point out these clips again. We're also going to talk about these front ones, but these are made out of safety glass material. So when it comes, safety glasses, right? Like the one you use for work equipment, that's what these are made out of. So very durable plastic. And what I love about that, you can see that there is some star sort of shape going on with these rails. And what that allows you to do is really get a very tight clamp on your fabric. So you're getting that very nice and taut. And that is something that sometimes is a little bit of a compromise when it comes to a hoop frame, but not anymore, because the way that these clamp on really hold those on there, and they're really impressive. I really like it. So that's why the shape of this rail is just great.
That's right. I love that as well, Jarek. You want that tautness when you're quilting. You want to be able to have that, that movement, less movement of the fabric, and you don't want it to where your threading and your quilting is puckering. You want to be able to have it nice and taut. So as you mentioned, you get it on both sides, and so they are very well made. Okay, a couple other things, Jarek. Let's go ahead and let's add the fabric on. So now we're going to go show you how to add the fabric on. And so what we have here, we're going to go ahead and take these off.
And
now,
yeah, I was like about to say, this is really exciting.
Yeah, well, you can talk about excitement. What I wanted to talk about was, you'll notice as we take this off, because we are going to do the hoop style portion of this, where the fabric is going to drape over all the sides where these clips come into play. Go ahead and talk about the excitement.
I was going to say, I'm really excited about these clips, because if you see the way we take them off, you just pinch these in and that makes it come off just super easy. That was what I was going to talk about right there. They have this little pinch action, if I can angle this over towards the camera there. So those pinch together, come off just so easy.
That's right. Let's go ahead and grab the fabric, and we'll go ahead and move these out of the way here. Very, very simple. So this is going to be the process doing larger quilts. You're going to find that the struggle, one thing when you're sitting down, and a lot of wonderful quilters, don't get me wrong, they sit down to quilt. That is fantastic. But over time, you notice that either your back or your shoulders or you're managing or you're fighting a lot of or the struggle of doing large quilts. And with this process, you don't have to worry about moving the fabric around the machine. You're going to move the machine on top of the fabric. So what we'll have here is you notice that we're going to go ahead and put this down, and we're going to put this right back on.
Let's pull this a little bit more forward so we can show them the cupping and the rolling there. And that's what you were saying too, Mark, that whole pushing and shoving around. I always call it the quilting rodeo because it's, you know, you're wrestling that fabric. You're going left, you're going right, you're going all day. And when we're quilting, we're having a good time. Like, I don't want to be in a rodeo. I want to relax, right? So that's just what's great about hooping.
That's right. Now back here with this new lever, this is a spring-loaded lever. This is where the fabric will go ahead and sit in there. So the more this builds, you can go ahead and bring this up here, and you're going to bring that in here. If we had... there we go.
Wow, that is just so easy. I like how that just slides right in there, right? And now we're done with the back, right? So just like that, we're gonna just pop these other quilts back on here. Now there is a way you're gonna wanna do this. It's really easy if you just push this down, and you're gonna wanna push down on that.
Yep.
And then boom, pops right on.
Now you can go ahead, if you wanted to, you can twist this front rail. You can hear that twist to get it nice and taut right up there. All right. So there you have it. Very simple, very easy to attach the fabric onto this frame. Nothing to it. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you're ready to put on. So your machine will sit right on this carriage. You're able now to move the machine around. Free motion quilting. You'll be doing that in no time. Breeze. Okay. Easy, easy, easy. And we love making it so easy for you. Okay. Now that is for the hooping side. So again, if you're doing a large quilt and you're hooping it on this 5-foot frame, this is the process you're going to do. Now let's look at if you're doing a table runner or anything that is smaller than the 5 foot, you know, if you're doing a crib size or baby quilt, table runner, you can then go ahead and switch out this piece, as I mentioned before, and turn this rail into a rolling rail. Now, when you do that, you're going to attach the fabric a little differently than what we have here. Now, this does come with cloth leaders. The cloth leader has a built-in rope. That rope allows you to, when you roll this back here, you can actually start that with the rope that's built into the cloth leader. And when you roll it on there, that's going to keep it nice and easy for you. Now, when you're doing a smaller quilt, we want you to do a different way of attaching. There's going to be a couple. One way is have your backing a little larger. All right, a little larger. And at this point, we want you to get some painter's tape or some, pretty much, I would use painter's tape. Okay, because it doesn't leave residue. And at that point, you can then tape your backing that's going to be larger around this rail as it rolls, all right? And the reason for that is because of the rope in the cloth leader that you get for the larger frame. Because of that rope, there is no way for us to attach it right now currently on the rail. So the taping is going to be the easiest way for your backing on that.
Yeah, I was making a focus face a second ago, and that was because I was looking over here at the comments, and there was a question I saw a few times, and it's like, do you have to base this? And the answer is no. You just make a quilt sandwich. So we're just putting all those layers together when it comes to the hooping, and you're putting that right on here. Now, if we're doing what Mark is now talking about, if we're doing the table runner or rolling it, we're going to attach our backing first, right? And we're not going to use those cloth leaders. We're going to attach that to the back rail. And then we're going to put our other two on top of it. It's called floating. So it's a way that you are going to want to attach your two other layers, the batting and the top. You're going to want to stitch that down with the base stitch just along the top, and then you're clipping that on when you're done. So it's very easy both ways because, oh boy, man, basting, getting on the ground, pinning that all together, that's a nightmare. You don't have to worry about with this.
You don't have to worry about it. All right. So let's go ahead and let's remove one side, and we're going to show a little more of it hanging over on your side, Jarek.
Oh yeah. Oh, we have to go ahead and move this around. Oh, how hard is that going to be? Because I saw some people over there that said, whoa, it's way easier than I expect. And it is way easier than you would expect.
That's right. As you're noticing the process, very simple. We already took those off. Now pull it your way, Jarek. We're going to go hang it. Okay. So this is now, if you're in extreme and it's floating over the one side, you can see then with the bungees on my side, as I was talking about earlier, Okay, and once we get it all set, we'll put the bungees on. So let's go ahead and get all these clamps back on here.
And what I always do is I always do the back ones first because that helps you keep it lined up. And then some people always ask, well, how do I keep it lined up? You can use some tailor's chalk or some stickers to make sure you're keeping it all lined up. But if your quilt has blocks, it's easy to see, oh boy, is that straight? So that is easier to keep track of.
That's right. I'm glad you brought that up there. Lining the fabric back up, there's going to be different ways for you to do it. The eyeball test, you're looking at your quilting already. It is really easy to line your fabric and your quilting pattern back up the way you're going to be quilting, even when you're hooping this around. Okay, now that we have that up here, I'm going to go back to this again, to our bungee set. And you notice as I hold that just in my fingers, I can go ahead and I can put that right in there and it slides. You notice I didn't have to squeeze anything. I don't have to get white knuckles and squeeze. I simply put that right on there and it slides right on. And then I can pull that down and get the tension that you need to make it nice and taut at all levels.
Yeah, this is just a satisfying frame to use. And I just want to point out, how long did that take us, Mark? Just like a couple of seconds, 30 seconds to just go ahead and move that over?
Yep, very, very simple, very easy. And that's a process that we want you to enjoy. The experience we want you to have with the Grace product with a 5-foot frame that both can hoop your large quilts. You could also have the option of rolling. Again, this take-up rail and this belly bar is what I call it, both roll for those larger or for those smaller projects. And so this is truly a all-in-one type of frame, from doing anything from a smaller to a larger. Now let's talk about the concept of maybe expanding this if you choose to get a full roll railing system, an 8-foot or 10-foot or 12-foot.
Oh yeah, I love that this can expand. And I just want to say that, this is, again, a buy it for life frame, the quality, the whole versatility of it. You don't ever have to upgrade, but if you do want to, and let me tell you, it's nice to have a big frame. There is that option. And so there's an option of expanding it in multiple different ways. So you can get up to an 8, 10, or 12-foot size frame. That comes with different replacement rails for the front. You add another rail to the front, and that is for the traditional rolling style. You won't be able to use this as a hoop anymore. You'd be going into a rolling style frame, which is really great as well when you have that space, especially with the quality and build of this frame in particular. There's not another rolling frame I'd want. This one with the metal ratchet always just blows me away every time how smooth that is. Yes. I really like that.
Absolutely. All right, and on the take-up rail, when you expand it, you'll get then a solid 1.5-inch rail. You won't have the indent grooves that you see on this back rail. You'd get a solid one. And so again, that goes from your 8, 10, or 12-foot frame. And yes, there's a 2-foot extension. I saw a couple comments, so you can get a 2-foot extension. So if you had an 8-foot and you want to get a 2-foot extension to do a 10-foot later, you absolutely can. So this would transform those additions, would transform this standard 5-foot hoop frame into a full-on 8, 10, or 12-foot rolling frame. At that point, you become a rolling system, and there's no hooping necessary because you'll have everything you want in front of you.
Yeah, Mark, and I don't like wasting money. No one likes wasting money, right? So that's what makes me rest easy with this frame, is if I want to upgrade later, I want to keep my options open. I love keeping doors open to opportunities, and that is also just what is a great part of this frame. I don't have to worry about, am I going to regret this? Am I going to want more? Because if I want more, I can get more.
That's right. I love some of the comments. A lot of them saying interesting. It is very interesting, okay? A lot of them I see, wow, interesting, simple, easy. It is very interesting, very simple. And yeah, the wow factor on this is truly amazing just because of everything that we talked about, from the metal ratchets to do large size quilts, easy adjustability to do from a smaller 9-inch machine all the way up to a 21-inch machine. Let's see, what else am I missing here? Table runners, rolling systems. And yes, that word interesting, because you are going from maybe a sit-down process and you're moving the fabric around, now's the time to bring this in, put your machine on top of this trolley that it comes with the carriage, put your machine right on this carriage, and then you can go ahead and move your machine around the quilt like quilting is intended for.
One question I saw real quick too as well is, where's the sewing machine go? Now that goes right here on this carriage right here, and it has wheels, so that goes back and forward, and then this goes left to right. So you're having that dual track is another thing we didn't mention. It's something unique to our products is that dual track system. So you have a very good support in both direction, which really gets some good circle action going on.
That's right. Can you put a machine on a frame for a demo? You know, that's a great question. We do have other videos that we've done with that on there for a demo. You know, we didn't do it on this one because we had other ones. But yeah, so that machine will sit right on there. And if you think about the quilting process, when you see quilting, you're moving the machine around on top of the fabric. Okay, so let's bring it back to this frame again, Jarek. Height adjustable, metal ratchets, metal clips, or metal clamps, bungees, cloth leaders, 5-foot frame, dual track system. And I love that you brought that up there because it is something that we use on all of our kind of larger professional frames, what we call them, is a dual track system. And this frame has all of what you can get on a more expensive frame into a nice budget package friendly for you.
And to go over the details, since you pointed out the specific features, I just want to list some things that I feel about this frame. And that's number one, quality, versatility, details, and also innovation. Those are the things I think about when I see this. Some overall things, if that's what you're looking for, yeah, that's what I'd be looking for.
I love that. I'm glad you brought that up.
That's what we like, right? That's really what it all boils down to, are those categories I was talking about right there.
That's right. Okay, now we talked a lot about the features. There's great benefits of having this frame, but let's go back to Blaine. Blaine, I'm sure there's going to be a great price for all the viewers watching this, that they can get their hands on this and bring it in, that they can have quilting by this weekend.
Hey, you're right, Mark. So guys, thank y'all so much. That was a great introduction of this new frame. And I know we'll see y'all both later on in the week. So thank y'all so much for being on the Quilt Fest.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for having us, Blaine.
All right, guys. All right, guys, we're going to tell y'all how you can get this. And again, this is a brand new product that we just released. The introductory price on it is $2,050. We have free 0% interest financing for you. We have free shipping. And we're going to give you a free 5-foot light bar, which is a $500 value. We're going to throw in absolutely free. But we do have a call-in special. So, guys, if you're interested in this brand new frame, give us a call. And Nick's team's over there answering the phones, and they can tell you all about this. Again, guys, they did a great job of showing you. And what I like about this frame is basically the versatility. You know, you may ask, why would I buy this versus just a hoop frame, or why would I not just go ahead and buy a big 12-foot continuum frame? Well, there's a reason by it. Let's just say, for instance, that you know, sometimes they say invest your money once. Well, maybe you think eventually I'm going to build me a she shed. I'm going to have a place where I can have a dedicated area where I can have a 12-foot frame. Well, you could go ahead and get this now to where you could do quilts with a 5-foot frame. And what's nice about this, not only is it a hoop frame, but then you can turn it into a rolled ratchet frame and extend it all the way to 12 feet. So that's what this is. It's a very versatile frame that you can get, and you can grow with you as you grow in the hobby. So that's it's a very innovative frame, and that's why they came out with it. All right, guys, so we're going to move on. Hey, and before I get too far in this, you know, I think the question came up, somebody asked about warranties. What if I buy something from y'all that's under warranty and I have a problem? What do I do? Guys, all you have to do is give us a phone call. We're going to take care of you. We'll get it shipped back to us. We'll repair it and ship it right back to you. There's a lot of ways we can do it. We also have installers nationwide that can install long arms for you. They can come out and do training. So we have a network of people out there that we can get to that are independent contractors. So we have a lot of ways to help you out. So all you have to do is pick up the phone and give us a call, and we're going to make sure that we help you out with anything we can. So anyway, I hope that answered that question I think somebody had out there. All right, guys, so we're going to continue on, and we have the Baby Lock Array coming in, and we have Michelle coming in. And Michelle is a Baby Lock educator. And Michelle, welcome to Quilt Fest. And I think this is your first time.
It is my first time. We're so excited to be here today, bring you the array. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, this is an awesome machine. And you know, a lot of people out there are intimidated by multi-needles. And you know, it is very easy to use. And I know you're going to show us all about that today. And I know 30 minutes probably doesn't even give you a chance to even scratch the surface with all the features this thing has. But we're going to let you take off, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes. And we're going to tell everybody about our great specials and how they can get one.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Baby Lock Array. This is our 6-needle, multi-needle machine that is upright, as you can tell, and it has great features to it that we're going to cover briefly today and turn you back over to the team to be able to explain to you what the offers and benefits are at their location. So let's talk a little bit about what the array brings to you, and then we'll dig into some of those features. So first of all, you get 6 efficient needles. So instead of having to rethread after every color like you would on a flatbed machine, this will continue on from color to color up to 6, and then it's going to tell you that it needs a color change. And how can it do that? Well, there's a nice little feature on this machine that will help you do that anywhere, anytime while you're in your home. Now, the next feature that I'd like to point out is that the bed of this machine actually has a 7 7/8 by 11 3/4 embroidery field, which means that you have a much larger space to embroider, and you have the ability to take your designs to a larger level. You can do split designs on this by getting a larger hoop and being able to flip those designs with palette software, or you can just make lovely large monograms on beach towels for friends and family. Another feature is something called an embroidery crosshair positioning laser. Now, this is new to our upright machines, and as a multi-needle, it comes in very well when you are trying to place a design on a particular project. For example, we have a beach bag that we made here off of a terry cloth and cotton backing, but when we want to place that monogram, we're putting it on the pocket. And so we want to make sure it's centered, and that when we add not only the monogram, but also an image to stitch out, that you have the ability to place that design where you want it. So here is the tote bag that I'm referring to. So we are able to center the monogram where we want it and position the embroidery design below it. So the crosshair positioning laser, which is a mouthful to say, is the piece that will help you do this. So the component that I told you about, which says, hey, my machine has a thread break, or it's time to change that color. How do I find that? Well, there is an app called the IQ monitoring app that will alert you on your cell phone when something is going on with your machine. So if your bobbin thread runs out, or your thread breaks, or you have to change that color, you'll get an alert on your cell phone that will make that happen. Then you just can go to your machine and take care of it. So when life gets busy, you're not always in the room with the machine watching it carefully as it stitches out. So let your cell phone do your talking for you. Then you also have wireless capability on the array. This wireless capability gives you not only an opportunity to do Wi-Fi downloads of updates to the machine itself, but you also have, with Palette 11 software, the ability to transfer designs not only from the machine to your computer, but from your Palette software into the machine. Great opportunity for you to be able to create easily and stitch out readily. Then last but not least of our top 6 items, we have the intuitive color management system, which is also called the color visualizer. And we're going to walk through that a little bit so you can see how impactful that will be for you. Okay? So how about we get started? So you get this little handy dandy stylus that comes with the machine. And our machines are touch capacitive screens, which are really great because I can use my finger if I can't find my stylus. So I have icons at the top, and I have a home feature, which brings me to my home page. And you have the exclusives, the special designs, frames, buttonholes and stitches, monogram frames, lettering, and then nice big lettering. So we'll look at that too. You have your machine where you can save designs, but you also have your USB ports that you can access and your Wi-Fi connection. But here's something that I think you really want to know, and that is, don't be afraid to own a 6-needle machine. I was in a position where I wanted to start a business, and then I needed to be able to find my way to do that without a single needle machine, and I was introduced to my first 6-needle. And guess what? With the 6-needle, you have the opportunity to go into the icon here on the homepage, and you have all of this support available to you. So you have something called the operation guides, which will talk you through the principal parts, the basic operation, troubleshooting, and maintenance, which is really helpful when you're learning your machine. And not only that, but you have video. So this isn't like watching a video on your computer or on your TV or YouTube, but it is very similar in watching how something is done. So for example, if I need help with my basic operation and my bobbin, I can simply select this and I'll be able to watch the video of how the bobbin is placed into the bobbin case of the machine. If something isn't right with my tension, I can come here and get some questions answered by just repeating the basic steps and having success in getting the result that I want with my embroidery. The other nice feature that you have in here is you have a support site, an app guide, and an end user license agreement, which nobody really looks at, right? End user license agreements are all that stuff. So, but you have information here if you would like access to it. So these videos and operation guides are here for you. And we really want you to know that you have access to them at the ready. You can go to them at any time by just clicking on this film strip. Now, I'm going to go back to the home page, and we also have something called a settings page. So the settings page is really nice because you have the ability to offer yourself the option to change frame size, to look at color charts, and you can see I can change my color from name of color to time to number of color. And so we usually stick with the name of color just because it's easier across thread palettes, and we don't get too caught up on a thread name. But if you happen to have a brand that you buy exclusively, then you can always change your thread chart to that. Now, you also have embroidery background color and thumbnail, which is nice because you're able to change how the screen looks when you are looking at patterns, and that can make a difference for you to visualize how this is going to stitch out. You have all sorts of settings that are on your machine that give you the opportunity to customize this piece, which is great. You also have your Wi-Fi, and here's your crosshair positioning laser brightness. So if you need to turn the light up, you can, but if you need to turn it down, you can also do that. You also have the ability to see your updates. So this tells you what version you're on with your machine in case you need a new software update from BabyLock. And then you also have passcode settings. So I'm starting a business. I'm going to do something in my home, and I want to be able to have the ability to start and stop my machine. But because I have small children, I don't necessarily want them to come up and touch the screen and change or move anything in my design. If that's the case, you have links here that can set a lock on the machine that will keep your children away from touching it, right? Or if you have a need to be able to set up a code if you are in an embroidery shop and you have multiple employees working, then you want to be able to give yourself the chance to lock that screen down, and so each employee can put in a PIN number that will lock the screen up, and then you have to have a PIN number to unlock it. So just really depends on what your needs are, but this is a nice setting to have in case you need it. You have key optimization mode, which means that this will allow you to skip certain steps. So if I'm in an embroidery shop and I've got multiple machines running and I just need my staff who's doing the embroidery to be able to load a design and stitch a design, then I can go ahead and do that by just switching on the key optimization mode, and it will take out some editing steps that they don't need for production. You have your wireless LAN that's available and easy to set up, and there's your app guide in case you need access to the IQ monitoring app. And last but not least, here you have download the update program and your latest version again. So this machine happens to be current. I don't need to worry about that today. So back to our home page. If I am choosing a design, and I'm going to go ahead and choose one that I was working with here, and I saved it to the machine itself, I can bring in this design, and you can see that this design, it's a little small right now, but I'm only going to stitch this on a 5x7 frame, so I don't want it to be too large, right? I need it to be able to fit into the frame. So if I'm going to do that, I need to take a look at my size, my height, my width, and then this tells me how it's positioned and how many color changes I have. So I have 16 color changes. So if I want to make this just a little bit bigger, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say set first, and then I have an option to size the design. I can size this together, both height and width at the same time, or if I'm not concerned with distortion of the image, I can choose either height or width. So I'm going to go ahead and expand this just a little bit with the touch of a button, and this takes me up to 3.33 by 507. I think that'll work well for my design. Now, when I'm looking at this, I think I'm fine. I'm going to go ahead and say OK. And now I want to go ahead and move into rotation. So I'm going to rotate this and see if I can get this to 90 degrees up and down. So it's looking good, right? But I need to put on a 5x7 frame. So what I decided to do today is show you a great accessory that comes with this machine. And it's called the Versatile Magnetic Frame. And this is the 5x7. Let me just reach across here and grab this. So it looks like a beastie, but don't let it scare you. This is great. It has a nice high arm for you to be able to lift this product up off the frame. So these levers help remove this top and allow you to hoop your fabric easily. Not only that, but it's just a nice way to do large projects and know that they're secure. So we're going to go ahead and put this on. So I'm just going to slide this in. And I can just slip it into position. Let me get in front of the camera. Sorry, guys. It's a whole lot easier to do when you're not on camera. There we go. Oops. Okay, seriously, there are too many cords with this. All right, so you can slide this on. It anchors to the back of the embroidery arm with its special frame. It's called Frame F. And it holds the frame securely in place. You can see it's nice and tight. I don't have to worry about it popping out. I don't have to worry about my fabric coming out of the hoop because this is a complete magnetic frame system. And it secures well to the base. So when I have my frame on here, I can take a look at this and go, okay, I think that looks all right. I'm going to say okay. And then I can take it to another level of design. If I want to, I can flip a design. I don't want to in this case because it reads celebrate. I can adjust my density of the design. So in the case of doing something like a monogram on a towel, I may want to increase that density so I get very nice coverage on top of that fluff or nap of the fabric. And I can do that by just simply adding density with a plus sign or taking it back down to 100. You'll notice that there's a black box around that. Baby Lock does that to show defaults on any setting. So if you're wanting, gosh, what was my machine set at when I got it first day? If it's got a black box around it, you know for sure you're in the right place. Here you have your color list. This is giving you an idea of what colors you have. And then you have the trick of the color visualizer, which is really nice. So this color visualizer gives you the ability to change color palettes as well as types of visions that you want. So if I'd like to do something like a gradient look, I can go ahead and just say automatic. And now I have options, and I can choose from these options that may best suit the celebration theme. So maybe it's not a 4th of July, but maybe it's a spring celebration. So I may want to choose something that has more orange and red in it than it has red, white, and blue. But this is a nice way for you to be able to create something very unique for your occasion with a simple point and click. When I'm done with this, I can press set, and my colors have updated, and I'm ready to go. So that's your color visualizer. You have the ability to create patches and background fills and more with this machine. So there's no limitation on how you can grow as an embroiderer or as a home-based business to be able to make it work for you. So we have a question. What can a quilter do with this machine? Well, you have quilting labels that you can create. You also have the ability to find quilting patterns. So let's go back to the home page. That's a great question. Thank you for asking that. So here we go. If I want to go in and find something new, like a frame, and I have a choice of any one of all of these shapes, we'll choose the traditional rectangle. I have options for borders. So I can choose a nice scallop border, and then I can say set, and then I can add. And from there, I can choose a font. And if I need a micro font, I can find one in here. If I can't find an exact size of font that I want, I can always increase or decrease what I'd like. So if I just type in the word quilt, let's see, I hit Q, Q-U-I-L-T. And then I'll go ahead and say set. Now, if that's too small, you can see it's got a small red box around it. I can see that here. And then I have the option of size, and I can go here and look at that. I can increase the size on that font. Now, I chose a small font purposely because I'll probably have more than one word on a quilt label, but the idea is you have choices, and these are your choices, and you can customize this. The best investment I ever made when I started my in-home business was a 6-needle machine. I was thrilled to be able to create with the machine and be able to bring designs to my customers and my family that were something that I chose. Color on a palette is nice, but when you get to choose the color and it just stitches out so easily for you, it's a win-win proposition. So that's a quilt label, and I'm just going to come here to the home, and I'm going to say, yes, I want to cancel that, and I'm right back to my original screen. So lots of cool things that you have in here. You have our exclusive designs where you're able to pull in anything from a sketch to a full color. You have lots of opportunities to be able to bring in designs that make a statement for not only you as an embroiderer, but also for your home. Does it have to have any background quilting features? You do have some stippling here. So let's go back, and I'm going to choose just a frame here. And you can see here that you have a stippling icon, and I can fill a stipple around the frame. So lots of interesting techniques that you can learn with this. So if you're interested in this machine and want to learn more, let me direct you to SewedClasses.com. Michael Johns, one of our national training specialists, has done 9 videos specifically on the array, from setup to process. So take your time, watch those videos, learn the machine well. You won't regret it. It's a great opportunity to show your creativity and have a lot of fun doing it too. So, do we have any other questions, Chris? No? Well, and Chris Tryon, God bless her, is my assistant today, so I really appreciate her being on the backside for questions and helping me out. So I think we're good. If you have any other questions, please reach out to the team that brought you Quilt Fest today and let them show you the machine up close and personal. You have an option with this machine, I might add, of I have a table. This doesn't just like sit on my dining room table, right? I have this very cool, what they call e-table, and it's on wheels, so I can roll this in and out of a room. I have shelving and abilities to hang tools on the side, so my frames and my tools are always where I need them. So the table that you can get with this machine is extremely helpful. It has locking mechanisms, so you don't have to worry about the machine like accidentally slipping off. Let me assure you, the machine does not vibrate that much to move it off of a table, but it's just a nice feature that this table offers you. But if you want something more furniture-like, remember that Koala also has a table for multi-needles, and that may be more to your liking to be able to afford to have this machine in your home, and it becomes part of the decor rather than a piece of equipment for you, right? So welcome to the Baby Lock Array. We think it's a great machine. We feel that it does a lot of value for the embroiderer. You can do many things with it. Give yourself the opportunity to learn it. Check out those SewEd videos with Michael Johns. And I think that pretty much brings us to the close of today.
Well, hey, Michelle, thank you so much for coming on Quilt Fest and great demonstration on the array. But now I got to tell everybody how they can get it, okay?
All right, that sounds great. Thank you so much. Have a good day, everyone.
All right, you too. All right, everybody, that was Michelle Ahrens, Baby Lock Educator. Thank her so much for coming on. So guys, this is the Baby Lock Array 6-needle embroidery machine. And again, we have a great bundle with this today, but we do have a call-in special. So the normal price on this is $11,999. We have 48-month of 0% interest financing available, and it's going to be free shipping right to your doorstep. But we have a value, the bundle is valued over $1,100. That's going to come absolutely free with this. And what's in that bundle? Oh, you asked. Okay, it is packed. Basically, we have a Durkee hoop starter kit that comes with it. And each kit contains 3 of the most popular size traditional Durkee tubular hoops for the machine. You're going to get a 1 9x9, you're going to get a 1 5x9, and then you're getting 1 6x6. The kit also contains 1 Durkee cap frame and 1 complete easy frame 7-piece combo. So those easy frames are the metal frames that you can use this the sticky stabilizer on. You're going to get the the Dime Exquisite thread assortment 30 packs. So you're going to get 30 packs of the thread. You're also going to get the Stay Perfect pre-cut sheets. They're the 20 by 24 size, and you're getting 25 sheets of each, and you're getting it all. You're getting the pill and stick, the medium tearaway, medium cutaway, sewing wash, the no-show mess. You're getting all that. So it's going to be a great package on that. And then you're getting a $300 rebate right from Baby Lock when you purchase. So not only can you call today and really get a great price, get the free bundle, and you got financing, you got free shipping, and you're getting the rebate. So guys, this is an incredible package. This is by far the best package we've had on the array since we've actually started selling it online. And Bernadette Evans said, nice bundle. Bernadette, you're exactly right. This is an awesome package today for the Array 6-needle. And again, guys, it has the 50 font styles on this. This thing is built it's packed full of features and things. And also you're going to get the hoops and all the things with it. You get a great accessory pack that comes with this. So again, guys, if you have any questions on this whatsoever, give us a call at 800-401-8151. I think somebody just asked, does it come with the stand? The stand does not come with it. It's actually an option that you can buy, but they can talk to you about that. And again, we can do some things with you. If you call the call center and you might want to get a stand instead of the accessory equipment and things, we can work with you on that. So they're going to customize this exactly of what you need. So give us a call again at 800-401-8151, and they're going to fix you right up there over at the call center today. All right, so we're going to move on, and you know what? Okay, so we're going to keep moving on, and guys, I hope y'all are enjoying what you're seeing so far. And again, I wanted to tell everybody out there, anytime you buy something from Sewing Machines Plus, you're getting support for life. That means you can pick up the phone and call us anytime. If it's 10 years from now, you can call us and ask us about, things with your machine. We're going to walk you through things. If you're having problems with something and can't figure it out, we got technicians that can talk to you on the phone. They've even been able to FaceTime you on your phone, and you can show them things that are happening. They can help you walk through a lot of the troubleshooting things. And then we support and stand behind all the products we sell 100%. So we're going to try our best to take care of you and keep your experience very positive and very happy with all the products you get from us. So, all right, guys, let's move on. We are time for Handy Quilter. Now, guys, I think I told you this morning, Handy Quilter, we had a little hiccup this morning. They lost electricity over at the Handy Quilter headquarters this morning in Utah, and we just found out they're still without electricity. And they don't know what time it's coming back on. They're shooting for 1 o'clock, they're saying now, Utah time. So we don't know if we're going to be able to do it, but we do have the video queued up. So what we're going to do is we're going to show the video. Right now, we're talking all about the Amara 20-inch long arm quilting machine, and we have a video from this. We're going to show the video, and then we'll come back and I'll tell you all about it. And if you have any questions about that, when the video ends, put your questions in and we'll try our best to answer those for you, okay? So Kennedy, we ready to do the video? All right, so we're going to show the video, guys. We'll be back with you. I think it's about 18 minutes long, and we'll come right back in.
And we're glad that you can join us today. We are going to be showing you some of our machines that we have here at Handy Quilter. I'm Christina Whitney, and
I'm Kim Sandberg.
Thank you for joining us. Another member of our Amara family is our Amara 20. We've got one here.
Yes, we
Look
do.
at this fabulous machine with so many fun features, including the 20-inch throat space.
Yep.
And it's got lots and lots of fun things. And you've got a fun quilt here that you're working on.
Yes.
So let's talk about the machine real quick. What is your favorite feature on the Amara 20?
The Amara 20. I think actually my favorite feature is the adjustable handlebars, which
stole mine.
I know. I'm gonna, and we'll show you when we start quilting. I'm gonna show you how I like to adjust my handlebars when I'm doing rulers, because I do make some adjustments because I can.
Yeah, and I love that they're independent, so you can adjust one without adjusting the other.
Yep.
So that is fabulous.
Yep, and you'll see that's actually what I do, because I only adjust one.
Yeah. So since we're talking about handlebars, we've got buttons on our handlebars. So we've got these star and a diamond.
Yep.
Those are our programmable buttons where you can program it to be a certain feature that you want.
Yeah.
For instance, I generally have on my star a tie off. So I can just push that button, move the machine, and it'll do a quick tie off for me. My diamond I usually have set up as my needle up and down. So I can use either hand to raise my needle up or down, which makes it convenient during different types of stitching. So let's see, what other fun feature, since you took my handlebar one?
I know.
I love the lighting.
The lighting is so fantastic. Should we turn the lights on just so everybody can see?
Let's turn the lights on.
We always have the lights turned off when we're filming because well, you're going to see here what happens. It's like the angels are singing. So yeah, there is so much light, and this is it completely turned up. The really nice thing is we can actually adjust that lighting, so we can dim. I'm dimming it a little bit at the needle right there, because it just, it's fantastic. I always love when we have people here for a retreat. You can see that this is, here in the education studio. And somebody will say, the lights are too bright. How do I adjust them?
Yeah, and it's nice because you can adjust the throat light. You can also adjust the needle bar area or the needle area light. So those are independent also.
Yep.
We also have lighting in the bobbin case.
Yep.
Or the bobbin case area.
Yes.
So that you can see down when you're cleaning and oiling. And we also have the laser needle light.
Exactly, which is awesome for precision when you're quilting. I know that I really especially use that when I have a pro stitcher on my Amara, which we do have a pro stitcher on the Amara. That is an accessory, but yeah, it comes with an awesome 7-inch display. It's actually the size of the little console here on the screen, and it's great. It's all you just touch the buttons to change the different features, and there's a lot of really great things. We've got you can stitch in manual mode where you are the stitch regulator. You can stitch in 2 different modes with stitch regulation, precision, or cruise, depending on the type of project you're working on.
Yeah.
And we have stitches per inch all the way from basting stitches. And we have some really big basting stitches, like 1 stitch every 4 inches.
Yes.
I tend to stitch usually more in the anywhere from 1 inch to maybe 1/4 inch for basting. Those are the ones I use the most. And then for regular stitches, we can go all the way from 5 up to 20.
I think 24.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
that's a really tiny stitch you're never going to want to rip out.
Yes. So generally though, for quilting, most people stay 10 to 12 stitches per inch versus just regular quilting.
Exactly.
Micro quilting, you want to bump that up just a little bit. But yeah, so lots of range there. You can also use this fun hand wheel on the screen.
Yeah.
So it's called long arm quilting. We always joke that some of our arms aren't quite long enough to reach all the way to the back of the machine to turn the flywheel. So we've got one on the screen that you can push the screen and it will lift the needle up and down.
Exactly. It makes it really easy to change the feet. The Amara 20 does come with 2 feet. It comes with a closed toe foot and an open toe foot. But what's really nice is it is compatible with any of the handy feet, and we have a lot of great feet. And we're actually going to be showing you the Surefoot in a couple of minutes to do some ruler work with. So it makes it really easy to change that foot using this little, the on-screen hand wheel, so you can get that needle out of the way.
Exactly. Okay, one of the other fun features, let's skip over here, is on the screen you've got like all of your, like an odometer, but for your
stitches.
Yeah, the lifetime stitch count. You can also set timers. So I don't know about you, but when I'm quilting, I really get into my quilting mode, my little quilting bubble, and I have no concept of time.
Yeah.
So sometimes I have to remember, take a break. So setting a timer, that allows me to remember, stop stitching.
Stop stitching, stand up straight, look at something far away, all those different things.
Yep. So we also have some different alarms that we can set up. So thread break alarm.
Yes.
That is a very, very fun bonus, especially if you have the Pro Stitcher on and the Pro Stitcher's stitching. You don't always notice that the thread broke.
Exactly.
So it senses that thread movement and lets you know if the thread has broken.
Exactly. So. We also have a low bobbin estimator, which is really great. It gives you a little alarm to let you know, hey, your bobbin's about ready to run out, so that you can be prepared for that and stop and make that change in a place that maybe is not so noticeable. So
unless you're like me, I'm like, just run it out. So yeah, so fun things on here. But you were going to talk to us about some other stitching types that you can do. So I'm just going to go back to our home screen and show us what you're going to do here.
So I'm going to do some stitching with rulers. So let's talk about, first of all, there's a few things that you need when you are stitching with rulers. Number one, for any frame mounted machine, you need a ruler base. Very important. And they just slip right on. There's little knobs on the side of the machines and it just slips right on there. And this creates a stable foundation to put the rulers on top of so that we're not tipping, because there's a needle moving at high speeds.
Yes.
And we don't want those rulers rocking around in there. The next thing is the Surefoot, and this has a higher profile on the bottom part of it here that allows or prevents, not allows, prevents rulers from popping up over the top of that and having them accidentally hit the ruler. The next thing is the rulers themselves. So really important to use the rulers that are the 1/4 inch thick. You don't want to use the rulers like you use for cutting fabric. Those ones might slide underneath that foot when it's hopping around. And once again, that's not something we want to have happen.
No.
So 1/4 inch thick rulers. So when I have those things all set up, let's talk about the settings I like to use when I'm quilting with rulers. So I do like to use regulated. I like to use cruise, and I have it at a very low speed. So I have it set, actually it's at 75. I'm gonna bump it down to 50. So it's almost as low as it can go. Cruise means that that needle is going to keep cycling. And because this is cycling very slow, I actually have a second where I can pause and make slight adjustments with my ruler without having to turn the machine off, and I won't get a bunch of thread built up right there.
Okay.
So it's good. My other setting that I always do is needle down. I want to make sure when I stop stitching, my needle's down. That way when I start stitching again, I don't get a little bobble in there, right?
Yes. I always call it my placeholder.
Yeah. Oh, that's
so
a great
that as
way.
I'm moving the ruler, I'm not accidentally moving the machine and then having to bring it back and make a mess. So.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard to line that up and keep everything perfectly straight. Okay, so I'm going to do some stitch in the ditch right here. You can see that I've actually already done some echo stitching, but I changed my thread. I'm using black now, and I want to stitch in the ditch just right here, right next in that black. And I'm going to use the skinny straight ruler. This is a really great one because it's got all of these markings that are etched on it. It makes it really easy to stitch in the ditch and then move. And if I want to do echo quilting, it's got the measurements on it, which make it really easy to keep everything where it belongs. So, okay, Christina, you ready for me doing this? Okay, this machine is just a little bit low for me, so we gotta
do the wide leg stance.
Do the wide leg stance here.
Or you can get a chair or pull over a stool and you can sit down.
I could do that too. That's nice to have the option. So I am stitching here just right next to that fabric. It's like that stitch is just disappearing. Oh, and you know what? I just realized I forgot to adjust my handlebars. I told everybody I was going to do that. So I like to adjust my handlebars when I'm doing a lot of ruler work. So I actually take and turn this handle in. I find that if my hand is in this position rather than in this position for long periods of time, my hand just doesn't get as tired.
Okay.
At the end of the day. So I do, and you'll notice I did not change my other handlebar because I don't even use this other handlebar while I'm doing this. It's really nice to have that independently adjustable because I can just set that up and roll with it. So we're just going to keep doing stitch in the ditch. Now this is not the most exciting quilting, but Christina, what are reasons why we want to do stitch in the ditch?
It defines that area and it stabilizes the quilt as well. I usually will do like some stitch in the ditch if I'm planning on doing some more intense quilting around it, just to keep everything where I want it to be.
I totally agree with you on that, and that's exactly what I'm doing on this one. So this quilt, I'm going to do some really tight, dense quilting on the black to make all this wool piecing really pop. Here, I'm going to do one more line up here, all the way up here to this corner. And then I'm going to switch and show you another way that I like to use rulers. So this is just good old straight line quilting. I have to make a little bit of an adjustment there. Had a little bit of a bobble in that piecing. I wasn't quite as perfect with that piecing as I would have liked there, but that's okay. So I'm going to go ahead and I am going to break my thread here. And
I was watching your hand placement on that ruler because it is a little bit of a longer ruler. And you always want to have your hand in the space where you're going to actually be quilting.
Right.
So for beginners, we always recommend to pause the machine before moving your hand. Once you get a little bit more experience, you can kind of walk your hand as you're stitching.
Yeah. So. Exactly. You always want to be safe. You always want to think safety when you're doing quilting with rulers. Okay, so the next kind of stitching I want to show you is stitching around applique. So these are This is wool that's actually been felted down. And you'll notice that the edges are popping up just a little bit. It's because I didn't felt the edges. I'm going to do some fun decorative stitching actually with the machine. But I'm going to use one of our really cool rulers, and I actually have two of the same ruler here because we wanted to point out that these are the same ruler. So this ruler, when it was originally released, was called the Peace Out ruler. And it is being re-released and we're calling it the Baby Grand. So we want to make that really clear because we get questions about this one all the time. So I'm going to hand that one over here to you, Christina. And this ruler, what makes it unique is we've got some great curves on it. We've got a straight line, and then it's got this little notch in it. And this notch is pretty unique, isn't it?
It is. It's made to fit around your foot.
Exactly.
So we usually don't want you to push the foot with the ruler. So this is just going to be a little guideline to help stabilize things. You're not going to actually push the machine.
Exactly. Okay, so I'm going to get my foot up here and where I want it to get started here. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up my thread. And I'm going to do a tie off like we talked about earlier, that great feature. And then I'm just going to slide that notch right there around that foot. And I'm going to use that to help me guide this as we stitch around the outline. And you'll see I'll have to do a little bit of adjusting here. Yeah. As we stitch around the outline of this applique. It just helps me have that extra control right next to the foot.
Yeah, and you can move the ruler so it's on any side of the foot that you want, so it can help hold your fabric in position in certain places.
And you see I've got a little piece popping up right there. Some of my little leaves did not, oops, I moved that without my foot. So we're just I can keep moving my way around that. Now let me show you another thing that I really like to do with this foot, and that's actually take up and do a little echo around this. So I'm going to use the edge of this foot so that I know that I am quilting a 1/4 inch away from this here. So once again, using this foot, it helps me get it out exactly where I want it to be so that I can keep it lined up that 1/4 inch away so that I get that nice echo.
Well, that's fabulous.
Isn't that great? I love the control that this ruler gives me for being nice and consistent with that stitching. It really makes things pop. I love putting that channel around it. I'll go ahead and do a tie off and we'll raise this up, pull that up, and then clip my threads here. So that is using 2 different ways to use rulers. Quick and easy.
Yeah.
Fun to do with the Amara 20.
Excellent. One other thing that we failed to mention at the beginning about the Amara 20 is the frame that it comes on.
That's right.
So you'll notice our frame right here is just a little baby one.
Yes, it is.
This is just an education frame.
Yeah.
If you get the Amara 20, it comes with a studio frame, which you can get at 10 foot or 12 foot. You can also set it up in different increments. Can you put it on the little foot frame?
You can, which is awesome because the little foot frame is only 5 feet and it's a hooping system. You can quilt any size quilt on that. We actually just had somebody that sent us a letter about a quilt that she finished that was over 100 inches, I know on one of the dimensions, and then 90 something, right? Big old king size quilt. She did that on a little foot frame. So absolutely, you can put the Amara on a little foot frame. So space is a bit of an issue, but you really want a frame mounted machine. It's the way to go.
Yep. So you've got options there with the Amara 20.
Yep.
If you have any other questions about the Amara 20 or the frame systems, go ahead and contact your local retailer.
Well, there you had it, guys. Great video. I wish they could have been live, but you know, we can't control the electricity and all that good stuff. But anyway, it was the same ladies that were going to do it live, but just couldn't because of the electricity being off over at Handy Quilter. But guys, that was the Amara 20-inch long arm. Like Christina said in the video, it does come with your choice of a 10 or 12 foot frame, but the little foot frame, the 5 foot frame is available that you can get for it as well. You can do an exchange and get that instead. But the price on this is $12,295. We do have a call-in special on this today, so give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have 48 months 0% interest financing, and we're going to ship this free nationwide right to your doorstep. So great machine from Handy Quilter. And again, guys, this is the 20-inch arm machine. So it gives you a lot of throat space to do all those quilts and everything. So again, give us a call at 800-401-8151 and see what that call-in special is all about. So let's bring in, before we move any farther, I think my co-host is in here. So let's bring Jane Klaus. Hey, Jane. You are muted. You're muted, Jane.
I don't think she can hear us either.
We can't hear you either. Can't hear you. Hope you can hear. Can you hear me?
She can hear us. Oh,
She can hear us. We just can't hear you.
your mic. I don't think it's on StreamYard. It's on the microphone, maybe.
Yeah, see if your mic.
No, not that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Now you're muted on
All right, we're trying to figure this out. Jane is muted. So we could probably play, what's that, charades, where you try to act out the words? We could probably play some charades with Jane. Anyway, we want to try this again. Well, coming up next, guys, we're it's going to be exactly at 10 a.m. We have Ann Hine coming in. She's a Janome educator, and she's going to talk about that M7. Guys, you're going to be, brand new machine. You're going to be blown away by this machine. This is a great machine from Janome. We're super pumped that we can sell this online now nationwide, and you're going to be blown away by it. So let's see. We're going to try Jane again.
Let's try. Let's see.
All right, let's try Jane again.
Does it work? Are we
It
there?
works now.
Oh, thank gosh.
Thought we were going to have to start playing a game of charades.
I was like, and first word sounds like 2 syllable. No, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. It was like I thought you could hear me. I'm just chatting away.
Well, Jane, you have missed an action-packed morning so far. We've had a couple.
I'm sorry,
new
but
products.
I was watching on my phone as I was driving in from the radio station. I watched all of it. Then I was here getting ready, and then you were like, I wonder if Jane's here. And I literally was changing my shirt, and I was like, I can't jump on camera now.
All right. Well, I knew we had a few little minutes before we had to start with Janome. I thought, well, let's see if we can get my co-host in here. And
So glad.
I know you're going to be coming up right after the Janome demo. You're going to be coming up, and you're going to have Carly Bell, and you're going to be talking all about that PRS 100.
That too. I love the PRS 100, but we're also going to kick off education with my buddy Chris Marchini today, which I'm super excited to have.
That's right. That's next, isn't it? Yeah, we're going to have. Yeah, right after Ann, we have Chris coming in and do an educational session.
Yeah. Oh, Chris is fantastic. He's been on before, but I think this is his actual first Quilt Fest, and he is just a fantastic wealth of knowledge. So much fun. He's just a fantastic guy. So I can't wait to catch up with him and see everything that he has to share with us. He just like blew up on TikTok, and that's how I found him. And I wanted to talk to him, and I had him on my podcast about a year ago. So I'm so glad that he's here with us today.
Yeah, he's going to talk all about picking the right fabric, and that's one of the things in quilting that I guess it's probably a lot of the intimidation with people, is picking the fabric, because that's probably the hardest part of it, is trying to figure out what fabric to pick and the colors to go with it. And so he's going to talk a little bit about some of the secrets he uses, and I think that'll be very helpful to our quilters out there.
And I think you're going to be surprised, because he's got some secrets about washing or not washing, and maybe using some alternative type of fabrics too. But he's so much fun, and he has so many great ideas. So yeah, it'll be really great. But I'm excited to be here for day 2. I know you had a busy morning. I promise you I was watching. Probably not a good idea when I was driving, but I love the show so much, Blaine. I couldn't stay away.
Well, we've been having a good time this morning, and yesterday was awesome. We actually picked one of our finalists yesterday And for the $25,000 Dream Studio, we picked one finalist. We're going to pick another one this afternoon, Jane. And again, each one of those finalists, they're going to go home with a minimum of a $4,000 prize package. But the grand prize winner gets $25,000 prize package. So it's incredible.
I mean, if you win, if you don't win, you still win, really.
Yeah, true.
And by the way, you still win like throughout the day when we get to learn about all these products, because you're giving us such great deals this week that we win. And the deals from today are not only today, but they're online all the time up and through Saturday, right?
Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific time, all the deals in. And but what I decided to do, Jane, if we run out of product that somebody's wanting to get, as long as they go ahead and make a pre-order, we're going to honor all the pricing until they get it. So they can, as long as they make their order before Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific time, they get their order in. Even if we run out of stock on something, they get that order as a pre-ordered. We will honor the pricing for Quilt Fest, and they'll still get all the deals.
There you go again, Blaine, making it easy for us. That's what you do. It's just so your card is full. I'll have to get it refill already for today.
Well, it's the reason is because the customers, we had a customer email me, said, hey, you're out of stock on the product that I wanted. Will you honor the price? I got to thinking about it. We can't control, they can't control when we run out of product sometimes. So you know what? I'm going to honor it, make sure everybody gets the great deals. And what I have to do is I have to go twist some arms with the manufacturer sometimes, because when I make these deals with them, it's only on a limited quantity that they'll do that on. So a lot of times I just have to go back and say, hey, help me out here. But we're going to make sure we take care of our customers, and that's the number one thing with me.
That's number one, Blaine. And I would never want my arm to be twisted by you. I would be like, you could just ask. I'm like, okay, it's Blaine. We'll say yes. The other thing I'm excited about today, if we have a couple minutes, is the all the quilts that we have to vote on today. Because I know that we get to vote again today, because I voted yesterday, right? I could vote again today.
All the way through the 15th. At midnight Pacific time, you can vote, and then the voting is closed. So everybody still has plenty of time, and you can do 2 votes a day. So if you have 2 favorite, and I'll tell you what I did, Jane. I just go look at them, and I go, okay, I picked my top 2 quilts, and I voted one, on both of those. And I thought, I'm kind of in my mind voting on the people's choice, and I'm voting on the best of show. That's kind of how I did it in my mind. I'm like, what is the best quilt out there? That's the best to show to me. And then what's the second best? That was my people's choice. So that's kind of how I did it in my head.
I love it.
And you know what I mean? So that way I can keep it straight. And I'm pulling for them. I think that there's 2 quilts that just to me that, well, I shouldn't say 2. There was so many.
That's what I'm gonna say. I mean, if I can make a suggestion, I love the way you do it. One is the best quilt, one is people's choice. So this is what my suggestion is, because if you're like me, I'm like, oh, I like that one, I like that one, I like that one. But you have to scroll down, and you have to scroll down because there's so many entries that you look at them all before you start hearting away. Because look like I'm Instagram. I'm like, oh, I love that, I love that, I love that. They're like, you voted. I'm like, oh, okay, good.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Jane.
Yeah.
It is. And I'll tell you how I did it. I scrolled down, and when I saw a quilt I really liked, I had a little pencil and paper with me, and I just kind of made a note of what the name was.
Yeah.
And I went through all of them, and I just kept kind of picking my top ones that I really like. And then I went back and looked at them again. So I think if you do that, and you can just type their name in that search bar, and it'll take you right to it. So that's kind of the way I did it. I was just kind of going back and forth. And
I mean, they're all so good. It's hard to choose. It really is. They're so amazing. All of them.
I know it really is. I just encourage everybody to go check some of these quilts out. There's over 100 entries. We've had over 25,000 votes so far. So make sure you just go check them out and take a look at it, and go vote. I mean, go vote on your favorite one. Everybody who entered a quilt, I got to hand it to them. It takes a lot of courage to put your work out on display. It also takes a lot of work to do these. I mean, it is a tremendous amount of work to do a quilt. And so I give my hat off to every single one that entered, because I know how much work it goes into these things. And, there's not a bad quilt to me. I think, every one of them are awesome. And somebody out there would absolutely love to be able to quilt as good as all these are.
100%. I mean, just the skill and the talent and the time is just amazing. That's why it's so hard to choose, because they're all so good. And I hate to be like, so today, but like everyone's kind of a winner because they're that good. And I know it's hard to quilt. I'm not a quilter, guys. I'm a sewist. I like to sew things. I mean, I like quilts are things, but you know what I mean? The patience and the dedication and the handmade. Oh, it's just, I'm so impressed always when I get to touch a quilt and meet the person that made the quilt.
Well, you're exactly right. So, but you know, it's that's what Quilt Fest is all about. It's about quilting. You know, basically, we're trying to give you a quilt contest. We're trying to give you educational sessions that give you tips about quilting, and then we're trying to give you some of the best products in quilting that we possibly can at the best prices that we can. And hopefully, everybody's enjoying it and loving this thing. And I know we've had a ton of people that you know, have watched the show all day yesterday. They're watching today. And we've had a bunch of people saying they're watching it all week. And one of the things I'd like to know, Jane, this is our third one. I would like to know anybody out there right now that has watched all 3 quilt shows from start to end so far. If you have, put a number 1 in the chat right now. If you watched the other 2, you know, all week long, because I know there's some people out there that have done that. You know, that's a lot of dedication.
Fun. It's like hanging out with your friends all day long, right? Look at all these number 1s coming up. Lots of people watching all of your productions, all of these years of Quilt Fest. I think it's so much fun. I'm excited just to be a part of it, Blaine.
Well, thank you. We're excited you're part of it as well. And so let's, you know, since we have so much excitement in the room right now, so much excitement out there, everybody's watching, let's give something away right now, unexpected. And
Blaine.
we got to do it. We got 3 minutes left before Ann comes on.
Yeah.
And so Kennedy, can you get your wheel all ready? So
and
Kennedy's going to get her wheel. And
Blaine,
you know what we're going to give away, Jane?
What are we going to give away?
I want to give a $100 gift card right now to 2 people.
Oh,
we're going to give 2 drawings,
2 people,
$200 gift cards. And that way they can go shop, and then all they have to do is put the code in the checkout, and they can get $100 off their order right now.
Let's encourage some shopping, Kennedy. Spin the wheel, Wolf Guy says. Here
we go.
Let's see.
Oh, Barbara Urban. Congratulations. Barbara's so excited right now because she's like, oh, yeah, she was already going to buy something.
So Barbara is watching today from Facebook. So congratulations, Barbara. And so Barbara, go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim my prize. You know, fill out all the information right there, hit submit, and we'll get your gift card code emailed out to you so you can use it. All right, Kennedy, let's spin that wheel again and get us one more winner.
Let's get excited. Spin that wheel.
You're the best, Jane.
Dee Dee Haskell, congratulations, watching us on YouTube today. This is just perfect timing for you on day 2. Now you got $100 to spend on your purchases.
There we go. So Dee Dee, what we need you to do is just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page, fill out all the information, hit submit, and we will email you a gift card code, and that way you can use it at checkout. So Jane, one of the things too, I want to remind everybody about too, you know, when they're shopping on here too, every product that we're going to have on the show today, you can go to smplive.tv. The products are across the top of the page up there. You just scroll over till you see your product. You just click on it. It takes you right to the Sewing Machines Plus product page, and they can either check out from there. But if you get a lot of the deals, you have to call in. So just give us a call at 800-401-8151. You can get your deal right there. And the other thing we're doing on a lot of the products, we're going to have a QR code on the page. So if you're on your tablet, if you're on a computer at home, or even watching it on your TV at home, you just pull your cell phone out, put it in camera mode, go up there and let it focus in on that QR code. Yeah. It'll take your phone right to the product page, and you can see it right there. Very easy to get the information.
Yeah, so today is the second day, Denise, just so you know. It's not 3 yet. We're in day 2. And Blaine, just let's remind everybody, because I know we're going to move along, but really quick in 30 seconds, the way that people can win all of these random prize drawings, and then also at the end of the day, the prizes and to be entered into the grand prize is to communicate, right? Be a part
Exactly.
of the show.
Just participate in the show, Jane. They can go, like our Facebook page. They can go actually subscribe to our YouTube page. In either one of the pages, as long as they're in the chat, they can make comments, ask questions, and then they can just share it to their, they can share it from YouTube and Facebook, the video right to their Facebook pages. That'll also, capture their vote. So there's a lot of, not their vote, but their entry. So a lot of ways to enter.
And then every time they communicate, they write in, they text in, they share, it's an entry. That's an entry, right? And when we see the wheel going by, we see your name because you've entered. Yeah.
And I think somebody asked me one time, they say, well, hey, there was, 500 people watching and all I saw was just a few names pop up. What this thing does, how it works, is it pulls names from YouTube and Facebook and it goes through, but it's only going to show you a few, but it's going out there randomly generating a bunch that it's going to scroll through. So, a lot of times you might see the same names scroll through, but sometimes you might not ever see your name, but you're in there. Trust me, you're in there. And so that's how it works. It's just a random generator. We have nothing to do with how it's picked. But one thing I am going to do, once we pick all 5 finalists on Friday, we're going to put their names on a piece of paper. I'm going to throw them in a hat, and I'm actually going to pull them out live on TV, and you're going to be able to see who I pick.
I love it. I love it. And by the way, I love what Nana 31331 says. How can you not be excited when somebody wins? I know I want to win for myself, but knowing someone else is so excited to win makes her happy. And that's how I feel too.
Well, it is. It's great. And that's what, this is all about. It's about a celebration. It's National Quilting Month. We want to talk all about quilting, learn the things, have some great deals we want to buy, and also have a chance to win some prizes and talk to our fellow quilters out there.
Yeah, and inspire people to get creative and quilt. If you're a sewist, you're going to get interested in quilting and vice versa. So you're, all of the tools to get the job done right, Blaine, and you always have that for us. So thank you.
All right, Jane. Well, hey, Jane, we're going to get moving on. I'm going to see you back in here in about 30 minutes. And so, guys, we're going to get going. We're bringing in Janome in the house. We have got the new M7 Limited Quilters Edition. This is the Quilters Edition, too. So this is an awesome, very special machine. Hey, and I'm super excited. We have Ann Hine coming in. Ann is a national educator for Janome. So welcome. For the first time, too, guys. This is the first time Ann has been on our show. So welcome, Ann.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I hope I win a prize. I'm hoping to win a prize.
Well, Ann, love the red blazer. You very bright and cheerful looking this morning. So thank you for coming on. And we're super excited about this new machine. And we're going to let you take it away. And I'll be back in about 25 minutes and tell everybody how they can get it.
All right. Thank you. So I am talking about our M7. This is our Quilters Collector Series. And just a few things about the machine before we get to the sewing part of it. It's a powder-coated casted aluminum outer part. We do have our inner framework of metal. All our Janome machines are that way. And what our quilters are loving about this machine is the space under here. We have 13.5 inches under here and 5.5 inches going up here. So there's plenty of room to get those projects under. We have the front of the machine sculpted back so you can see right down to the needle. There's nothing getting in your way. So we all love that, whether we're a quilter or a bag maker, or even a garment maker, they love all that space under there. Some things that Janome also has with it, you get this great big table. And what I love is this little drawer over here to keep all my supplies, even these. So you can hide your candy in there for people too, so they don't have to know. But Janome gives you lots of accessories to go with your machine. We have a great big 7-inch full color LCD screen here. So it's easy access. I can touch right here and I can page through. I'm going to use my little cursor and I can page through all my designs here. And when I find the one I want, I can just select it right from this screen. And if I needed to make any changes to it with the width or the length, I can do that right here. Or if I like to turn my dials, I can come over here and do the width or the length over here on the dial. So I have options on all of that. It's all changeable. So one of the great things too, Janome has our superior feed system. So our feed dogs down here, we have 7-piece feed dogs. And on this particular machine, they go, when you have the foot up, they go down. So when you have a layer that you want to put under there, say I had a layer, it doesn't get caught and it smoothly fits under there. And I have an extra high lift if I have a very thick layer to get it underneath there. Now, along with those feed dogs down below, Janome has the AccuFeed system. And AccuFeed is the upper feed system. So we have our feed dogs in our foot here. This is our wide one, and these come off. So we have different ones that go on there. And this hook here goes into the back of your machine and works off a separate motor so that you can set the rate of speed of your upper feed. So if your layers are not coming together evenly, you have a way to adjust those when you're working there. And I love this. I can use it for straight stitching. I can use it for some of the decorative stitching, for top quilting, slippery layers, thick layers, lots of uses for our AccuFeed foot. And as you can see, there are those feed dogs on the bottom. Now we also have one in our HP foot right here. So this is our narrow HP foot, and it has the feed dog in it as well. And speaking of HP, that is our high performance foot. And we have a special high performance plate and our standard high performance foot. And it comes over here and works in left needle position. And let me show you how you change this plate. It's very easy. I go to the screen of my machine and I'm just going to touch my lock button. And right here, and you want to watch down here, see what happens after I touch that button. I can just lift this out, replace it with the new plate, and then I could put the plate in and just drop it down and it's in. Now, when I use this plate, it will block out any of my stitches with width so that I will only have my left needle position. And this is a very precise position. As your hook comes around to catch your top thread, it meets on the left side first. So you have a very precise stitch when you're using your HP plate along with your HP foot. And our quilters will tell you this is the scant 1/4 inch foot. So by using the edge of this foot when you're quilting, you'll get a beautiful scant 1/4 inch. All right, so let me move some of these things away so I can show you some things on the screen of the machine here. I'm going to unlock the machine. So we're here. Now I'm going to go right back to straight stitch. And that's what I love about our screen. It's very intuitive. If I want to go to straight stitch, I touch right back here. Up here, I've selected in yellow. This is my hover feature or my pivot feature. So my needle will stay down when I'm sewing, and when I stop, my foot will come up. And I want to show you some specialty stitches. Right here, we have some of these tapering stitches, and you can select the stitch you want, come into tapering, and you can change the top edge of it, the point, and the ending point. So I have it set at 60 and 60. And I can set how many middle pieces I want. So I'm going to go here and select 2 like that. And then I have a little sample I was starting here. So I'm going to do another piece on here. And when I'm ready, I just need to hit the start button and it's going to stitch just this section and stop. So here we go. I'm using the start stop. I just have to guide it and it will stop automatically for me when it gets to the end. And here we go. And of course, we have our pivot feature on, so my needle will stay down, foot will come up, and I will turn like this, hit start again, and I can go again. So I can make lines of stitches like this with a pointed top and bottom, lots of options. I can make a framework around things as well, or just be really free-flowing and continue on my piece just like that. And I am sewing on cork, and you can see how easily the machine does sew on cork. Here I'm going to hit our scissor button. Everybody loves a scissor button. I especially love that. I think it's one of my very favorite features because after I sew, I can just lift this to the back and it's up and out of the way for me. All right. So let me show you a couple other things on here as well. When you're sewing, you may want to use thick fabric. And the great thing about our machines, especially this machine, it will go through heavy denims. And I'm going to go back to straight stitch. And I'm going to fold this over a few times. So we have a thick layer here. And I'm going to put it underneath my foot. And you can see, because those feed dogs go down, I can easily get this under here. I'm going to slow my speed down I'm going to make my stitch length a little longer because I'm going through a thick layer. And here we go. We'll just slow that down a bit. And you can see how easily that goes through this thick fabric. You can sew through a leather belt as well. I always recommend, though, a leather needle when you do that, and also to lengthen your stitch when you're sewing through a thick layer. And I have blue on blue, so it is hard to see it, but it did sew beautifully right there. Let me move some of these things out of the way. I'm sure we have a lot of piecers in there, and I want to show you something that Janome has for piecing. To find all my little squares. Here we go. I'm going to go into our sewing applications, and this is sewing applications. This is like the sewing helper. And when you come in here, you have the things on your sewing side. So if you're doing any of these things here, you can choose. Maybe you're going to hem something, so you need your blind hem. It sets up your stitch for you. You have woven or stretch knit depending. Tells you your foot that you should be using. All your information is there. And down here, if you need to adjust the stitch, you still are in control of that. And that's what I love. I want to be in control of my machine. It tells me what it's going to set it at, but I can always make more changes from there. So going back to our sewing applications, we also have them for quilting. When you go under the quilting one, here's your big selection of all your quilting things. We have a piecing one, free motion, ruler work. So let me show you patchwork piecing. How many of you are doing 2.5-inch squares and you have a whole quilt that you have to do a whole bunch of them? We have what's called memorized piecing. So what you can do is get your squares ready to go. I've got them all matched up here. I'm going to put on my 1/4-inch foot. Here we go. And Janome has not only the 1/4-inch foot with the guide, if you like to use that. We have one without a guide. And then you can also use your HP foot if you prefer. I'm just going to use the guide for today and show you that one. I'm just going to put this under here, and I just lift it up to snap it on. There we go. Get my thread down here and out of the way. And I'm going to get ready. I'm just going to put my needle down to start, and then I'll put my fabric right in close. Lower my foot, make sure everything's aligned where I want it. And I'm going to hit the start button. And I'm going to let it stitch through. And when it gets to the end, I'll stop right there. And on the screen, you'll see it says same size, different size. And I want the same size. So I'm going to touch OK. And then I just have to put my next one under here like that. Push start. And just guide it along. It's going to stop at the end. And I can put my next one under there and hit start again. So I can quickly get through chain piecing a lot of these 2.5-inch blocks. When I get done, I can just hit my scissor button. There we go. And I've chain pieced those blocks rather quickly. And I just have to clip them apart. So I love that. That is our memorized piecing, and that's found in the sewing applications. So right here, this is our t-shirt for sewing applications. Also, if you do ruler work, you can select here for ruler work. You can select your layer if you're doing a medium layer or a light layer, and it will change your settings for you, the height of your foot. Up here, it shows you to put on your QR foot. And that's the one right here. And then you would put this on, and you'll notice I'm going to turn this foot a little bit this way so you can see this side. Our 1/4-inch foot, the needle will be in the center of the foot, so it's a 1/4 inch from center to the edge. And you can put your rulers all the way around the foot. You can see how it's brought up in the back there. So you can use it for all your rulers. If you have some circle rulers or shape rulers, you can get all the way around your ruler when you're working with that. Okay. And also in your sewing applications, the last area is the feet. So if you have some specialty feet, you can come in here and pick any of the specialty ones. We have a free motion couching foot. So you could select here, tells you to put on your proper foot. It shows you right up here, your free motion foot, and which zigzag you're going to use. One is a narrower one and one is a wider one. And you have the option again to change that as well. So you can put on your quilts with some free motion couching on there. Let's go back here and go to quilting one more time. When you're in here, we do have an applique feature. And I noticed it under here too, if you were looking. There's applique in here. This is with our applique foot. This is an optional foot. It's a little short foot like there. So you can use applique under this setting, or you can go back into our quilting and use applique here. Now I know many of us do applique. And what I like about this setting is when you come in here, and I'm going to change to a different foot, so I'll snap that one off. When you come in here to use applique, you have different applique stitches that you can choose, but you have some options at the top. And we have a cornering feature right here. And this is great if you're going to stitch down a little square. Let's see where my little squares are. And you know when you're doing your applique, and you're coming down the side and you get to near the corner, and typically I have to count, you know, applique goes forward, backward, forward, then it goes left, right, forward, backward, forward, left, right. And you have to count when you get to the corner and figure out, oh, where should I stop and how is it going to start again? Well, Janome's figured that all out for you. With this setting, you can just stitch on down to your corner and stop at your corner. And then you'll touch your begin button up here and it will restart that stitch for you. So your stitch will start in the right position. So let me move a few things. And I'm just going to use the F2 foot here. This is the open foot. And I will put my foot down and I think I'm in the right spot. So I'm just going to slide up just a little bit so we don't sew all the way. Here we go. And we'll just use the applique stitch to the corner. Let me slow that down a little bit. And when I get to the corner, I'm just going to stop. Now I am using the start stop button, but we do have a foot control with this. And we also have the foot control cutter that comes with the machine. So I'm just going to stop there right at the corner. I'm going to turn my piece. And now I don't have to think about where I left in the cycle of that foot, of that stitch. I can just touch here. It's going to start my stitch forward like it starts always. There it goes, forward and to the side. So I can continue down this side to my next corner. And I'll take this off so you can take a look at that. Here we go. There we go. So you can see how I turn the corner. I don't have any of those odd stitches going off to the side. And you can use it on this type of a corner, or if you're turning a corner in the other direction. I've used it in several different applique projects, and it's my favorite go-to foot for that reason, or stitch for that reason, so that I can turn those corners and make them look so professional. I don't have to count or think about where I'm going with that part of it. All right, so let's move on to, we're going to go back to our straight stitch here. And I just want to show you across here, we have our different groupings. And as I showed you in the beginning, you could come in here and just page through. But if you knew what grouping you wanted, you could touch here. We do have buttonholes in there along with our buttonhole foot. And it has the stabilizer plate. So if you have a thick layer or you're doing a buttonhole on the edge of something, you use your stabilizer plate. And you can do a memorized buttonhole with that. So all your buttonholes will be the same size. This does come with the machine. There's a lot of accessories that come with your machine. So let me go back over here and I'll show you our little box of accessories. You get this nice box, all of these feet up here. So there's a wide variety of feet. You even have your free motion feet over here, these little snap-on free motion feet. Get that out of the way. There we go. And then down here, we have some more feet, several of our hopping feet, either for darning or some people prefer to use those for free motion. Bobbins, thread guides, all kinds of things are in there that come with your machine. So Janome gives you everything you need to get started, which I really love about that. I like to have everything when I get going. There's a needle threader on our machine as well. So if you're going to, I'm just going to unthread this here. And if I'm going to thread my machine, the first thing I want to do is lock my machine. So I'm going to come over to my Well, first thing I like to do, let me just say first, I like to do needle down, needle up. That way I know my needle's in the right position. I lock my machine. I'm going to put my thread behind the catch right above my needle in this little piece here. And then I just take it and put it up in here like that. I can just kind of put it up. Let me cut it on that part. I had too much tail there. There we go. And then I'm just going to push this down and it threads my needle. And I'm all threaded. So let pull that little back piece out. Quick and easy. I love that about our threader. It works so perfect. When I'm done, come back over here and unlock the machine. If I needed to at this time, I could change my plate as well. Unlock, and I'm ready to go. I think a needle threader is like one of my things that's a must-have on a machine. Who can thread a needle nowadays? You know, we're wearing glasses. It's hard to see, though I can see right down to my needle here. Let's look at a few more of these stitch groupings as we go across. This little tab gives us our decorative groupings, so you can come in here and pick all different stitches. Even here, we have created stitches. The machine comes with Stitch Composer, so you can create your own decorative stitches. If you don't find the one you like here, you can create your own personal ones. I tend to do that a lot too. I like to have my own stitch, so you can create your own. If you wanted to come into the quilt area, many people like to use the serpentine when they're quilting, and you can use this along with your AccuFeed foot as well. Going across, we have lettering, of course. I showed you that these ones here for tapering. These are our hand look stitches. So when you pick those, you can set them in here. And when you put them in one at a time, they can get a little wonky over here. So they change position. So they look like you've hand stitched them. So it's kind of a fun thing to do. I want to go over and show you our QR code. And many of us are familiar with QR codes. And I'm going to pull up our AccuSpark app. Here's the app. And you're going to select the camera part of the app. And it's going to come in here and shows you exactly how to use those hand stitch style stitches. It gives you your sewing instructions. There's even more information about making a space between stitch patterns. So you can just touch in there. It gives you more information. Stitch length guide, adjust key, everything you wanted to know about doing your decorative stitches are all under here using your QR code. It's an easy way to find something in your machine. If you're not sure how to use it, you can come right here to your app. It's for both your iPhone and it's for your iPhone and also for Android. So you have the option, all of our users can decide which one they can use. All right, one more thing I want to show under here is under our little menu, we have Quilt Block Advisor. Now it's on board, but you also receive a CD that has more designs. And these are quilt blocks. You can choose a block and it will tell you by here, if you want to make a 7-inch block, it'll tell you how big your pieces have to be to cut them, how many of each of the pieces you need to go around your circle. You can decide how big you want that circle to be. And then again, you can go right to your app, go to your QR code, take the picture, and it tells you how to cut your pieces, what your fabrics are, and then how to piece them together. So everything's right there at a touch of your fingers, and then you would have your finished piece just like that. I think this is very handy. I don't have to go searching for my manual, though you do have a manual, but we always have our phones handy. So for me, it's just easy to pick this up and find all the information right there on that part of it. All right, so let me think if I've covered everything I wanted to talk about today. I think I did. Let me close that off. And we'll go back to, oh, I did forget one of my other favorite things is when you're working with a stitch, let's just go back to straight stitch. If I'm working with a stitch and say I change this stitch, maybe I want the needle position a different spot or stitch length like this, and I always use that stitch length, I can come in here and I can save that stitch right here as my favorite stitch. And when I select that, it's going to fill in my settings. We'll go back here so you can see it. There are my settings. So every time I come to my stitch, my settings will be right there. I don't have to go looking for them in a memory. They'll be right there as I need them. I have 2 settings for every stitch. So there's over 400 stitches in our machine with 2 settings. Plus you have your created stitches as well. So you have many stitches that you can work with. But this is really handy, especially if you're doing, you like that serpentine stitch and you set it a certain way for your quilts. You can always go right to it. You don't have to look through your little notebook finding, you know, what did you set your stitch length and your stitch width with. This is a very handy thing. I just really love my favorite stitch. So we'll close that. And you'll know it's your favorite stitch because it's highlighted in yellow. If I decided anytime that's not what I want anymore, I can just hit default and it takes it right back to the default for the machine. So it's fairly easy to get that taken care of. This is my adjust window is open and I can close it right there. All right. So I don't know if I'm near the end of my time or not. Let me think about, other things that come with your machine. I did mention the large foot control and the foot control cutter. You have a knee lift. There's some optional items too. There's a seam guide now for our M7. So that's something you might want to look into as well. I think I've got all my accessories shown. I don't think I hit anything in here. Our other stitch plate. Let me just tell you about stitch plates really quick, because a lot of times people get confused on stitch plates. And I'm just going to take this one off as well so we can take a look. So what's the difference? So the one over here on the left, this is our zigzag plate. You can see it's an oval. So you can use it for everything, for straight stitching, for any of your stitches with width. It allows you to see every stitch that's in your machine. So, say you put this one on, this is called the straight stitch plate. And on your straight stitch plate, you have 3 different holes, right needle, center needle, and left needle position. And they're little ovally on the side. So you do have the option of changing your needle position. This plate will only let you have straight stitches. So you don't have to worry about breaking a needle or running a needle into your plate, because it's only going to let you use the straight stitches that will be available with that. And then same thing here, as I mentioned in the beginning, we have our HP or high performance plate. It does have the hole on the left side, so it's a straight stitch plate as well, and will only give you the HP stitches that are available for this plate. So you don't have to worry about that. And Janome gives you this other thing. If you can see this on your foot, see that little hole right there? That's the safety hole. So when your machine is in center needle position and you forget to take your foot off and your machine initializes, your needle will pass right through that hole. So you won't end up breaking a needle if you don't have your plate on. So I think Janome has thought of everything when they come to their machines and what they offer to our sewers and our quilters, especially with our M7. There's so many wonderful things that we love about this machine. Let me take all this off and we'll go back to our straight stitch right there. All right, I think I've covered everything. I don't know if there's any questions I need to answer or something I can show. We'll see if is there to come
Ann,
back.
great job, Ann. Man, I tell you, that machine is so awesome. And you know, not only is it such packed with features, but it just looks good. That's a really good looking machine.
It does look good. And you know what I didn't mention at the front of this? This machine stitches at 1,300 stitches per minute. So if we feel the need for speed, we can use it right here. So some of us want that, you know, some of us want that.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming on the show, Ann, and thank you for such a great demo. Now I'm going to show everybody how they can get this. So guys, again, this is the Janome, man, the M7, and this is the Quilters edition. Man, I tell you, look at that machine. That is such a good looking machine there. The price on it is $5,999. And guys, this thing is absolutely loaded with features. There's free shipping on it, and we do have a call-in special. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. And this thing, you know, again, it's the industry's strongest machine like that, with that, you know, all the different capabilities it has. It has so much punching power. You can do so many layers of denim with this. Also, your speed, you know, and mentioned right there at the end, 1,300 stitches per minute. That's extremely fast. And, you know, it's actually an industry first too. It has the fastest drop-in bobbin of any machine on the market. It has that computer one-touch needle plate. You saw how easy that was to change the needle plates out, and it recognized what plate you have, so you never make those mistakes by hitting your plate with your needle. It has that intelligent feed system on it. Again, it has that, you know, app you can use. You can just scan the QR code on the screen, and it has an app you can go right to give you answers for a lot of the questions you might have. It has that AccuFeed Plus system. And again, you know, they take that upper feed system and taking it to the next level. And then another feature that's pretty cool in this, there's 52 stitches on this machine, and it's basically called the hand stitch style. So basically, it tries to manipulate the stitches to look like those old hand stitches of back in the day. So it gives you that antique look. And then it has 52 different ones of that. And again, it has the optical bobbin sensor. You saw that. It's going to let you know when your bobbin's running low of thread as well. Free motion quilting. Drop those feed dogs down and do the free motion quilting on it. And then it has the ruler quilting. You can do the ruler quilting is very, you know, easily on this as well. So this thing is just packed full of features. 400 built-in stitches. It does up to the 9 millimeters wide. It has the 5 alto bit, and then it has the 12 buttonholes. So there's so many things. And then again, guys, a really huge feature for you quilters out there as well too. If you look at the throat space on that machine, it's little over 13 inches of throat space, which is absolutely huge. So great machine, guys. We're offering from Janome today. It is the Continental M7, and that's that special edition. It's the quilting edition. And guys, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 if you want to get a Janome. And guys, again, you're getting so much machine packed into a price point for $59.99. This thing has so much technology built in. You're going to absolutely love it. And we're super excited to be able to show this brand new machine to you today. So let's bring my co-host back in, Jane Klaus.
Hello, Blaine.
We are back, and I know we're time for our first educational session, so I'm going to get out of here, step out, and let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes.
That's right. You get out of here and get ready to be schooled, because it is time for some education, and boy, do we have a great session for you right now. We're talking all about picking the right fabric for your quilt, and our presenter today is a great friend of mine. I love him so much. Chris Marchini is a quilt pattern designer, putting his own unique spin on this timeless art form. Now, after watching quilting videos, because he was a sewist at first and sewing garments, he was watching quilting videos for years, and he said, all right, I'm going to make my own quilt. And he gave it to his mother-in-law for Christmas. Now, this led him to make quilts for everyone in their family. And now he spends a lot of time making content for social media. I found him on TikTok. You can see him on Instagram and YouTube. He is the owner of Rose City Originals. Please say hi to Chris Marchini. Hi, Chris.
Hello.
How are you, friend?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I am doing so great. Now, has it been like almost a year? Almost a year.
I think it's getting pretty close. Yeah.
So much fun. And I learned so much about you that I feel like you're my brother that doesn't live near me. But I've seen that you're doing so much more these days, and I'm so excited for you. How's the last year been?
It's been very busy, which is great. You know, I've really fallen into quilting and I really love it. So it's just been awesome getting to meet new people and learn new things about the quilting industry. It's just been amazing.
And now I want you to do this education session. I have 2 things before I let you dive in. Number 1, your rule is that there are no rules. Is that still true?
Pretty much. Yep.
Okay. Are you going to be talking about that today?
A little bit. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then number 2, choosing the right fabric. Again, there are no rules, because I know one of the questions I asked you is like, I want to just take an old prom gown and use it in my quilt. And you were like, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely.
I love it. So there are no rules. Well, Chris, I'm excited to see your session. So I'm going to let you go. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. I got a couple slides here for everyone. There we go. So this is my segment I like to call chaotic color theory. So if you follow me online, you'll know my quilts tend to be a little crazy, and I am not so hung up on picking fabrics. So let's just dive right in. So really, what's a neutral? Neutrals get used a lot in quilts, I think, because they are easy to match with. They are very quiet, they're low volume, and they don't tend to clash with other fabrics you may be trying to highlight within your quilt. So really, a neutral is a muted shade that appears to lack color. It often has underlying hues that can appear to change depending on the lighting and other colors they're paired with. So some good examples, we have a range anywhere from white, cream, tan, gray, or even black. Now, a neutral is a color that lacks color, and I don't tend to gravitate towards that. I love color. I love high volume. I love just a punch. So I have this palette down here that I like to call somewhat a pseudo neutral. They are strong colors, but they tend to go with a lot of other colors. They're easy to pair with other fabrics that I have in my stash to make a quilt. So this one I have right here, this example, is a quilt I call pickle chips. So I started by making these little 9 patches, and they're made with 1-inch squares. I picked up a bag of these pre-cut 1-inch squares at my guild's free table because no one else seemed to want them. You know, what are you going to do with these tiny little 1-inch squares? I didn't want them to go to waste, so I just started sewing them together and ended up with these little 9 patches. So I took those 9 patches, and then I wanted to make a larger 9 patch, and I could have easily gone with black or white, but I thought this was a perfect opportunity to bring in one of those pseudo neutrals and add a little punch. So I chose this color, which is Kona Pickle, which is admittedly one of my favorite Kona colors. And I love how, even though it's a really strong color, it doesn't distract from the 9 patches. When you first see this quilt, you see all of the colors of the 9 patch, and then you kind of notice that it has this weird green chartreuse background. So even though it's very loud, it's not distracting, which is the purpose of a neutral. So my philosophy is always be bold. And if you want a bold quilt, choose so many bold colors that they almost quiet each other. If everyone in the room is talking really loud, no one person, their voice stands out. It's the same with color. If all of your colors are loud, no one color seems to overshadow the others. And then also be daring. Don't put so much emphasis and stress on yourself to pick the perfect color. Choose some colors at random. Or you can have someone else pick, which we'll get into. So a little more about these quilts. First one here, I like to call Edge of Midnight. It's a pattern that was made by my friend Sarah Flynn. And when I first saw it, I thought very like 80s, 90s, kind of neon colors. That's the vibe I got when I saw even just the black and white drawing of this quilt. So I chose, again, that pickle color because it is my favorite. And I went from there and I picked these teals, which alone on the bolt look very bold themselves. You know, we've got some turquoise and teal, and we have purple and pink, and just all these really bright colors. And then the more muted background for the sky, we have some, it's kind of hard to see, but that's a really dark navy, and we've got some grays. And when they all blend together or mesh together, it all goes. Like no one color's like, ooh, that one's a little off. And I just picked fabrics at random from my stash. Now, this quilt, this is one that I made for my oldest child. It was one of that first batch of quilts, and I will admit I was a little over ambitious because this was a very complicated quilt. But the pattern, which is called Modern Technology by Monique Dillard, called for 45 fat quarters of color to make the various blocks. Now, I thought it would be a fun challenge if I didn't pick any of the colors. So I actually went online and I ordered 45 mystery solid fat quarters. So I had no idea what I was going to be getting. I got my package and I started sorting them and pairing them up. And I was able to make this really fun rainbow effect with what I was sent. But again, like I didn't pick any of these colors, but I absolutely love this quilt. So when you're looking at bolts of fabric and you have 4 different pinks to choose from and you want just that right shade, I don't put too much thought into that. I want to get into the quilting. I want to get into the cutting, the piecing, the quilting. I'm just anxious to get started. I don't want to spend hours dreading over, did I pick the right shade of this fabric? So I always encourage people, just go with it. Just pick one and go. It's going to be great. Once two pieces of fabric are sewn together, in my mind, magically, they go. Regardless of what the colors are, they're now a single unit, a single piece of fabric, and they're going to be stitched together forever. So they go. And on that, like I said, trust your gut. Stop comparing yourself with other people on Instagram or Pinterest. One of the presenters yesterday said something really great. Comparison is the thief of joy. And I thought that was such wise advice. Stop comparing yourself to those, those pretty quilts you see on Pinterest and Instagram that you wanted just everything perfectly placed. While they're pretty, sometimes they're not that memorable. Someone's not going to see that quilt and see, oh, Chris made that quilt. That's so Chris's style. Or, anything like that. They're just going to be like, oh, it's a pretty quilt. You want your quilts to be memorable. You're spending so much time and effort on them and money, really. You want others to see it and think instantly of you, bring up memories of you. So stop comparing yourself to others. Now, this quilt is my pattern that I call You Should See Me in a Crown. And this is the first time that I sewed up this quilt. I super hyper fixated on it. I was obsessed with this quilt. It took me 6 days from the time that I had the idea to the time that I had this finished quilt. But as I was going through it, I really started to doubt myself. So this, you can see an up close of the fabrics that I pulled. And this here is all of the background fabrics. So we've got some that are like more purple, some that are like muted green, and some navy blue. I was in my head going for a blue background, but I didn't have a whole lot of navy blue in my stash at the time. My stash has definitely grown since then. So I just pulled all of these other kind of dark colors, hoping they would blend. And as I started sewing them together, I really questioned it. I wasn't sure it was going to go. I was worried it was going to be too distracting from the main image of the quilt. But as I kept going, as I kept sewing them together, I started to feel more confident with it. So by the time it was done, this is probably one of my favorite quilts that I've made. So just trust that gut, trust your initial instinct, and go with it. Other times, it's good to push yourself out of your comfort zone. I think we all, I don't want to say we get into a rut, but we get into, our comfort zone, our routine. We tend to pick the same shades, the same hues, the same color families for all of our quilts. Then they kind of start to all look the same, even though we're doing more complex patterns or we're trying something new, a new technique. Maybe we've decided to go improv, but we have that core color palette that we all gravitate towards, which is fine. But every now and then, just push yourself a little. And it doesn't have to be an entire quilt that you've pushed yourself out of your comfort zone. Make a few random blocks. Just grab some different fabrics, some colors maybe you wouldn't normally pair together, and make a block. See if you like it. If you don't, that block can always end up in your orphan block pile. You can trade it with a friend. It can go find a new home somewhere else. But you've made it and you've had that experience, and you now know that you don't like this shade of pink with this shade of green. Another thing you can do to help push yourself, but maybe not all the way out of your comfort zone, is what I call controlled chaos. So you can pick a collection of fabric. A lot of fabric manufacturers, they'll have their collections. All the fabrics go with each other naturally because they've used the same colors or the same hues within their collection. But then from within that collection, pair up your fabrics in ways that you wouldn't normally gravitate towards. So these two quilts are my randomly generated quilts. If you've seen any of my TikTok or Instagram reels, you've probably seen this quilt. I made this quilt completely at random. I had zero control over it. So I rolled the dice to pick which block pattern I was going to make. And then depending on what the block pattern was and how many colors it called for, I would roll the dice again. And that would then choose which colors appeared in that block. So some of these blocks, I absolutely love the way that they turned out. And there are a few not my favorite. But overall, I love this quilt. So some of my favorites are this block right here. This is called Hattie's Choice, and it was made with purple, black, and white. But then some of them I don't like is like this one right here. Like I think the orange just kind of doesn't blend in with the rest of the quilt. And then this block, which I believe is actually the same pattern, when I first made it, I didn't like it. But now that it's in the quilt, I don't mind it. I think it blends in with the rest of the quilt pretty well. As I was making this quilt, it was a series I was planning on doing. I did it like a video a day, making a block. When I got through the first row and saw them next to each other, I kind of cringed a little. I thought I was just making a total hot mess of a quilt. But I stuck with it. I was getting a lot of good feedback on my content. So I just stuck with it. I was like, okay, I'll just finish all the blocks. There's 64 in total. And when I'm done, maybe I'll put sashing between to break it up a little. Or maybe I'll rearrange. But I didn't. I ended up keeping them all in order. So and you can't see it here, but there's a little QR code on this in the very bottom corner. And if you scan that, it will actually take you to the TikTok playlist where you can see each block being made in the order that they appear in the quilt. It's pretty fun. But again, it was something that I used to push myself out of my comfort zone and try different color combinations that I don't think I normally would have tried. Some of them, after I rolled, I was like, ooh, I don't know how that's going to turn out. But then I sewed it all up and I was like, wow, this looks really cool. So, and again, you don't have to do a whole quilt. You can just do a couple random blocks just to, get yourself out of a rut. If you're not feeling super creative, just try a couple blocks, get your sojo back, and then you can move on to your next project. So this one was so well received online that I ended up making a second randomly generated quilt. But this one, I did use a fat quarter bundle. It was called Sweet Shop by Andover Fabrics. And each color had both a striped version and a polka dot version. So when I would roll for my colors, I would roll, say, pink, but then I would roll again odds or evens if I wanted to do stripes or polka dots. So it's hard to see in the picture, but like this orange here, I rolled both stripes and polka dots. So we have orange next to orange, but because of the way the fabrics are, there's a little bit of contrast. But this was a way, again, to push yourself out of your comfort zone, try something new, but in a more controlled manner. The other quilt, I just used my scrap bins. I did, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, and tan. And I would just roll the numbers and I'd pull a fabric out of that bin. This one, all the fabrics already naturally went together because they were from the same fabric line. So a lot of people liked that. It was maybe a baby step towards that absolute chaos of the first quilt. This one, a little more controlled. And then this quilt I like to use as a lesson for myself. It's okay if you have a quilt that doesn't turn out like you thought it would. So this quilt, it's actually the same pattern that I have hanging behind me. It's a pattern I designed called Dead Like Me. And it's, just a skull on a scrappy background. And I thought, oh, how great if I did like a really crazy background and then like a gray skull instead of my normal like cream white skulls that I do. And I honestly did not like the way it turned out. I think I had too much contrast between the different grays in the skull, and it didn't contrast enough with the background. So it's okay. I still finished the quilt. I always say, even if you're not loving the quilt, finish it all the way to the binding. You're going to use that quilt as a learning opportunity for maybe what not to do next time, or just, ways that you can improve your skill as a quilter. But I posted this online and I even said, it didn't turn out like I had envisioned in my head. It's not my favorite quilt. And everyone disagreed with me. All of my followers were like, oh my gosh, this is an amazing quilt. It is so cool. I absolutely love it. Like, I got really good feedback, even though it's not what I wanted. And I think as artists, we are our own worst critics. It's very true, no matter what art medium you do. So just, use that as a lesson that even though I didn't like it, I finished it, everyone else liked it. And this is actually one of the very few quilts that I've sold. And that just goes to show, you never know. So finish it, put it out there, and get feedback. Use it as that learning opportunity. Oh, I think I have a better picture there, a little close up. In the quilting on this one, I was trying to add a little more contrast. After I finished the quilt top, I was like, oh, there's not enough contrast. So with the quilting, I thought I'd try just a little more. I did some straight line matchstick quilting in the background, and then some curly feathers throughout the skull, just to add that depth and dimension, trying to help it out a little bit. And that's it. So if you don't already follow me, you can follow me on pretty much all of the social platforms. I am at Rose City Originals on all of them. I post pretty frequently. This month is the Instagram Quilt Fest, so I've been posting daily there with their different prompts. This week we're in the TikTok Quilt Fest as well, so we got some fun videos happening over there. I am currently making I'm calling it a community quilt for the year. And this goes into that question that Jane had for me earlier. Like if I had that prom dress and I wanted to add it to a quilt, it's not quilting cotton, but can I add it to a quilt? And this quilt, I'm actually getting fabric from all over the world. People have sent me just a little 7-inch square, and I'm using them at random to create a quilt. So I've gotten I'm pretty sure it was silk that I've already put into a block. I've had a couple quilting cottons. I've had a little bit heavier canvas, and they're all going together. It's kind of an experiment. We're going to see how the quilt ends at the end of the year. And when I do that first wash, I'm probably going to be really nervous, but it's going to be a lot of fun. So you can follow me and follow along with that journey.
Hey, Chris, great presentation. I loved it so much. Everybody was loving it. They're like, this discussion is fantastic. This last quilt that you're doing is going to be so cool. And you always say things will come out in the wash. Explain that theory to everybody.
Yeah, as you're making your quilt, and this is more about the technique, maybe a little less about the color, but when you're piecing everything together, if you don't have perfect points, you've done some free motion quilting and maybe it's a little wobbly where you didn't want it to be wobbly, don't stress about it. I say just keep going, finish your quilt. When you give it that first wash and everything kind of shrinks a little, because cotton will shrink. So you have your cotton on your quilt top, cotton of your batting, if you're using a cotton-based batting, and then the cotton of your backing fabric, it'll all shrink up and you get that little crinkle, that quilt crinkle. It hides so much. And I love that about quilting. As you're up close and personal with it and you're doing your quilting, you see every little error you've made. But once it's quilted and you've washed it, this one was folded up, so there's a couple creases, but it gets that crinkle and that all just smooths out and it's beautiful.
That's great. Okay, a couple of questions for you because we have a little bit of time. How do you know what colors go with what patterns?
I don't really stress about it too much. I just kind of pick stuff at random. If it looks good to my eye, at a quick glance, I'll go with it. So the quilt behind me, I picked just a bunch of bright fabrics. They're not all the same colors. We have some oranges in there, some purples, some blues. Actually, here, let me change my camera. I put a little bit closer up. See if you can get that. There we go. So you can see there, we have some free spirit fabrics, so they tend to go together because they're very bright, but I also have some vintage fabrics in here, and I just grabbed a bunch of stuff that I thought had kind of the same vibe to it. It had pinks and purples, and it was bright and cheery and springy, and I went with it. That's part of the trust your gut part of it.
That's great, Chris. Okay, another question for you. Couple questions. Do you lay the quilts out before you sew them?
Somewhat. So in my patterns, I give you cutting instructions. Most of my patterns are based out of fat quarters. So you just pick, 10 random fat quarters, and I give you cutting instructions. So like if you're needing a 6.5-inch square, you're going to end up with a 6.5-inch square out of multiple fat quarters so that you have some variety. And then you basically just shuffle them together and you lay out one section at a time. And I've done a couple of videos on this. I don't really think too much about it. I don't make sure that I don't have two fabrics touching, and I just kind of grab fabrics and go. And I will honestly, at the beginning of a quilt, sometimes add in a purposeful mistake, maybe adding two fabrics that are the same touching. Or it happens a lot with the white on white fabric. I'll accidentally sew it backwards so that the print is on the inside and the back is on the outside, because sometimes it's really hard to tell when you're sewing. And I'll do that at the beginning of the quilt because that takes the stress off of me. By the time I'm at the end of the quilt, if I've made another mistake, it doesn't matter because I had already made a mistake.
And you did it on purpose. Now,
Right.
The interesting thing, Chris, a lot of people may not know about you is you're so creative and you're so thoughtful in your designs, but you also have a programmer brain. So you sort of take that programming side and you mix it with your creative side to create your patterns for Rose City Originals, which then are easy for everybody to follow. And there was kind of a method behind your madness. The reason why you did that is because you wanted to share what you were able to figure out.
Right. So my first pattern took me probably 2.5 months just to sketch out the pattern. And it was a giant monstera leaf. It took me far less time to sew it because I had already plotted it out how everything's going to go so that there's no Y seams, no partial seams. It all just went together. And from there, I've really fine-tuned that. So all of my patterns use the same set of shapes. So we have like a 6.5-inch square, a 4.5-inch square, a 4x6, a 2x4, like all of these different shapes. And I just rearrange them to make different images. And my patterns, I've gotten a lot of feedback from customers who've purchased my patterns and made them. They're broken down very well. Let me grab one here. And I try to make it as detailed as possible. And so when you go to sew your sections together, you have a visual of how to actually sew them together.
Wow.
Rather than trying to type out, take this piece, sew it to this piece along this edge. Like that got really confusing for me in some patterns. So I'm a very visual learner and I've transferred that into my patterns.
That's fantastic. And really quick, somebody asked, do you always wash your quilts after you finish them?
I do. I want to be responsible for that first wash. If I'm gifting it to someone, if I'm selling it, whatever the case may be, if a fabric is going to bleed on me, or if it's going to shrink weird in one spot, or a seam's going to come undone, I want that to be on my watch so that I can correct it before it goes to its new owner. And then just give them their instructions. I always recommend washing in cold water, tumble dry on low, or hang it up to dry if you have the means to do that. But I want to be responsible for that first wash. I also love seeing that first wash quilt crinkle, so that gives me the happies.
and this too, and your wish for the quilts that you gift or you sell, what is your wish for that quilt? Because I just love this.
So when I do gift a quilt to someone or it gets sold, I don't want to see it up on a shelf in the closet. I want to come back in 10 or 20 years and see that quilt loved to shreds. I want it to be used. I want it to be loved. I want your kids to drag it around the house. I want your dogs to fall asleep on it. Just use it until it is threads. That was the purpose of the quilt. It's, it's a blanket. It's meant to bring warmth and joy. And I want to see it used and not stored away.
I love it. Yeah. And you had one as a kid that you used until it was shredded and you're dragging it in the mud. And I love the visual of that story and thinking of you as a little kid with that quilt. Chris, before I let you go, remind everybody how they can follow you and find you one more time.
Sure. So it is Rose City Originals, and that is on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. I'm also at rosecityoriginals.com if you want to look at my patterns.
That's fantastic. Chris, you are a wealth of knowledge. And by the way, friends, Chris and I had a 30-minute conversation about this, that, quilting, and more. If you want to hear about the quilting police that Chris will talk about or not talk about, you can listen to our podcast. It's a great conversation. So if you want to do that, by the way, wherever you get your podcast, just look for Creative Living with Jane Klaus, and then look for Chris Marchini. So Creative Living with Jane Klaus, search for that in any of your podcast platforms. And I urge you to tune in, because Chris, his knowledge from today, and then you'll listen to that, 30-minute conversation, and you'll just love him even more. Chris, thank you so much for joining us today. I can't wait to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Wow, how great is Chris Marchini, Rose City Originals? He's such an inspiration and so much fun. Again, if you want more, go to any of your podcast platforms and look up Creative Living with Jane Klaus and Chris Marchini. He's there. So I am going to bring our friend Blaine back in when he's ready. Hey, Blaine, there you are.
Hey, Jane. So, hey, great educational
fantastic.
section with Chris there.
Yeah.
I mean, that was, if people don't get pumped up and inspired about that, they never will. I mean, that was awesome.
Nah, he's just so great. And I'm telling you, you get to know him right there. He gave you all the good stuff. I can go through it right now. Be bold, be daring, trust your gut, push your comfort zone, controlled chaos. It's okay to make a mistake. I mean, I'm taking notes.
That, and we talked about this earlier, everybody stresses about picking fabric colors and things to make a quilt. And again, it doesn't matter what color fabric you make the quilt out of, it's still a quilt, regardless.
Right.
So I guess that's the point I kind of got from him is like, just do it. And if it looks cool, it looks cool. If it doesn't, try something else.
Well, absolutely. And that's what I've always got from him, because as a person that's like a scaredy cat quilter, I'll just throw stuff in there, but it's so precise. Everything is precise. And when I spoke with him, last time, it was like, don't worry about it. If you make a mistake, you make a mistake, move on. It all comes out in the wash. And that's kind of his theory and his motto. And he talks about the quilt police, and he's like, there's no such thing. He's like, you do you. And that's why I love Chris Marchini.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, Jane. Well, hey, we're going to continue on with the show. We're going to see you back in here in just a few minutes. But guys, we are going to go back to Utah with Grace in the house. And we're going to talk all about that Cuniq 19. And I think we've got Laurel and Allegra, right? There's Nosnik in the house. And you always see two names, you go, not related, but they are related. So let's bring the ladies back in. Welcome back to the show. Well, actually, it's Allegra's first time for the Quilt Fest this year. So welcome back, everybody, and good to see you, Allegra.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. I know we're excited. We're back here upstage. We're like, here's Nosniks, go.
Yeah.
Here's Nosniks are taking over. Hey,
Yes.
So guys, we're super excited that all the products you're showing this week, but this is the 19X. We're going to let y'all take it away, and then I'll come back in about 25 minutes. We're going to tell everybody how they can get the great deals we have going on.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
We're really excited with you, Blaine said it right there. We're going to be talking about the 19X machine. Kind of before we get in that, I want to ask you guys, and go ahead, put a 4 in the chat if you've ever heard of the Cuniq line before. So the Cuniq line is actually any of our machines that we've made. So right now, again, this one specifically that we're going to talk about is that 19X. But if you did join us just yesterday, actually, me and Jana did a segment on the 16X, and that one we showed it on the Cutie frame. So a little bit different, kind of showing you that there are different steps that you can kind of move up and throughout in your quilting journey. This is awesome. I love seeing this, all the 4s coming in.
Woo, yeah, that's great.
I'm glad to hear that you guys have heard about it. If not, I'm super excited to introduce you to it today. And I know it'll really be wonderful. And I just want to take a minute really quick to say thank you guys for all the comments. Just beforehand, me and Allegra were reading some of them. It's really fun to see, especially with some of the comments on what Chris's work was. It really is beautiful to see. And so it's fun to see all those comments. So please, any questions or anything you guys may have throughout our segments, feel free to put them in there, or just comment, say, hey, woo, Allegra, liking those pants, anything like that.
Yeah.
We'd love to see those comments. But let's go ahead and jump right into it. So it actually, first thing we're going to talk about is the throat space. So this is that Cuniq 19X machine. So with here, you can see that the throat space actually is this whole space here. So if you joined us yesterday, it was a little bit different. That one was the 16X. So one thing that's pretty nice with all of our machines is that we put the throat space right in the name of it. And so again, with the 16X, it has 16 inches. This one now has 19. So Ali, tell me kind of why maybe would someone choose to go up to a 19 inch versus the 16 we had kind of mentioned a little bit yesterday?
Yeah. A lot of times it's throat space, obviously. You want a bigger throat space. This one is also great for just price pointing reasons as well. If you notice on the side, we have this lovely printing to tell you how to thread your machine. If you're like me, if you thread it every day, you're going to forget no matter what. It just happens.
Exactly.
Yeah, the nice thing about this machine as well is it runs at 2,000 stitches per minute with stitch regulation. It can go faster, but your stitches aren't going to be precise like you want them to.
Yeah, so that's another reason why people oftentimes will choose to move into a 19-inch machine is because, one, like I said, it gives you that larger throat space. So if on average you tend to do, let's say, a 15-inch block, really you're going to need a machine larger than the 16 so you can do the full 15 inches in one go, which is what this 19X can allow you to do. And then you hit it right on the head. It does 2,000 stitches per minute, so it actually does 300 more than that 16X we talked about yesterday that does about 1,700. So that's
right,
another thing, which some people are like, well, it doesn't make that big of a difference. But then I've seen the same people that say that come up to it and just, they just take off with it because it's something that they're able to pick up on really quickly. So they say, yay, woo, and they're ready to kind of go on throughout their quilting. So
exactly, and I think sometimes people prefer moving faster than slower, and that does give you that ability with stitch regulation as well. This also has a 2.4-inch full color touchscreen on the front of it.
Yeah, so a little bit different, and I do want to kind of with this screen go into the different stitching modes it has. So one of them that we talked about is the regulation. So regulation is a wonderful thing that allows you to be in full control of your quilting. So hey, if I don't move the machine, it's not going to stitch. When I then begin to move the machine, it will stitch, and not only that, match the speed that I am moving it with stitching so that you get those even and consistent stitches every single time. So really wonderful little mode it has. Again, that is the regulated precise mode. It does have 3 additional modes. The next one that we're going to go ahead and click through here is the cruise mode. Now, cruise mode is like cruise control on your car. Really very simple, where it will go at a set speed. So you can see here right now we have it at 5%. You do have the ability to come in here and adjust what that speed is. But again, if I turn it on, it's going to stitch at 5% for me no matter what, right? So if I don't move the machine, it's going to stitch. But then like cruise control in your car, once you then, if you want, you can actually hit the gas and it'll speed up a little bit. So same thing, if I do it and I start to move the machine faster, it will then kind of kick it over into that stitch regulation mode. And then if I slow down or stop moving the machine, it goes back to just that 5% that currently we have it set at. And then kind of just going through on the next mode here. Next one is the basting. So this is a short, medium, and long stitch. And this was a fun one. I think actually, maybe was it you, Laker, or maybe Jana said it, but just at our desk, whatever. But that one, I think Jana might have said it. But it is still a regulated stitching mode. So it is, again, if you move it faster, it will start to stitch faster for you. But of course, you can still choose those different lengths that you want it to stitch. And then the last one I want to go through here is the manual mode. So manual mode is actually just like what it is for your own domestic machine. So you can just simply choose whatever set speed you want it to, and that's just the speed it's going to stitch. It won't speed up or slow down. So there is a little bit more skill that often comes into play with that, because you need to make sure you manage the speed you're moving your machine with the speed it's stitching. But I've had quite a few different people use it for different reasons. I think one of the most common ones is if you're filling in an area. People really like it because then they can, they don't have to move the machine super fast or, keep moving it like you do in precise to get it to stitches. It'll just keep stitching. So it's wonderful being able to fill in. I've also had people do it for like micro stippling. Some people even on ruler work have used that as well. So quite a few different ones. But again, it is nice that this does give you all of those different 4 options. So So really wonderful. A couple of other things I want to talk about since we do have the screen here is this needle jog function. Now, Allie, why don't you tell me, because I think you just recently got a better understanding of what the needle jog does, right?
I did just recently learn what the needle jog does. And I think it's great. If I would have known about this feature sooner, I'd probably be telling everybody about it. It allows you to either jog your needle down incrementally or up. So if you're starting or stopping in precise specific points, it helps you start again right there.
Exactly. So that is wonderful. And it really is. It moves it just a hair if you're going to do it, and like Allegra said, up or down. And it's wonderful if you are maybe in the middle of a design, you had your thread break, or you need to change your bobbin, and you're trying to go find, exactly where you ended, or even just to make sure it lines up. Sometimes like on this style frame, if it's a hoop style, once you shift the fabric, that way you can, start exactly where it ended, is it will jog that needle down, and it can hover like literally a hair above the fabric, so you know exactly where it's going to start for you. So really wonderful feature to have on it. That's also, I think, really nice, because especially when you get into a machine like this, because of the 19 inches on it, I can't really reach to the back, right? Like I can't really do my hand wheel. So with the needle jog, it allows me to have those same features without needing to actually physically use the hand wheel in the back.
Yes, I think that's great. I'm so glad you taught me about that.
Yes, I know, it's exciting, and that's what's so fun about quilting, is there are things that we're learning all the time with it. I know even today, Laker's like, did you know on our Elite machines we have a measuring tool that is, I think, a little bit more easy to see, but Laker's like, did you know the X has that as well? And so it's really fun to be able to continue to learn and really see the use for the different things with our products. But just last couple things I'd mention about the screen specifically here. One of them is this is just the needle stop position, so you can choose to have it stop in the up or down. Right now we've opted for down. And then the edge warning feature. Like, why don't you tell me what is that edge warning feature?
Yeah, so all of our machines have this built-in edge warning feature for you, except our manual one. And that allows you to set your safe zone. If you're doing circles, you're really in the zone, and then you realize you're going off the quilt, or you're hitting your rails, and now you're like, oh man, I have to go and stitch all of that. That's what the safe zone is for. It can warn you either an inch or half an inch away from that safe zone that you have set. That way you don't run into those types of issues.
Yes, wonderful. And I know that's a really great feature as well for when working on a hoop style frame. So if you joined us yesterday in the morning segment that we had done, it was with Melinda and Jarek, and they talked about their smaller cutie frame. And so with that same style of frame and this one that Mark and Jarek talked about earlier today, that it is a hoop style frame. So that means, you simply have one section that you can do at a time. Once you're done, you unclip it, and you're able to shift it to the next. But with that is you do tend to have typically a smaller space that you're working with at once. So with the edge warning feature is you can come in here and say, hey, this is the only space I have. I want you to tell me, and then I'll click it here so you can see, add an inch or half inch when I'm coming up on that edge.
And then what is that light button and that sound button on the bottom, LJ?
Yes, wonderful things to bring up. So with this one, it actually is going to tell you in two different ways when you're coming up on your edge. The first one is a visual warning, so it is a red light that will pop on for you, and then there is actually an audible sound that will kick on as well. And so this is helping you be able to fully customize what you want when you're quilting, so you can choose to have either just the lights, or just the sound, both, whatever's going to work best for you. You can fully go in and choose. And again, even more customizable is you can choose to do it offset between an inch or a half.
And I think what even makes it more customizable is maybe you don't see very well, and that red light is not going to do anything for you. You can turn it off. Maybe you don't like the way that it sounds when it warns you. Then you can have just the light on. You have the option to have one or the other, or both, whatever your preference is.
Exactly. So really wonderful little feature to do there. Last thing is it does allow you to do a single stitch here. You can also change this in your settings, whether you want to do a full stitch, so it'll go needle down and up, or half stitch where it'll go just needle down. You click it again, needle will go up. So really wonderful features that comes within this 19X machine. And I think one of those big things, again, kind of going back to, okay, well, what's going to help me feel like or want me to step into this type of machine is the throat space and some of those other amazing features, the different stitching modes, the edge warning, and then in here as well, I'm going to show you, because this is what Allegra showed me, but the measuring tool.
Did you know you can also customize the screen color on these?
Oh, that is neat. Is that screen settings?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You can change it right there. That's super neat. I don't think I did know that.
Now you do.
There you go. So that's really fun. Again, just different things you can do within the screen, giving you ways to make it your own with it.
Yeah.
So really nice. Kind of going into it, and the next thing I want to take a look at here is the handles. So with the handles, they are a fully adjustable system. So for me, you know, I'm a bit taller, so this frame is set up for someone more closer to my height. So that for me is really nice. But sometimes, you know, if you're working or at shows especially, we tend to have them set up a little bit lower. So with the handles that can actually be fully adjusted up or down, and depth-wise and angle-wise on the hand.
Yes.
So you literally can fully have it set up to be whatever you want. Yeah, so here we'll see. So this way, again, you can see simple pull out. It is a fully adjustable, and then you can see here, I'll flip it, you can even pull it out or push it in. So it is wonderful that you are able to have them sit at whatever you want.
When we say customizable, we mean
customizable.
Yes.
Yes, so coming back to bringing in some of the comforts really with quilting, so you can do it at whatever you want. And I think one thing that to note as well about the handles is that, again, it is adjustable kind of height-wise this way. So with it, it's just simply when, you know, screwing in or putting the handles on, that's where you're able to adjust it. But again, it is a fully adjustable this way as well for you. So really nice, just overall wonderful machine. We are going to kind of go back into, you know, Lager, you mentioned it a little bit, but it does have pad printing, and then in the back a newer feature that we'll let Lager talk about. But one thing to note as well is it does have a little thread cutter here on the side. So just, you know, not all of our machines have it. This one does have that included with it.
Yeah, it's not an automatic thread trimmer.
Right, it's just where you're able to
just
bring
one
the
that you can
thread
just,
up
slide
to
up, trim the thread, easy peasy. It's great.
Yes.
So yeah, pad printing on the side of the machine for threading, also on the handlebars for easy, really just knowing what they do, all of that fun stuff. And then we have, oh, there it is, I love it. So this is gonna be your needle up and down, or you can do single stitch, half stitch. And then this one's gonna be your start and stop.
Exactly, wonderful.
Yeah.
And so I know you mentioned at the beginning, but for those that maybe are just joining now, why would somebody want the pad printing on the machine?
Yeah, well, if you're someone like me, where even if you do something habitual every single day, I still forget things sometimes. Like when we were at Houston, I threaded our 21X Elites wrong.
It happens.
Yeah,
it happens.
It happens. So the nice thing is that you're never going to forget, because it's always going to show you exactly how to thread your machine. And that goes for the bobbin winder back here as well. We also
wait. It has a bobbin winder?
It has a bobbin winder.
I just like when you point that, because some machines out there don't actually have them included or with the machine. Oftentimes it's a separate little unit. So with this, it is nice that that is built in. But go ahead, Allegra, let you finish explaining
and
about
the nice thing about our bobbin winders too is that they have their own separate motor. If you're using automation, or maybe someone's helping you quilt and you don't want to stop in the middle of your free motion pattern, whatever you're doing, you don't have to. You can keep quilting and wind your new bobbins at the exact same time. And as you can kind of see here, and a little bit of printing here, that also tells you exactly how to thread your bobbin winder to get the perfect bobbin.
Exactly. So it's really nice too.
Yeah, and it also has a sensor.
Yes,
I forget it has a sensor sometimes because I stop it, but if you just let it go, it will stop when your bobbin is full enough, and that's also adjustable. If you want your bobbins to be over full or maybe just a little bit under, you can adjust that to make that possible.
Yes, I think that's a really big one, because I've had, in particular, one lady who came at a show, and she was like, you know, I was quilting, and she was like, she was really annoyed. She was like, there's no way that this happened to me, because she's a very meticulous person. She's always paying attention to, you know, the thread, how much thread she has left. And she said she had a small little block or so left on her quilt that she ran out of the bobbin for. And it was one of those things that she just wanted to finish out the color. She didn't need to wind a full new bobbin. She said, I literally need just a few yards to be able to finish this corner. And I was like, wow, let me tell you about our new bobbin winder, because you can, like Allegra said, you can adjust how full you want it. And it can sense that, you know, so if you want to do a full bobbin or have it under, because you do need just a few yards, not the entire bobbin wound in that color, it's great. Because I know, especially when I used to do a bit more, like just with my domestic machine, but I'd sit there and I'm like, I only had a few bobbin, right? So I should have just gotten more. But instead of, you know, getting additional ones, I just was like, I don't think I'm ever going to use this color thread again. So I sit there, you know, like wrapping it around my hand, trying to undo it. Yes, and then it would sit there, and then I would do it too tight around my finger. It was
You could just throw it in the
whatever
wash.
thing.
It'll unwind it for you.
There you go. Ah, but then didn't you have that? Okay, sorry, a little sad note. I guess you had that happen though from a show. I think you forgot some in your pocket.
I came back from a show. I had a full bobbin in my pocket, and I did not know. I washed it.
There you go.
Y'all ever had 90 yards of thread wrapped around your entire load of laundry?
Ooh, thankfully, no. My answer is no to that. If you have had that happen, put a 1 in the chat.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I was like, ooh,
who has washed a bobbin before with their laundry?
Crazy. I think I've washed one, maybe not a fully wound one, but wonderful. Again, if you have had that happen, put a 1 in the chat. We're just a little bit curious to see. But really, let's kind of come focus back in on the machine here. So overall, this is really tricky. I love the 19-inch machine.
Yes,
I absolutely love it.
Favorite.
It is one of the machines that I actually had the opportunity to first really begin using when I started to do quilting, especially when I came to this company. So it's something that is very light as well. So part of it is the sleek design of it. It looks a little bit less industrial than like even our 21-inch machine. Part of it, again, is what we were looking to do when designing it, because it is something we wanted to be lighter, so that when you are, if it is something that you can't always have set up, you can very easily move it and store it if that's needed. So really, it just is a wonderful machine that we love, and I don't know, I have to say, it just, everything about it. And I do want to share one more story.
Before, I'm going to interrupt you though, because there's 2 things that are adjustable that we have not talked about.
Yes.
One is the hopping foot. Your hopping foot is adjustable on here, which I think is fantastic.
Yes.
And the needle light is adjustable. If you want it dimmer or off, you can turn it down or you can turn it off.
Yeah, so yeah, let's talk about that. And then I do want to share my story, but we'll share a little bit after here. So Allegra, tell me what, when you say an adjustable hopping foot, what is it you mean by that? So for those that don't know, right, so the hopping foot is just what sits right here. But what is it, when you say adjustable, what is it that it allows it to do?
Well, first off, like up and down, obviously. But if you are on our website, you can see that you can kind of like twist it to the side, I believe, right?
Right.
Yes.
So you actually are able to take this whole section here and rotate it to have it sit out to the side here. It's a simple change on the collar and the way this is sitting. So again, you are able to fully rotate the whole thing to have it sit to the side. So that is a wonderful feature, because it allows you to, I would say, do different types of quilting and be able to focus on it a bit more. I know our educational instructor here, Carla, she prefers to do that when she's doing micro stippling work, just because with it, she said, I really just want to see my work, and for her, she just preferred to have it off to the side when doing that. So again, really wonderful. You are able to fully adjust it where you want. I have had people do that as well when doing ruler work, because they said, hey, they're working on their quilts and they felt like they wanted to try and get the ruler there, but for one reason or another, the ruler they had a slightly thicker edge. So with it being able to shift it to the side, they said they were able to use their ruler much, much better. So really nice feature.
Now we'll come back to your story.
Yes. Well, yeah, so I guess before we get into that, because you did mention, I do want to make sure people know that, again, like Allegra said, this needle light is adjustable as well. So if you are working somewhere that, actually I had this happen when it's a little bit later in the day, so it's darker outside. Sometimes it is nice to be able to still see your quilting space, but it can be a little light, so sometimes a little harsh on your eyes, so you are able to adjust the needle light area there. So. But yes, so a little bit of my story. It actually is about a lady who was recently looking at machines. So she had the cutie frame, so what Melinda and Jared talked about yesterday in that segment. And she said, I am really enjoying this. However, one thing, and she's like, you told me this before I got the cutie, so I knew it, but she didn't really realize until she began, actually quilting with it, is that the throat space on her domestic machine was much smaller than she really wanted to work with. And so she actually ended up coming back, and she did get the 19X and put it on the cutie frame. So it comes back to one of those things that gives you beautiful ways to be able to quilt more space at once with it. So it's just really fun. Again, it was really fun to have her come back and say, you know what, no, I've really been enjoying this, but I am ready to change into something that is going to be bigger and give me some of those additional features. And one of those was that stitch regulation as well. So oftentimes domestic machines don't have the regulation. So for her, that was another big point on looking to, and really ultimately what helped her decide she was ready to upgrade. So wonderful. I don't know, like, do you have any stories on the 19 or?
I don't really. I mean, I have stories about our other machines.
Yeah.
But I haven't had like a specific 19 machine story to share with you all.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, that's right. It really is wonderful. And hopefully, you know, you guys watching will have the opportunity to be able to be the one to tell you about, you know, be the story that we can tell people about the 19 and all that. And I know there's just a couple questions I did want to answer in the chat before we kind of give it back over to Blaine for him to tell you where you guys can get it, as well as what the special, you know, pricing is. So one of them is, does it come with a quilting foot? So it does come with the standard hopping foot, which is actually what we have on it now. So again, it is going to, by default, come with that for you. There are quite a few different hopping foot sets that you can get for it as well, whether you want to do ruler work or you want the glide foot, which is like a little bowl type thing. Lot of different feet that you can get for it. There's even a new 360 Wonder Foot that we have for it. That one's really
Perfect
neat.
ruler kit. That one's personally my
Perfect.
favorite.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different hopping feet you can get. But yes, to answer your question, it does come with the standard hopping foot for you on that. And then I think one last question, well, a couple different questions that I would say I'm really going to recommend. Reach out to Sewing Machines Plus to find out what machine is going to work best for you, and especially on, hey, spacing for things. I think there's a couple questions I saw there on what does the footprint look like with the machine and all that. That kind of can vary depending on the frame you have it on. But just absolutely wonderful machine. We're so glad that we had the opportunity to share with you guys about it. But Blaine, I don't know if you guys are ready to give us a little bit on, first off, I guess, where they can buy it, because I know there's a couple questions that I've seen people say, hey, great, you know, I really want it. Where can I get it? So always through Sewing Machines Plus. But then Blaine, if you can share with us a little bit of what that pricing is, because now is absolutely the time to get it. It is a beautiful machine that's going to work wonderful for you. And again, this is going to be one of the lowest pricings that you'll ever find it at.
Well, thanks, Laurel. Thanks, Allegra. Y'all did a great job on that. And so now we're going to tell everybody how they can get this. Again, guys, this is the Grace Cuniq 19X. And again, this was a brand new machine that came out just about a year ago. It has been a really popular machine. Again, the Quilt Fest pricing is $64.99. That's the regular pricing on that. Now, that is for the head only. You do have to match a frame up. Now, this particular machine, there is a long list of frame options. You can do a ton of different frames with this. This will even fit on the Cutie. So you could actually put this on the Cutie. So you can do the Cutie all the way up to the continuum frame, and you can even fit it on that new Evolution hoop frame. So there's a lot of different options on this. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. Nick's team, they're extremely knowledgeable about all the Grace products, and they can help you get the perfect setup for you in the room that you have. They can tell you that footprint. We are going to ship it free, absolutely free to your doorstep, and we do offer some 48 months financing on this as well. So guys, again, this machine, I can't say enough about it. Stitches at 2,000 stitches per minute. It is so sleek and looks so good. You're going to love this thing. And again, with all those different combinations you can put frames on, you know, you can get the perfect one for your setup there. Again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151 and place your order right now. All right, guys, we are going to continue on. So let me bring my co-host, Jane Cloud, back in.
Hi, Blaine. How are you?
Hey, we're doing great, And it's crazy, Jane. You know, it's Quilt Fest. It's 5 days long. We got our first day in yesterday, and it's already, you know, almost 12 p.m. Pacific time. So we're getting close to lunchtime, and we're already on the downhill side of day 2.
I can't believe it.
So fast.
It is so much fun. It goes by so fast, and everyone is just so great. I love all the different voices and all the different products, and it's just fun to be together with the community as everyone's typing in comments so that we can all just sort of enjoy it together. It's like watching TV with friends.
You're exactly right. And, you know, I want to remind everybody out there again, too, guys, now about the products. We've worked really hard to get the great pricing on these products. So if you don't see it on the show, give us a call, because there's a good chance that it's on the Quilt Fest special. So there's thousands of products that we have on special, but we only had so many slots on the show. So again, give us a call. If there's anything you want to know, it doesn't cost you a thing to call and find out about things. So give Nick's team a call. They're all very experienced on all the quilting products and every product we sell, and they can help answer those questions. And again, Jane, there's some of the products that we're running low on quantities already. And what I decided to do is if they make the purchase, they go ahead and pre-order it this week. We're going to honor those Quilt Fest pricing all the way through Saturday, 4 p.m. Pacific time. As long as they get the order in before that, we'll honor that pricing and they'll have it locked in.
Well, that's just what you do, Blaine. You make sure everybody gets what they want. And if we have to wait, we'll wait as long as we get it at that great pricing. So thank you for that.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, Jane. Well, I'm going to jump out. I know you got a special guest coming up, and we're going to let you keep going.
And we are halfway through the day here in the Central Time Zone, 1:27. I saw somebody say it's 1:27 where I'm at. But let's move on to our next presenter. She's a full-time working mom by day and a craftaholic by night. How many of you can relate to that? She's a regular on all the SMP shows, and you also know her from her weekly virtual class, Sip and Stitch. Please say hi to Carly Bell. Hi, Carly.
Hi, Jane. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm excited to be back.
We're excited to have you back. Before we move into the Brother PRS 100, how are those girls of yours doing today?
They're doing really good. Unfortunately, the time change has been a struggle in the morning with getting to school, but they're recuperating now and getting a little bit better.
Yeah, as we talked about on the radio this morning, it's like jet lag. You'll get over it in a week to 10 days, and we'll all be back to normal. We won't even remember it happened. So let's just all hang in there. The good thing we have Quilt Fest this week because it gives us a reason to get up and get tuned in and learn more and buy more. And Carly, you are going to be talking about one of my favorite machines from Brother, the PRS 100. It's a single needle embroidery machine. Look at it right there in all its glory, with that free arm to reach areas like caps and sleeves and bags and, oh my gosh, so much more. Carly, I love it so much. Tell us all about it, please.
Yes, of course. So as Jane mentioned, this is our Brother. Now, I always say it wrong, so I need someone to correct me. It's persona or persona, because I go back and forth. It's like tomato, tomato. Just excuse me if I'm saying it wrong. But it's also the model is PRS 100. And I've been having this machine for 2.5 years now, and I absolutely love it. And just a little backstory on my evolution in embroidery is I started with a very small single needle flatbed, something that older model, the PE 770. Had that machine for 6 to 7 years, I think. And I was doing all the baby items for my little girls that Jane and I were talking about a second ago. So having that flatbed machine was great. I was able to do tons of things. However, baby items I struggled with, and I constantly wanted to pull my hair out and just anything that was small and tubular, like a onesie or a toddler shirt, is where I was like, oh, God, I wish I had a free arm. I wish I had a free arm. Well, I finally upgraded, and this is the machine that I upgraded to from my flatbed. And one of the reasons that makes this machine so great is if you are in the market to upgrade like I was, but you are not ready to invest in a multi-needle machine, this is a beautiful middle of the road option for you where you get all of the functionality of a free arm like a multi-needle machine, but you still have a single needle. And the price range is great for those of us that are on a budget. So those are the main things that I love about this machine, and that ability now to hoop small items, hard to hoop items, and I've expanded into doing hats. So off the bat, I wanted to tell you some of the biggest features. So even though we see 4 cones of thread back here, this is still a single needle machine. So I have just one simple thread path down to my single needle. It has a large embroidery field of 8 by 8 inches, which was a big step up for me coming from a 5 by 7 machine, and great for my girls as they grew. So they're now 10 and 6 years old. So that little 5x7 hoop was not cutting it for designs on their shirt because it was just too small. And now we have a large 8x8 embroidery field, which for me and doing children's clothing is perfect. Also, some great other projects that you can do with an 8x8 hoop is quilt blocks. And I have done some really fun and awesome quilt blocks in my 8x8 hoop. And when I get into the features of the machine, you'll see some other fun quilting designs. So it can go as high as 8x8, but it comes with a variety of hoop sizes. So when you purchase the machine, you get the 8x8 hoop and you get a 4x4 hoop. But another fun set of hoops that you can get, let me show you on my craft table here. So here is the, wait 1 second, I can't see my screen. All right, here is the 4x4 hoop and the 8x8 hoop, but it also comes with this set of mini hoops. And these are so much fun and there's so many applications for them. So let me break them up for you. It comes with 4 mini hoops and a variety of shapes and sizes. And then this piece is the actual frame holder that hooks onto your machine that can hold these 4 frames. But they range in size from 2 by 2 inches to 1.25 by 1.75 inches. And just to give you some ideas of applications for these frames is a really fun trend that has been happening, I find with sweatshirts, is that someone will stitch mama across the chest, and then on the sleeve right here we'll stitch the child or the grandchild's name and like a little heart. These hoops make that so easy. So you would just hoop your sleeve with some stabilizer with this little tiny hoop, and you can stitch out those cute sleeve designs. Also think about socks. Some people, I know some kids have to have their socks embroidered with the school initials or school logos, and these are great for socks. Also collars on shirts. You can easily float a collar on here or hoop a small collar, and so that you can embroider on there. And then pockets. When you have situations where you do have a small pocket, you can get the hoop into small pocket areas if you just need to put a little monogram or initial. So I love these hoops. These are special for the Persona, and I think they're a great addition to the hoops that you can use with this machine. While we're at my table, I'm going to show you other hoops. Now, these are ones that don't come with the machine, but I highly recommend because they are so useful. The set of hoops that I purchased with my machine was the Durkee Easy Frames. So this is what an easy frame looks like, and this is the adapter. And so this adapter is specific to the Brother Persona, and the frames are interchangeable. So you can have a variety of different sizes of frames, and so that you can literally float anything and stitch it. Here you can see I have some sticky tearaway on the bottom of the frame. You don't always have to use a sticky tearaway. I do have some clips where I can go and clip on a cutaway when that is needed for the type of project that I'm doing. But what's fun is when I am done stitching a project, I can just pull that project away and I can actually patch the sticky tearaway with just a smaller piece. I don't have to rip this off and start over again. I usually patch my sticky tearaway 2 or 3 times before I remove it all and then start over with a new piece. So there's a tip for you if you're using easy frames or want to start using them. But they are wonderful. You can really, they come in a ton of different sizes. And then as for the Persona, the largest we have is the 8x8, which is great. And then they have really small ones as well. So you have a variety of options when you are going to float whatever item that you are hooping or whatever item you're stitching. All right, so and now these are some other fancy frames that this one is going to be talked about later on in the show. I think I forgot. But there's going to be a segment at the end of the show, at end of Quilt Fest today, or towards the end, where they're going to talk about sash frames. And this is a sash frame specific for the persona that you can use these brackets here to tightly hoop a piece of fabric, but without getting hoop burn, and stitch a very dense design, and you don't have to worry about puckering or any complications from the design being so dense. And Durkee offers these for a lot of different machines, and that's what's going to get talked about this evening, but I have the one for the persona. And then the last frame I'm going to talk to you about. So since the persona has a max embroidery field of 8 by 8, which is a nice size, but what if I do need to stitch something bigger? I have that option with this 8 by 14 repositionable hoop. And this is called a sturdy frame from Durkee. And the way it works is you create your design in embroidery software. You can either use PE Design, or I've been able to do it with Embrilliance Enthusiast. Create your design, and the software will split it for you. And so you load your material and stabilizer on the frame, load it into the machine. It will stitch out an 8 by 8 area. Then you take it off your machine, turn the hoop, load it the opposite way, and now it's going to stitch out the second half of the design. And there are techniques that help you to align it perfectly so that you cannot see the center mark where your design was split. So now we have the capabilities of stitching out as big as 8 by 14 inches on the brother persona using this frame. All right, let's head back to the machine now. So those were all of the different kinds of frames that you can get with your machine. So you could see that you have a variety of options, which makes it wonderful because we can stitch anything with this machine. All right, so let's look at the machine some more. We have a 7-inch LCD touch display. Beautiful. This was great coming from my PE 770, which had a little black and white screen this big. So now I can actually see what I'm doing, and it's wonderful. It has 405 built-in designs all together in a variety of different categories. So let's change here so you can see it a little bit closer. Sorry, I'm in the way. Let's focus there. Okay, so here's the screen, and we have a variety of different designs, and you can see your embroidery field here, and you can scroll through all those different designs that it comes with. There are also some beautiful frames and flourishes and swirls where you can add on to any design that is on the machine itself, or if you upload it and want to add like a pretty little flourish on top, they have all of these options in here. Now, this is really fun. Here are some actual quilting patterns, so that if you would like to, or you've already pieced together an 8 by 8 quilt block. Say you've created a pattern, or you've are working on a quilt that you have a pattern for, and you just want to quilt that 8 by 8 block. They have all of these different quilting designs that you can use and create your quilt with the batting and the backing, and then you can just piece together, or it's quilt with the batting and then add your backing and do stitch in the ditch, so that you can have all that pretty quilting design on top. So we have, let's see, they have a lot. So 35 different designs. This one's really pretty. It looks like stained glass. I love it. So many options in here that you can add to your quilt blocks or create quilt blocks with all of these beautiful designs. Next, we have different alphabets, and they are a combination of really pretty monogram type alphabets, and we have a couple applique alphabets. So we have this beautiful vine design that you can stitch on towels as a wedding gift, or housewarming gifts, things like that, already preloaded on your machine, ready to go. So you just need to hoop a towel and start stitching. Then I love the applique alphabet. This is like a varsity or university style font. So you can create a, think of Letterman jackets or university, just fun shirts to wear to football games or high school games with your initials of the school. And then we also have applique Greek alphabet as well. So then let's go to just our typical fonts. We have 20 different fonts loaded on this machine, from beautiful cursive to basic block to Old English. I love how they have some scribble children's looking type, some really pretty bold, the varsity again, but now as a solid font, and lots of other options. So 20 different fonts. All of these fonts are scalable. So that means you are going to be able to reduce the size and get it to just what you need for the item you're embroidering. So for instance, I need to put, because my children lose everything, I need to put their name on their sweaters for school. And sometimes it's really hard to find a embroidery font that is as small as you need it to be when purchasing fonts online. With this, I don't have to worry about it. I can go and choose, say, a basic font, or I can choose the cute scribble one. I can type their name. Actually, let me go here. Once I put the letter, then I can choose. They have large, medium, and small. And so I click it 2 times to get to small. And now I can see that A is only 0.35 inches tall. So that is really small. That is the kind of size that I'm looking for when I am putting her name on her sweater. And I can type all of this out very easily. They have, they also have numbers and punctuations, which are sometimes really hard to find when purchasing embroidery fonts online. They won't come with all of maybe the punctuations that you might need if you're creating a lettering design. So that's a very nice feature to have all of that. There's also the ability to do lines, which if you have, for instance, a saying or a quote you would like to stitch on something, you can hit enter and have multiple lines of text. They also have fun features of array. So let me, I need to delete that because I made her just the L too big. The array feature is fun, and that might be hard to see since I have the name so small, but I can curve the font. So now I have this line here, and the name is now curved to follow that line, and you can adjust that curve in multiple different ways. You can put the name on a slant. You could flip that curve so that it is concave and the lettering is going the other way. So lots of options with lettering to really get a unique and custom design based on the project that you're doing. So I'm going to hit OK, and I'm going to go back to the home screen. All right, so that was lettering. The last feature that we have is frames. And it comes with, let's see, 10 different shapes of frames. So you have a variety of different ones. And then for each frame, you have 14 different stitch types that you can use. So if you want to create just one thing I'm teaching actually now in my beginner embroidery course with appliquing is you can create your own applique on your machine by going and picking the shape that you want and selecting first a running stitch. So that would be option 10 for me. I can do that and hit set. Then I would hit add, go back to the frame, back to my heart. I'm gonna do another running stitch, hit set, and add one last time back to the frames, back to the heart. Now I'm gonna pick my decorative stitch, which they have a satin stitch option, they have a blanket stitch, all kinds of fun things. So I can click that and hit set. And now I have my 3 steps of applique. I have my placement stitch, my tack down stitch, and my finishing stitch. So I don't need to go buy any applique frames online. I have all of that built in the machine, and I can create those designs myself. This is also wonderful for when you need to cover up something that's already embroidered, like when we have hand-me-down clothing that is already personalized. We can go and create a really cute applique patch on top of that and then repersonalize it with a new monogram on top. So lots of fun things that you can do, all built in your machine, and you can create. All right. Lastly, I wanted to show you that you have a USB port so that you can import pretty much any designs that you do purchase online. You can import that in, and you have an Ethernet cable to where you can hook it straight up to your computer and import the designs that way. Also, there is a help feature here that will take you through all the different parts and features of the machine and give you step-by-step instructions on how to do changing anything when it comes to threading the machine, changing the frame, oiling the hook, features on the machine itself, step-by-step instructions all built in there for you. All right. Sorry, I was trying to duck not to be in the camera's way. So let's see. A couple other fun things. You may notice I don't have one of my hoops on my machine right now. I have the cap driver, and this is wonderful because now I can stitch structured hats, or I can still stitch my non-structured hats, which I'm more of a fan of for myself, but I can keep the shape of the hat so that I'm not distorting it or pushing it down or anything like that. I can completely keep the shape of the hat and load it onto the machine. And you have to turn it when you load it, but once you get it in place, then you can snap it right on, and now you see it has perfect access. The bill is out the way in the back, and I can stitch on this hat. The machine knows that I have the cap driver on it because anytime I go to any of the designs on my machine, it actually has the little frame of the embroidery field for a hat. So it's not going to let me stitch anything that is larger than the front of the hat. And then when I would go and take this cap driver off and put my normal frame holder on, it can detect that as well. And then when I change the sizes of my hoops from 8x8 to 4x4, or if I would purchase the 5x7 hoop, the machine can detect all of that with the original brother hoops so that it knows exactly what kind of design that you can fit in that embroidery area. So let's see, how am I doing on time? We got about, what, 5 more minutes? So let's see. Oh, I wanted to show you how easy it is to change the thread. And one of the things I love about this machine in particular. So I have 4 cones of thread on the back, but a single needle. Now this thread path is really simple. Do not let it intimidate you because it has this here or it's different than your flatbed embroidery or sewing machine. It is very simple. However, one of the fun things about having this setup is that I don't have to rethread it through the thread path each time I want to change the thread. I can tie off the thread, and there are automatic thread cutters built into the top of the thread stand. So right now I have this large silver color that is threaded, I can go and cut it with my thread stand, because like all of my other machines, I have to keep a pair of little scissors next to them just for this, for when I'm changing thread. This one I don't, which is nice. And I have this pink thread here. So I'm going to take my 2 pieces of thread. I know this is impossible to see, but I am crossing my threads and I'm wrapping around the silver thread twice around the pink. Then I'm going to take it and I'm going to cross it again, and I'm going to wrap it around 2 more times. And this I find creates a sturdy enough knot so that when I do pull it through, the knot is not going to get pulled out. So I'm going to yank on this and make sure, and it's not. And then I would go through the bottom. I would pull the thread out from the needle, pull it through until I see pink. Now I do. I'm going to hit my automatic needle threader button. Another great feature. There's a little prong that pops out. It's super easy. Wrap it around that prong. Another thread cutter here. Boom, cut that, press it. That's how quick it was to change thread. And I was talking the whole time. You'll do it faster than me. But that's how simple it is to change thread colors. You have your automatic needle threader. And then one of the other great features on this machine, which was a huge step up from me from my small flatbed machine, is it cuts jump stitches as well. So when you're working on a project, say something like a tree, and you have a bunch of green leaves, but they're all spread out all over the place, your machine is automatically going to finish stitching one leaf, and then it will cut the thread, and then it'll jump to the next spot. So this was huge for me coming from a small flatbed machine, because I was constantly cutting jump stitches. So I think that is everything I wanted to tell you about the Brother Persona. If you want to see tutorials on this machine, I have a ton on my YouTube channel. Like Jane said, we do sip and stitch every other Friday. So you can just scroll through my YouTube channel and you can see all the different tutorials that have been done on this machine.
Very good, Carly. Thank you so much. What a great presentation. I mean, I feel like I know that machine backwards and forwards by now. You make it so easy.
Awesome. Good. That's my goal there.
Fantastic job. So a couple of questions. Well, first of all, Sip and Stitch, that is a weekly virtual show on YouTube. That's where people can find you?
Yes, on YouTube, and it's also streamed on Facebook as well.
Very good. And then how can people find you otherwise? Social media, website, all that good stuff. And sign up for all of your newsletters, because I know I do.
So you can find me at my website, carlybell.com. And on there, you can see the Sip and Stitch homepage, which will tell you what project we're working on next and all the materials that you'll need for that project. You can see all the past projects. I have some basic tutorials. Sign up for my email newsletter. I have a membership group where I do live Zoom classes every month and give a free embroidery design every month, which is really fun. And then I've also started hosting courses as well for beginner embroiderers. So all that information on my website.
I love it, Carly. Thank you so much. All right, we will see you again soon. But I want to tell everybody how they can get their hands on the PRS 100. Thank you, Carly. Okay, everybody. So let's talk about this. This is the Brother Persona PRS 100 single needle free arm embroidery machine. It is a singular sensation, if you know what I'm talking about. Big ideas in small spaces with the flexible design of the Persona PRS 100. It's the single needle embroidery machine with multi-needle versatility, and that's what we love. Okay, so you can see Quilt Fest pricing right there on the screen, but guess what? Call to place your order 800-401 8151. And let me just tell you a little bit more. It's got that free arm embroidery to reach areas like caps and sleeves and bags with ease. You can embroider more in less space with that small 18-inch wide footprint. So you can see right there in the screen, they're embroidering a bag on the photo right there. Carly did a fantastic job of explaining it and walking us through the Persona PRS 100 single needle free arm machine. It is a singular sensation from our friends at Brother. Place your order now. 800-401-8151. Get this machine while Blaine still has it in stock, because it is a fantastic machine for your crafting room. Carly's website is carlybell.com. Janice, that's just for you. Yeah, this machine is fantastic, and I love the footprint of it and the versatility that it has. So again, singular sensation, because it's the single needle embroidery machine. Blaine, if you're there, come on back in and let's talk about it.
Well, hey, Jane, you know, I'm a big fan of that PRS 100 as well. And you know what, a lot of people don't realize, not only is it just that embroidery machine that you can do, you know, hats, it does great things on hats and all kinds of bags and different things, but you know, it has that tubular table arm that you can put on to extend it out to support the bigger hoops. Also, you can do the free motion quilting kit on it and do quilting on this thing. So it is a really versatile machine.
Right, exactly. The versatility is what we love. So you get this and you can do all of the projects. You're not switching around and like, oh, I wish I had. You have it right there. And Carly talked about having doing the flat embroidery machine for all of her free motion and then also embroidery. And she said, hey, this is the one that I love. She's been using it about 2.5 years, I think she said.
Yeah.
And she's just like, it serves all of the purposes that she needed. And the cool thing that she talked about was, as her kids were little, those little hoops, she could fit everything she needed. And then as they grew, she was able to use bigger hoops.
That's exactly right. And the great thing about this too, you know, Jane, is a lot of people, you know, use these for like a start a business. They take them to, you know, trade shows and fairs and flea markets. And what's great about it, it only weighs 68 pounds. So, you know, 2 people can grab this thing and put it in their vehicle and take it to a show real easy. So it's, you know, it's somewhat portable for a embroidery machine.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, if you are starting a business and you're like, I don't have the money to buy, you know, this machine or that machine, you know, if you wanted to get a multi-needle machine, this machine, the PRS 100, is the perfect machine because it is so versatile and the price point is spectacular, Blaine. Even without the Quilt Fest, it is such a great machine. Like, you have great prices on it. It really still is an affordable machine.
It is. They just need to give us a call if they're interested in one of these at 800-401-8151, and we can help them out.
That's
well,
right.
Hey, Jane, we're going to continue on with the show, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes. But hey, we have got a great demonstration coming up next, guys. This is our King Quilter, and this is made exclusively for Sewing Machines Plus. You can only get it here. And guys, we have had this thing out for a long time, and it is well tested. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these things have been sold. And I know we have some customers watching today, S&P's customers that have them. And I can't remember who it was, but has quilted, I think, 300 or 400 quilts with one of these. Again, you know, they can probably chime in and just tell you how great the King Quilter is. But we have our very own Deb Donovan here. Deb is going to do the demonstration on the long arm. So, Deb, welcome to the show for the first time this year for Quilt Fest.
Yeah, first time this year for Quilt Fest. That's right. It's my first.
Your first appearance. You know, you've been, we see you almost every single week on a show somewhere, but I know this is your first appearance on Quilt Fest this year, and we're going to have you on here a few times more doing a lot of other things, but we're going to talk about the long arm King Quilter right now. So I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes to tell everybody how they can get theirs.
Sounds like a plan. So Blaine mentioned for a second about the King Quilter being around for several years and hundreds of happy customers. First of all, when we were doing chat earlier today, we were watching somebody. I don't know who, I didn't get the name, but we were watching a King Quilter 2 with a butler on it, quilting on a tulip pink quilt. So if that was yours, then Rhonda and Melinda and I really appreciated you doing that because we had some fun watching it today. But the King Quilter 2 it's a 2, so it's actually the 3rd in the line. So we've refined the King Quilter every time it's been improved and made it better and better. And I think that this one is really, really good. It's a great price point, but it's phenomenally packed with quality and features. Every long arm, though, is dependent upon its frame because you can't use one without the other. So what I have it sitting on here today is the King Quilter 2 frame. It's a frame that's you can get either in 10 foot or 12 foot long. I think this one's set up at 10 for me today. This is just the floor model out of our San Marcos store. It is a frame that's perfect for the King Quilter 2. It is got metal construction. The sides are metal. The rails are metal. The poles are metal. So it's going to hold up. It comes included with the back table inserts on there, which you can't see, but those are those the black squares that give you a kind of a table back there that's not included on all the frames anymore. And it's it also comes with the leaders and the bungees. I don't know if Roger's, okay. Comes with the leaders and the bungees. So those are two other things that you do not have to purchase separately. But the best thing about it is that it's a 4-rail system. You've got 1, 2, 3, and 4 rails on the top part of the frame. And I think that everybody needs to have a 4-rail system. So you can see what's going on here is I have the top on this upper rail right here. The backing is on the bottom rail. The batting's just sandwiched in between. And as I go, the quilt's going to roll up on this take-up bar right here, which means that this bar is really not doing, it doesn't look like it's doing much of anything, but it's actually doing the most important job of all. As you roll up a quilt on here, this bar, the take-up bar, gets fatter and fatter. Imagine if you've got a 90-inch long twin-size quilt, you're halfway done with it, you've got 45 inches rolled around this bar. It's going to get thicker. On a 3-rail system, this is going to press down on your fabric, and you are going to have to make adjustments as you go. On a 4-rail system, this bar is completely in line with the front bar. These 2 bars are at the same height. This fabric is always level, so your tension is not going to shift. That's why you need a 4-rail system like we have on the King Quilter 2 frame. And then the King Quilter 2 itself is also a great machine. This is our floor model in San Marcos. I checked earlier, and it has over 3 million stitches on it. And we've had it in the store for years. So, and it's traveled. It's been to shows. It's been to the other store. We've used it for training. But the King Quilter 2 is a great size machine. You've got that full 18 inches of depth right here to get from the front of the back of the machine, which is enough for pretty much most everybody. And then you have 8 inches of height right here underneath the arm. That's plenty of space to take up any size quilt you want on that take-up rail back there. Some people might think that an 18-inch machine is too small these days. Everything seems to be getting supersized. But I can tell you from experience that I can still control the handlebars all the way out here at the end of my travel. You can see I've still got a little bend in my arm here. If it gets much longer than that, then I'm at my full reach, which means I have less control unless I go ahead and put robotics on it. So that's why I think an 18-inch machine is the right machine for me, because I'm going to use every bit of those 18 inches.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Series eavesdropping. All right. She's done that to me before too. Cast aluminum frame. This is going to last forever. It is cast, it is powder coated. It is going to last as long as you need it to. To make it a King Quilter 2, we moved the thread stand up front. I love having thread stand up front because I can reach it. I don't have to try and reach all the way to the back of the machine. The thread stand is right here, and I can easily swap out threads, change colors, pull the spool off to wind a bobbin, do whatever I need to do without having to reach to the back of the machine or walk around the side of it. It's right up front for me. We have the exposed threading that's on this side that you would traditionally expect to see on a long arm. It's very easy to use, very intuitive. It's all right there, so you can see that everything is where it's supposed to be. On the back of it, Roger's not going to be able to show it to you, but because I am on the King Quilter 2 Elite, it has included back handlebars. So if you want to do pantographs from the back, then those are going to be right there for you. And on the front, we've got the upgraded handlebars, which are adjustable. The adjustable handlebars are great because everybody can make them fit you. I like them at this kind of angle right here because my arm feels like it's in neutral position all the way down to the end of my wrist. If I'm in a full upright position, then I feel tension on the inside of my arm. And if I'm a full flat position, I feel it here. I really appreciate the luxury of being able to make this frame, make the machine fit me instead of me having to try and figure out how to adjust to make the machine work for me. You might also notice this great lighting that's under here. When you get the upgraded handlebars with the King Quilter 2 Elite, we also give you lighting underneath this handlebar bracket. If I turn it off, you can see how much of a difference it makes. I'm always a more lighting is better kind of person, and I like that it's right on there. I don't have to try and figure out how to add more light because the handlebars are already giving me all that light. You may have noticed that the screen up here on the King Quilter 2 Elite, it's a 7-inch upgraded screen. Bigger is better, I guess, is what I'm going to have to say about that. It's a full touch screen. Everything you need is right there on the front screen. It's been really well designed so that you don't have to go dig through any sub menus unless you want to turn the lights on and off. Everything you need to do is right here on the main screen. So there's no digging around trying to figure out where something is because everything is right there for you. A couple other things that you're going to get with the upgraded King Quilter 2 is you are going to get the low bobbin estimator. The low bobbin estimator will tell you when your King Quilter thinks that you are about to run out of thread. Sometimes we don't know, sometimes we can hear it, sometimes we can't, but the low bobbin estimator is going to give you an idea of when you're about to run out of thread, so you can decide if you're going to, so you can decide what the right place to stop is. You can decide to play bobbin chicken, or you can decide to stop right there, swap out your bobbin, and then move on. You don't get caught in the middle of a really awkward place because you had no idea that your bobbin was about to run out. So let me talk to you about everything that the machine does. There are 4 modes of stitching on the King Quilter 2, which is anything that you're ever going to want. It's got a stitch to suit everybody's needs. The first one that I'm going to show you is a basting stitch. You may wonder why you need a basting stitch on a long arm, because it's on a frame and you don't need to baste, but you need to baste a couple things for a couple reasons. We always baste this top edge down right here so that it doesn't get caught. So we're going to run along the top edge of every quilt and do that. I also baste down the outside edges. I've had the bad luck before of having my top flip on me as the foot was going over it and stitching things down. So from here on out, I baste everything down the sides. Basting stitch, you've got options. I'm going to choose I'm on the 1/2 inch option right here. So as I do that, you will see that every 1/2 inch
The handle's in the way. Do you want to bring it up?
Which handle? This one?
The left handle.
Sorry, it's still stitching.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go one-handed for the rest of the segment. So you can see it's going every 1/2 inch and making a stitch. It's really good and precise. I don't have to do anything with it. If I wanted to, though, I could increase it all the way up to a 4. That's the maximum that it will do. It's pulling with it. But that's really too long. So we aren't going to do that. Basting stitches are important, but really it's all about the quilting. When I first learned how to quilt, when most of us first learned how to quilt, we were on our domestic machine. You're on your home sewing machine. You've got your fabric on the table. You've got your hands on the fabric, and there is nothing controlling the size of the stitch except for you. It's you putting your foot on the foot pedal and trying to control the speed there, and then you putting your hands on the fabric and trying to control the speed there. That's what manual mode is going to do for you here, except it's one step better because manual mode is going to make sure that your stitch speed is always consistent. You're going to go anywhere from 50 to 2,200 stitches a minute on here. I don't even stitch at half of that speed most of the time, but it's there if I need it. So with the manual mode, right now it's set to 62% of maximum speed. The machine's going to go at the same speed no matter what I do. I'm in control of every single stitch length. So as I do that one, then you can see the machine's going up and down. It doesn't care if I'm still or I'm moving. It doesn't care if I'm going slow or if I'm going fast. It's going to keep going the same speed. What you see if you get a closer and look at the stitches is that when I went really fast, let me stop and show you. When I went really fast right here, the stitches got a lot smaller because the needle was going up and down at the same speed, but I was moving the machine faster. Over here, the stitches got longer because as I was moving the machine faster, it had more distance between there. So I'm in control. Some people really like this. Some people can do it for some things, not others. I know that this is how I learned how to quilt. So when it comes to stipple quilting, I always go back to manual because this is the mode that I learned to stitch on in the first place. It's still very controllable. Right now, it's at 62% of the maximum speed of the machine, but I can change that. I actually have 2 presets up here, so I can just touch that real quick and it's going to go down to 47% of the maximum speed of the machine. So if I'm doing something that requires more thought, more precision, then that's when I'm going to be able to come down here and take advantage of those presets so I don't have to guess what I need that smaller speed to be, what I need that lower speed to be. The machine's going to remember my favorite setting. And yes, we are a little bit different from one day to the next, but if it's at 47%, that's what I set it at, then odds are I'm going to be happy somewhere between 45 and 50. Some days I'm firing on a few more cylinders and I go a little bit faster. Some days it's 2 days after the time change and I want to take things a little bit slower. So that's manual mode. The difference between manual mode on a long arm and quilting on your home machine is how everything is oriented. When you're on a domestic machine quilting, you've got your hands down on the fabric and you are taking control and moving everything. On a long arm, the needle is moving, so it's closer to drawing a pencil over the top of a piece of paper. We have mode. Precision mode is very precise. I can go from 4 to 18 stitches per inch. Sorry, I always say that wrong. 4 to 18 stitches per inch. So no matter what I do, the stitch length is going to remain pretty constant. Also, because it's in precise mode, it's not going to do anything until I tell it to do anything, until I move. So let me kind of just get away from that section right there. And if I slide back here so I can get to a clean section, I don't think I'll ever be able to demo without bringing up the bobbin thread. Okay, precise mode, needle's going to go up and down when I tell it to move. So if the needle's not moving anywhere right now, I'm going to hit the start button. Needle's still not moving anywhere. It's waiting for me. If you need to go slow and methodical and take your time considering where the next place you're going to go, then precision is the place for you because it's still not going anywhere until I start to move. As soon as I start to move, then it's going to go with me. If I go slower, the machine slows down. If I go faster, the machine speeds up. Because in precise mode, the King Quilter 2 is going to stop and wait for me, but it's also going to sense how fast I'm moving across the fabric. So it's taking advantage of the fact that there are encoders that are down there that are taking control and controlling the speed of the machine so that I don't have to. I still need to pay some attention, but I don't have to do everything. And the precise mode on the King Quilter 2 is a really nice thing to have because it's going to stop and wait for me every time. I am going to get nice pointy points as I stop. If I come in here and I do a leaf, it stopped and the needle's down at the end of my leaf. And if I come in, it stopped right there too. So I'm going to have another point there. And I can come back and I can backtrack and then I can go on and do my next one. And I can be confident that as long as I stopped, I'm going to have a beautiful point at the end of it. And so that's what I like precise mode for. It lays down the stitches exactly where I want them to go. Right here, I didn't stop and I don't have a nice point there. So that's what I really like about precise mode. So that's the third mode of stitching that you have on the King Quilter 2. The fourth mode is what we call idle. It's, or some people call it cruise. Let me clear this section as well. Idle is the needle is going up and down all the time. Doesn't matter what you're doing, the needle's going up and down all the time, just like it did on manual mode. The only difference is on cruise control, it's going to, or idle mode, it's going to sense how fast you're moving the machine and it's going to speed up and slow down the motor for you. It's kind of like your car idling. So if you're at a stoplight, the machine's idling, the needle's going up and down. If you're driving, then the motor's going to go a different speed based on how fast you want to drive. It's very much like that. If I come all the way down here, am I out of your range, Roger?
No, I can see it.
Cool.
Step up a little bit.
So I've got it on idle, and now I have two choices on the screen when I'm in idle mode. I can control the maximum speed of the machine, which is set to 15% right now, and I can also control the stitches per inch. So my goal is to have 14 stitches per inch, and the machine's probably is not going to try and go much faster than 15% of its maximum speed. Between those two things, you can dial it in and make the King Quilter 2 match how you like to quilt. Because we all quilt differently. We all do things differently. So I really like a machine that has the ability for me to customize things so it can adapt to me instead of me having to adapt to it. In idle mode, the needle's going to go up and down no matter what I do. The needle will continue to go up and down. However, there won't always necessarily be a bobbin thread back there. So give me 1 second here, because into every demo, something must happen. Front load bobbin. So all I need to do is pull the machine up to the front. Then I can very easily pull out the bobbin and the bobbin case. So this is the M size bobbin. It holds about 210 yards of thread. This is a standard bobbin out of, it's a class 15 bobbin. It's in a lot of different Brother, Baby Lock, a lot of other brands of embroidery machines. You can see how much bigger the M class bobbin is. With the M class bobbin being that much larger, you're not going to have to change it out as much. But every once in a while, just like when you're sewing, the thread will decide that it's going to do a thing. Standard front load bobbin, anybody that's been sewing for a while is going to know exactly how to put that in. And after you've done it a couple of times, you don't even need to go down there and look for it. So, shall we try that again? Let's bring the bobbin thread up. I'm still on idle. It's still at 14 stitches per inch and a maximum speed of 15%. And the needle's going to go up and down. If I go slower, it's going to slow down. If I go faster, it's going to speed up. Because what it's trying to do is just keep everything, every stitch the same length. It's trying to make me look like, it's not trying to make me look like, it is making me look like a better quilter than I really am, because it can compensate for where I go a little bit faster and where I go a little bit slower. I really love some things that make it look easier and better at the same time, because this is supposed to be fun. I'm not supposed to have to fight with everything. So being able to just sit here and have the machine take care of some of the things that are problematic, I really do appreciate. Woo, okay. And it sounds really good too. You guys probably don't deal with as many long arms as I do, but we have bunches of different brands and lots of different models in the store. And this one just sounds really good as well. That's because it has a really, really good background and history to it. It is made in the USA. it's just an amazing long arm. And I was so glad when we were able to bring this one on as an exclusive one for us, because it's just that good. We never have any problems with them at all. This is the floor model here in the San Marcos store. And I'll be honest with you, the only thing that I did to get this ready for the show was to put a bobbin in it, because it had an empty bobbin in it. I didn't have to clean it. I didn't have to oil it. I probably should have, but it doesn't need to be adjusted all the time. It is completely not finicky. Turn it on, set one of your 4-stitch modes, and you are ready to go quilting with it. It's an amazing machine that has a ton of great features in it that I think that everybody is absolutely going to love. So Blaine, why don't you tell everybody how they can get a King Quilter 2 of their very own?
Well, thanks, Deb. Again, guys, as Deb said, this is a model that's exclusive for us. This is the King Quilter Elite that she's talking about. And guys, again, this thing comes with the front adjustable handlebars. It comes with the back handlebars. It comes with a ton of accessories with this. And again, you're going to get your choice of that 10-foot or that 12-foot frame. Guys, we have a great price on this, $62.99. We have financing available. We're going to ship it free right to your house. And the great thing about this as well, it has robotic systems that are available to go on it. We have 3 different robotic systems that you can put on this if you want to go strictly robotics. We have the Pro Stitcher. Pro Stitcher makes one exclusively just for the King Quilter. We have the Qbot, and then we have the Butler system that you can put. All 3 of those are compatible for our King Quilter 2. And so again, guys, if you have any questions, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. I know Nick told me that the quantities are getting extremely low, but don't worry, if we do sell out, you can go ahead and do the pre-order right now and get that price locked in for Quilt Fest. And I think we've got another shipment due in mid-March. So they should be coming in, even if they run out today. But give them a call right now at 800-401-8151. Again, if you've been in that market for the long arm quilter, this is the one for you. So, all right, guys, let's continue on with the show. So, hey, we have got a treat for you coming up next. We have Kelly Latreille from Durkee. She's a national educator for them. And guys, you saw her yesterday demonstrating that Ricoh direct garment printer. Today, we're going to talk all about the TL18 QVP. So, Kelly, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Blaine. It's good to see you again.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Well, good.
Is everybody
We're going to let
excited
you get started on this, and I'll come back in about 25 minutes and tell them how they can get it.
Okay, sounds good, Blaine. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I am excited today to talk about the Durkee Haruka machine. It is our top-of-the-line straight stitch machine, and it's semi-industrial. As you may know, Durkee is the largest commercial machine made in the world, and we benefit from that on our home sewing side because we can take that technology and apply it to our home sewing machines. And this is the perfect example. If you're looking for the best straight stitch on the market today, this is it. Stop here. It's fantastic. We're going to take a tour of the machine, and then I'm going to do some sewing on it, and we'll take a look at all the accessories that come with it. If you have questions, please let me know. First of all, on the Haruka, you have an adjustable stitch length, and that is from 0 to 6 millimeters. And I love the 6 millimeters because it gives you a nice long basting stitch. I also have a needle up down function. Great for when you're pivoting, the scissors for cutting the threads, and then I have a reverse lever on the right hand side. I can also lower my feed dogs for freeform quilting when I want to. The big bed that you see on it comes with it along with the knee lift to get you ready to sew anything. On the left hand side, I do have a light that's actually adjustable. Depending on the fabric and the lighting in your sewing studio, you can turn this off or you can have it very bright, whatever you need for the fabric and the lighting that you have. Up on top is a pressure foot pressure adjustment. And on the right hand side of this machine is the micro lift feature. And this is one of the things that makes the Haruka our top of the line. Let me show you what it does. When I adjust the knob on top for the micro lift, what it enables me to do is sew over uneven layers of fabric. If you watch the front of the foot right now, it's going to come up. And I adjust that when I'm putting handles on bags, when I'm top stitching different layers of fabrics, also when I'm hemming jeans. It's just a fantastic piece. If you're a bag maker or selling heavy bags, boat covers, you must have the micro lift feature. It is fantastic because as you go through uneven layers of fabric, you are getting the perfect straight stitch every time. This is my go-to machine. I love it. So let's do some sewing on it. I'm going to start out with a piece of silk. So if I'm making French seams on the silk, I can just do a nice 1/4 inch seam. But I'm going to start there. Now the speed of the machine is fast. Whenever you buy a Durkee, you're always getting a fast and durable machine. And boy, what a nice straight stitch. Actually, let's just go right in the middle and forget the guides today. Just to show you how that performs on silk. It is fantastic. And a perfect stitch. As I said, this is my go-to machine, and it's normally for piecing. I love to piece on this machine, or I'm generally making bags. So I'm going to put this one right on the edge of the foot. Now this is the straight stitch foot, but it's great and is the scant 1/4 inch foot for those of you piecing. And I have mine not even on the fastest speed. It goes 1,500 stitches per minute on the fastest speed. So it goes real quick. And look at that stitch. Absolutely perfect. But let's talk about heavy fabrics, because if you're sewing boat covers, if you're sewing purses, whatever it may be, it has to get through this. So let me see what I did. 2, 4, 6, 8 layers. Let's start there. Okay, try it on that. And then we'll try that micro lift foot on some uneven fabric. This is what I love about the Haruka. The stitches are amazing from heavy to thin. Just amazing. I'm going to take it a little longer so you can actually see it. But let's build some unevenness in our fabric so we can see how that micro lift works. So I'm just going to make a hill out of my denim. Okay. And I'm going to adjust the foot up. I'm going to start sewing on the 2 layers. 4 layers shouldn't be a problem at all. But I'm going to bring the foot up just to address when it comes to that heavier layer. And look at that. It's so easy to do. Just amazing, the consistency of the stitch. All right, let's talk about the power. Now I said it goes 1,500 stitches per minute, and I'm bringing up the power pedal to show you how special it is. The blue part is where you're going to get the most power. But if I want to cut my thread, I can do it at the end of the power pedal. Isn't that great? I love that feature. However, when I'm piecing, sometimes I don't want that foot to cut. What comes with the machine is this stopper. I can attach it to my power pedal on the bottom, and then when I'm piecing, I don't have the thread cutting. Remember, it's still available right here on the machine as well. So it's on the bottom of the foot and on the machine, which is so convenient for different techniques. Okay, let's talk about the accessories that come with the machine, because the Haruka comes fully loaded with several accessories. First of all, you've got the 1/4 inch foot with the guide that comes with it. You have a rolled hem foot, an adjustable zipper foot. I love this foot. It is the compensating foot and is really fantastic for top stitching on bags. I love it. 3 feet for freeform quilting. You have the open toe quilting foot, the 1/4 inch, and the 5th, so that you can do echo quilting if you so desire. But one of my favorites is this walking foot system. The walking foot actually comes with a guide, and I'm learning to quilt right now. So the one thing I don't want to do is mark up my fabric. And when I made this purse, I actually quilted the ultra suede with the walking foot. And as you can tell, I used a monofilament thread, and on the Haruka, you can use a variety of different threads and get a perfect stitch. So this was easy for me to achieve with the walking foot and that quality stitch on the Haruka. Anything you stitch is going to be lovely on this machine. All right, what other accessories? We have bobbins, we have oil, all the stuff you're going to need to keep it clean and well maintained. And let's talk about maintenance on the machine, because that's really important. This is a semi-industrial, it's metal casing, and what you'll want to do for this machine is you'll want to oil the shuttle area about every 8 hours of constant sewing, and you'll want to delint the machine. I can easily get to my bobbin area with this door on the side, and I can go down there and just come down there and delint and oil. The machine also comes with a cover, and it's well equipped with everything you need. So let me check in with Blaine to see if you have any questions on the TL18 QVP Juki Haruka.
Hey, Kelly, no questions so far. We're just going to let you continue on.
Okay, great. One of the things I love the best about it is it's easy to set up for free form quilting. All I have to do is lower my feeding system, which is right here. It's just a lever. Now, what I want to show you guys is when I lower this, it's not going to come up right away, because remember, this is a mechanical machine. I'm going to take a stitch and they come right back up in place. If you can see right now, the plate, you can see the 1/4 inch mark. It's well marked, the inch mark. So you're good to go on seam allowances for you. And let me just sew a little more of that denim so I can show you how fast it is. I have it set actually on half. So I'm going to put it all the way up on the rabbit so you can see how just no hands, wonderful it stitches. Okay, very nice. With you're doing freeform quilting, the best way to do it on this machine, if you're going to do stippling and run it yourself, the best thing to do is start on the half speed so that you can maneuver the stitch in order to get that perfect form of stitching on your quilting. You can also add stitch regulators to the machine, which is amazing. So it's a wide variety. And if you straight stitch, if you make bags, if you're quilting and need a perfect straight stitch for that function, the Haruka is the machine for you. Another thing about the Haruka is this piece right here is exclusive to the 18, and then that will enable you to add attachments like a binding guide and things you can do with industrial equipment too. So that's a really nice addition to that, to add different guides and binding attachments on the machine. The TL series is fantastic. It's strong and heavy duty, and it will last you a long time. The weight of the machine is 25 pounds and will last you good long time. And so I'll go back to Blaine. Any questions, Blaine?
Hey, no questions so far.
Okay, sounds good. Well, let me get this set up for a free form and we can do a little of that. I'm just going to loosen this screw on the right-hand side of the machine to take off the foot. And these are high shank feet, so you can add additional feet to this machine. I'm going to select the open toe quilting foot. You can also add feet to this. I do a lot of leather bags, so I just added the smooth foot to this machine. Okay, and I'm going to just lower those feed dogs. You can put this to 0. You can also adjust the pressure. And I'm going to step out just to get a quilt sandwich so we can have some fun playing. But if you would close up to that machine so they can see all the features on it. All right, so I have my quilt sandwich ready. I'm going to bring up my bobbin thread just by, actually I cut it. So I'm going to use the needle up down function to do that. There we go. And there's the tail. All right, so we've got that up. So I've got the speed on about half speed. And I'm going to put my foot control down on the, and I'm going to lower my presser foot too. And now I'm just guiding this to achieve a consistent stitch. Do some loops. There we go. I'm finally getting my stitch to a good speed. All right, I'm going to practice my stippling a little more, but as you can see, it's easy to do. I also need to practice keeping my stippling, my stitches within my frame as I move that fabric. But if you practice that about 15 minutes a day, you'll get really good at stippling. And it's fun on this machine because it's easy to set up and easy to do. And the other 2 foot you get is the 1/4 inch and the 1/5 so that you can do echo quilting on the machine. The machine uses a standard needle, and because of the way the bobbin, it's a rotary side loading bobbin. So I'll take that off so you can see that. So the needle goes in curved to the left and flat to the right-hand side. I'm using a size 14 needle in the machine. And the machine is also equipped with a needle threader. So it's fully loaded. It has a lot of great accessories, and you can also add accessories to this machine. Let's go back and put on the compensating foot so you can see how easy that is to put on. This is one of my favorite feet because, as you can see, it's uneven here for a thick edge, and this is wonderful for top stitching. So I'm just going to put this on the machine. There we go. And when you're top stitching several layers like on this ultra suede, this is the perfect foot to use. It's really handy. So the first thing I'm going to do is raise my feed dogs. And let's do some stitching with the compensation foot. It's got that perfect edge on the side, and I'm going to take down my micro lift because I'm not really working with uneven fabrics at this point. And I'm going to take my stitch length back up to a longer stitch. And that guide is wonderful just to keep you straight. And again, that best quality straight stitch you'll get. And I use it for a lot of bag making. I always use it for top stitching because you can get right on the edge and get a nice stitch every time. And I was able to reinforce this edge before I put the collar in so that it holds well. So that is our TL18 straight stitch QVP machine. Very heavy duty, semi-industrial. It can take several layers of fabric. It can also take several different types of thread. So don't be afraid to explore with this machine and make quilts, piece on this. You can quilt on it. I also am a big garment sewer, so I love the fact that it can take fabrics from thin to heavy and give you a quality stitch every time. All right, what questions do we have out there for the Haruka?
Well, Kelly, I got one question for you real quick. What is the biggest differences between the 2010 and this TL18?
That is a great question, Blaine. The 2010 comes with a few less feet. They come with 3 feet, and the Haruka comes with 6 feet. Also, the micro lift is the additional accessory that if you are a bag maker or sew on a variety of heavy fabrics, that is a must-have for you.
All right. Well, thanks, Kelly. I know I get that question occasionally, and I've always had trouble answering it. I just know both machines are super, super awesome, and we sell so many of both. So thank you so much. And I know we're going to see you later on in the week. And but anyway, thanks for being on Quilt Fest today. And I'm going to tell everybody now how they can get it. All right, guys. So this was the Durkee TL18. And you see that it's got that great extension table with it. Guys, this is a great machine for you quilters out there to do piecing. Again, it's $15.99 is the price point on this. We do have a call-in special on this, so give us a call. There's free shipping nationwide, and we also offer 18 months of financing available for this, but we do have a call-in special, so give Nick's team a call right now. But again, guys, just some of the features on this, you know, it has that great automatic needle threader. It's got that, you know, stitches, great stitching on this, and again, for all you quilters out there, what a great machine to use. And, you know, these straight stitch machines, man, you know, people just absolutely love them. And again, with this one, you get that free extension table with that great work surface as well. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 to place your order, or just to ask them all about it, and they can tell you all the features and tell them what that great call-in special is. All right, guys, we're going to move on. So let's bring my co-host back in, Miss Jane Klaus. What was that?
Well, I was diving over some lights and some feet and some other things like that. You were like,
He's flying in.
And I was like, I was over there and I was not here. So.
Oh, that's funny. So, hey, Jane, you know, we're already on the downhill side of this. It's counting down on day 2. And again, you know, we've had some really cool highlights. What's your highlight so far that you've seen?
Wait, I have to laugh at somebody. They go, "Were you exercising?" Which is hilarious because I might have been doing a few sit-ups.
It looked like you were exercising when it popped up on the screen. I just saw you flying in.
Well, that's because I tripped, actually. Or the person was like in here watching me do the exercise, like the anyway. Okay, so some of the highlights, Blaine. So my favorite thing so far was PRS 100 with Carly, but I gotta say I love education with Chris Marchini because we can dive into all these different topics and like sort of let it marinate and talking about colors. And I love colors. So that's super fun. I especially love picking colors for fabrics. I mean, there's so many things that I love so far. I love it when you do giveaways. I love most of all the comments, jumping jacks. Thanks, everybody. When I come back next time, I'm sewing something as well.
You know, we've got an action-packed afternoon, still ahead. We've got Joanne Banco is going to end the show today coming in. She's going to be talking all about those Durkee, sash frames. And, we still have Handy Quilter coming back in. We have Barb Lewis from Baby Lock coming. And, I know next we have Stacy Louie, your got with So Steady. So we've got a great action-packed afternoon and, excited about that. And so I'm looking forward to it. And then one of the things that we've got a great highlight today, Jane, is we've got our very own Deb Donovan coming back. And we're going to talk all about our Stay Perfect electric lift tables. And, now we have 3 of them. And I tell you, I think it's going to blow people away if you hadn't seen these yet. We've got some great tables, electric lift, and they all have some great accessories that come with them.
The Stay Perfect lift tables, I'm reading the description of all 3 of these. I'm so excited to have Deb come on and talk about these and show us these because I love these. I love them so much. And so it's exciting to watch and see. I will tell you another favorite was Callista yesterday from the Wonderful Thread. Like that was so great. So many things. And then what do we have right now? We've got, from So Steady products that are coming up, which I love how those work as well. So there's like way too many things to pick a favorite. You put me on the spot, Blaine. Pretty bad.
I know. Well, hey, I'm going to bow out here and let you get going with So Steady, and we'll see you back here in about 25, 30 minutes.
All right. That sounds good. All right, everybody. Listen, I need a couple of leg lifts and I need some ab exercises. Maybe hold a plank for our next guest. No, I'm just kidding. You don't need to exercise. You just need to watch and stay tuned to this. Our friend Stacy Louie is both the manager of customer relations and the face of many So Steady live shows and classes. And she is here today, and they've done a pre-recorded video for us on all of this amazing So Steady products. I'm going to let her tell you about it. When we come back, I'm going to recap everything for you. So pay attention, take some notes, and have fun. Everybody, I'm going to give you over to Stacy Lewis.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me come back and be part of your amazing Quilt Fest event at Sewing Machines Plus. I am super excited to be here today and tell you all about kind of what got So Steady started, because it wasn't necessarily what you might think of us today for, which is quilting templates and rulers. But So Steady got started with our So Steady tables, and then soon to after our cabinet inserts. But So Steady tables is kind of where it all began. It began with the goal of being able to provide a smooth, flat sewing surface for lady quilters or gentlemen quilters that were out there trying to do those bigger projects and needed to be able to have a surface to be able to really hold up the projects. So that's where it all began. And I'm super excited to kind of take you through that process and then tell you a little bit about some promotions that we're offering for your event that allow you to go ahead and take advantage of maybe one of our So Steady tables and one of our bestseller accessories. And maybe you want to get some of our other accessories I'll show you today too. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to start by showing you our best-selling table. Now you would be surprised to see which one it is, but it's our best-selling table, I think, because it's just kind of got what you need. And then I'm going to show you our Cadillac table after that. And along the way, I'll show you some of our favorite accessories that goes with them. So our best-selling table, and I'm actually going to get you a little closer to my work surface here. Our best-selling table is actually our So Steady large table. And our So Steady large table is 18 by 24, and it comes in this amazing travel bag you see right here. Now, what's so amazing about this travel bag? Not the pretty color. I know, I love turquoise too. Maybe that's why it is turquoise, because sometimes they let me pick colors. But it includes the fact that there's all kinds of organization in this bag. So originally when we brought out this bag 10, maybe 12, 15 years ago, it just came with this little pocket. And this little pocket is going to hold your Sew Steady table legs, because those table legs are totally removable, easy to pop on and off. And then it included one section in here to hold your table. So, and since then, we have developed a table that has a bag that has a double zipper, and it's got enough space in this bag to be able to add all kinds of things. But what we're going to be focused on is our Sew Steady table. And look at that, guys. I actually put my table in this bag with the legs on. Maybe you shouldn't try this at home, but I wanted to show you it was possible. You can actually store your table in your bag because of the added depth that we have in the bag with the legs on. So that's pretty neat. Now, along with the features of that bag, I'm gonna put the table down for a second, and then I'm gonna show you all kinds of goody things you can do with this table. Along with the features of that bag, we now include the opportunity for you to have an extra section to store items. So you could store maybe your grid glider in there. If you wanted to store it flat, you could store your grid glider in there, just like so. You could store maybe your project you're working on there, keep your flat pieces flat that way. Or if you have a couple tables, you can put one in the front, and then you could put one in this main compartment here. In addition to that, it also has these extra big pockets. So we've got extra big pockets in here to be able to store assortment of different items. So that is an awesome feature of it. And then we have the back strap, guys. So you can add this to your sewing machine bag, carry it all into an event, a class, a workshop, just store it at home that way. And it's super easy to be able to store and travel with. So that is our Sew Steady travel and storage bag. We highly recommend it. The prices, we actually offer it in multiple sizes. This is the size that stores our bestseller large Sew Steady table. We also offer it to store our Wish and our big tables. We have one that's available for our giant table. And then finally, we have a Sew Steady travel bag that fits our junior table. So let's go ahead and talk about the features of this amazing table. And then we'll get into the sizes that we have available in this style of table. So this is our amazing Sew Steady table. This is our basic 18 by 24. And we call it basic and not a bad way. It is just our basic table. It is our best-selling table as well. Why is it our best-selling table? Well, let's take a look at that. So it has 4 removable pop-on, pop-off legs. So if you see that, I just, honestly, and I'm going to show it to you on the back, I just popped that off really quickly. We do recommend you lay it down on a smooth, flat sewing surface. Make sure that it's not going to damage the table at all, but you just kind of wiggle it on and pop it back on. It's got adjustable legs. So the way that we recommend that you actually install these tables onto your machine for the first time is you take that leg right here and you go ahead and make sure that it's about a 1/4 inch below the sewing surface. So the height of the free arm. You can kind of see that free arm right there. That's the height of the free arm. I'm making sure that my foot is about a 1/4 inch below it. And that is where I want all of my legs to be. So once I ensure that, and I can just adjust this again with the screw, we call it our leveling screw right there. We just adjust the leveler. We can move it, make it extra long and bring it out all the way, or we can just go ahead and tighten it to the right height that way. So once I've established what height I have right there, then I'm going to go ahead and make all of my legs the same height. So now we have that leg the same height. We have this Sew Steady table leg the same height. And just like that, I've made sure all of my legs are the same height. So why is that important? Well, when you install this onto your Sew Steady table, we want it to be so steady. We want it to be perfectly level with your sewing area. Did you see how quickly I put that on, guys? I just flipped it over once I got my legs on, and I just put it right up to that free arm. Now notice that this is cut out So it's perfectly cut out around the free arm. And I'm going to bring that over to you again. So every machine cutout is a little bit differently. We actually have over 3,000 different cutouts to fit the shape of your free arm. Now, again, if you have an accessory tray, if you have maybe a table that comes with your machine, then we do have you take those off, because we want to fit it perfectly around the free arm of your machine. Now, this machine's bobbin is at the very top, so we're never going to have to move the table to get to the bobbin. But if you do have to move the table to get to the bottom, maybe your bobbin case is right here, it's really, really easy to just pop this table up and access the bobbin right underneath. So that's something else that you can, is just a tip that you can make sure it makes super easy for you to be able to use your table. The other thing that's really important about this table is that it's going to be flat all the way around the free arm of your machine. So our tables are designed so when your fabric is flowing through the needle area, that you're going to have a flat sewing surface. So we're not going to have contours. Our goal is to make sure that your tables fit perfectly flat and flush at the top of the bed. So what does that mean for machines that sometimes are curved? So in fact, this machine right here, and I'm going to take you out and show you, this machine right here is a slight curve. And what does that mean? That means that we actually built our table to go up and over that curve for you. And we did that so we made sure that you've got a flat sewing surface. Sometimes the contours are nice, but when you're doing things like quilting with templates or doing some of your larger quilting projects, having that flat surface all the way around the machine is really helpful. So we build our table and our inserts to go up and over that contour for you to give you that maximum sewing surface. So that's really good to know. And that's why I'm excited to show you this machine today. Now, this is a smaller machine, as you can see. So let's talk a little bit about kind of using this on smaller machines or picking the right table. So now that we've got that installed, we can go ahead and show you our size sign, and I'm just going to turn you up a little bit. And this is our Sew Steady table size sign, guys. So this size sign is going to show you all the sizes of tables that we have available. And that's right, this size sign actually is true to size for your for our tables. So our junior table is quite a bit smaller than the large table that I'm showing you right here. And you can see the junior table, the large table is this red line that you see all the way around. The junior table is this orange line. So that's an option. You can purchase our junior table. I think the price point for that is around $89, but I highly recommend it's a one-time purchase. It might be one meal, maybe 2 meals if you're going out with your spouse or family, to get that extra larger sewing surface, and then you have it for life. So our junior table around $89. Our large table is $129, and that table, and I'm telling you actual manufacturer suggested pricing. So I know Sewing Machines Plus usually has an amazing deal on those, but spending an extra $40 to get that extra sewing surface, absolutely worth it. And this table is really a great fit for this smaller sewing machine that we have here too. So let's go ahead and look at that sewing machine one more time. So that's our junior. That's a basic table as well. It comes with the contoured front edge, really nicely ergonomic as well. People love our tables because they allow you to sit up straight. They allow you to keep your posture on point and really be able to sit and sew easily and for hours without any ache or pain, or being able to kind of, keep everything up and going. So, and then it does have a metric ruler and inch ruler right across the front of that. It's a 16-inch ruler, so you can do measurements right at the needle area. So I've done all kinds of different sewing projects, and I will tell you, I am so happy when I have my Sew Steady table because it just makes everything so much easier to work with. So those are our two smaller sizes. We have our junior and we have our large. We also have this yellow line right here. This represents our small size of table. So we do have a small size of table. It's an 18 by 18 size table. So that is an option. Actually, it's not represented on here, but that's a good option for our smallest option we offer for sergers. And then from there, we have our large table, and then up to our big table, which is 24 by 24. And then we have what we call our wish table. And our wish table is 22.5 by 25 in size. So you can kind of see that represented right here. It's not quite as deep. So this is representing like if it was on the machine. It's not quite as deep. It's got about 1.5 inches less in depth, but it is a little bit longer than our big table. And we're going to show you some fun features we have with that too. And then finally, for basic tables, we offer a giant. And I'm going to show you a machine in there that we have a giant size table on here momentarily, 24 by 32 in size. So, you know, how do you pick the right table? Well, I would say, you know, most people, like I said, our large table, 18 by 24 is our best selling table. Selling price at what, that $129. Most people love that size. 18 by 24 allows you to take it to classrooms. It allows you to take it into your sewing space. But, you know, if you are working in maybe smaller spaces, you might consider one other table, guys, and I'm just throwing this at you, our Versa table. So our Versa table is offers in 2 different sizes. That's right. We have it available in a 16 by 16 size, and then we have it available in a 16, it's a 16 by 13.5 size, and then we have it available in a 16 by 27. So what that means is that we actually allow you to build onto the table. So that's 16 inches deep and 13.5 inches wide for the first part, and then it's our modular table where you can add to it if you have additional space options and or needs for additional sewing surface. That's our first ever modular table offer. So what does that mean for you? Well, that means you've got options. But again, what I'm explaining to you is that most people just absolutely love our large table. But if you have a need for smaller space and then you want to add to it, maybe when you get, you know, maybe your RVer, something like that, and you want to add to it, then you can do that by going ahead and getting the Versa, or you get start out with the smaller size and then you build onto it. And it's the same exact sewing surface, smooth, super smooth, glass-like material. This is our high quality acrylic that we use. Now, being that it is a high quality acrylic, we do highly recommend that you use like the bag or you protect this when you're not using it because it is something that can break. But why do people love our Sew Steady tables? Well, a lot of reasons why they love it is because they like to store things underneath it and be able to see it. So can you imagine if you were doing a project and you wanted a quick access maybe to your scissors and you're looking, you can't find your scissors. Well, having a Sew Steady table allows you to see those very quickly. So having the option for being able to store all of your items right underneath your sewing surface, again, keeping everything right where you need it, and then allowing you to go ahead and kind of have that area right below it. People oftentimes will say things like, oh, I keep my quilt blocks right underneath my table, but I want to be able to see through to be able to access them really quickly. And that's why they love our super clear Sew Steady table. In addition to that, we have some really fun accessories, guys. We have our spinner tray. Our spinner tray allows you to add this to any Sew Steady table. And how do you do that? Well, it comes with this neat little hole right here. You can kind of see that. That hole actually fits perfectly into the leg of our Sew Steady table. So all you do is you take this leg and you pop it through the hole, and then you place it back underneath. You just kind of lift that table up, you place it back underneath, and then you just push down, and voila, you now have a little organizer where you can keep all of your items and be able to spin them back underneath the table for quick access. I've got my Choco liner here so I can access it really easily. I've got my scissors. So all kinds of goodies that you can store right there. So the next thing that I wanted to show you is this really cool thing called a light stick. So this is something that we've offered for probably, I don't know, I'm going to say we've probably had our light stick for the last 3, 4, 5, well, I guess the years go on quickly, don't they? Years. But the light stick is really neat because it allows you to connect your turn your Sew Steady table into a light box. That's right. So all of a sudden we're able to go ahead and use this table and make it a light box. So that is super, super helpful because people love and have been telling us for years how nice it is to be able to kind of use this table for lots of other things. So I'm going to show you just how easy that is. Okay, so this is our light stick. I'm just pulling it out of the tube here. And how do you turn your Sew Steady table into a light box? Well, this actually comes with a USB cord, and it allows you to go ahead and simply attach the cord to the light right here. And then a lot of machines actually have a USB plug-in now, but if you don't have a USB plug-in in your machine, then you do have the option of being able to plug it into a USB port. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to turn your Sew Steady table into a light box. So I'm just going to go ahead and unplug or plug in my USB into my box here. And then I'm going to go ahead and plug it in to my zone right here. And once that's on, you see the little light that came onto my light stick. And then it's just a tap, guys. So you can see it and you can dim it out. So I can actually tap it to dim into different light modes. And so once you do that, you can stick that underneath your Sew Steady table, and voila, you're able to turn this into a light box that easily. So I'm going to show. Okay, I am back, and now I'm showing you how easy it is to turn your Sew Steady table into a light box. Do you see this right here? I've got my light stick plugged in, as I showed you earlier, and now I'm just simply laying that light stick underneath the piece of paper, and I pulled out a little item that I wanted to trace, and I've got my sheet right above it, and now I'm able to go ahead and trace around that to be able to create my design that I'm copying out of a quilting magazine that I just saw. So I'm just getting a general design that way, but isn't that so easy? So it can be that simple, turning your Sew Steady table into a light box and be able to go ahead and take advantage of all of those amazing prints that you have right there inside of your quilting magazines. So it's that simple, guys. So that's our Sew Steady light stick. So those are a couple of the accessories that we love to show off with our Sew Steady table. The next accessory that I'm going to show you is actually our #1 best-selling accessory. So that's right, I saved the best for last, and that is our Sew Steady grid glider. So we have this as a special sale right now. If you buy any of the tables that I showed you today and the size options that we talked about, then you get a grid glider for what is normally $25 for just $10. And I'm going to give you a little heads up that our grid gliders are something that we probably is our best-selling item, and that price might be going up soon. So taking advantage of our grid glider for $10 with the purchase of any Sew Steady table is a super deal. And why would someone want a Sew Steady grid glider? Well, the glider part for sure. It turns what is a really smooth sewing surface into a super slick sewing surface. So you're able to go ahead and have fabric just move through your sewing area with ease. And have no concerns with that. It is a micro section, so when it grips onto the sewing surface, it's not going to go ahead and move, and it's going to grip really well. If at any point it does get a little lint buildup or dirty on the bottom, then you can actually just take it over to the wash or to the sink, wash it off, let it air dry, or lint rollers work amazing on this. Some of the great positive things about this is that it has what I would call all kinds of awesome markings. So this grid glider became wildly popular when we were doing our mask making, which I think we can all remember. Why? Because it has all these seam allowances on it. So I'm going to get you a little closer again, and I'm going to show you these amazing seam allowances built into our grid glider. So you can see right there, we've got a 1/4 inch seam allowance, we've got a 5/8 inch and a 3/8 inch seam allowance on both sides of the needle. And then in addition to that, we have our angles. So we've had actually flying geese designs and all kinds of different projects being created with the angles that are built into this glider. And then it's probably one of the larger glider surfaces on the market at a 12 by 20 size. So you get a glider surface, you get this grid area for doing all kinds of measurements, and you get your seam allowances. So I highly recommend this as an add-on. Again, it's just $10 with the purchase of a Sew Steady table. So I would definitely recommend that you add that to your options when you're looking at purchasing a Sew Steady table.
Oh, that was fantastic. Stacy, Louie, everybody. Thank you so much for that fantastic presentation. My goodness gracious, I want every single one of them. How cool is that light table, right? I love it. I know you guys love it too. All right, so let me tell you a little bit about Sew Steady product line. It consists of portable acrylic extension tables, as you saw today, cabinet inserts, and sewing accessories designed and customized to fit each individual sewing machine. So that customization really and truly is what makes Sew Steady so revolutionary. And you saw that right there with Stacy's great presentation. I think this is a product, Blaine, and I think you'll agree with me that if you're like, there are little pieces of that I love, it's such a great addition to your sewing room, right?
You're right. You know, they do have some really cool products. And I remember it's probably been 2 or 3 years ago now, but I was at VDTA, it's the Vacuum Dealers Trade Association. And they also have the Sewing Dealers Trade Association convention all together. And I remember going to the Sew Steady booth, and Stacy was there, and they had a product that was so cool at the time. And you could basically you could hook it with a pin on a piece of fabric, and it would sew in circles automatically.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Absolutely. I remember that.
So they've had so many great products. They've come, very innovative through the years. So, right now, we have a special on all the Sew Steady products. So, just give us a call at 800-401-8151. Any of the Sew Steady products you see on our website, you can give Nick's team a call, and they've got specials on everything. So it's
and then I want to tell you here from my friend Jane Jarvis. She says, I have 2 of those grid gliders. Oh, I just lost her. Jane says, I have 2 of the grid gliders. I leave them on my machines all the time. So that is huge. It's perfect for doing half square triangles and for free motion quilting. So there's a little testimonial for you from my favorite Jane.
Yeah, and all the aero tables that we sell, aero cabinets and things, we actually use Sew Steady inserts, acrylic inserts for all those to fit your machines, and those have been extremely popular. And my wife Michelle, I bought her a aero cabinet for her sewing machine, and we got the Sew Steady insert for it, and it's just perfect. It works great.
Oh, I just got a little jealous right there. Must be great to be here with you, Blaine. All the stuff that she gets, like top of the line innovations, technology. Let's go.
Hey, she's got a great machine, that's for sure. But hey, Jane, we've got a little time. It's going to be about 30 minutes after the hour, and we got Barb Lewis from Baby Lock coming in. We're going to talk all about that Straight Stitch Accomplish Baby Lock machine. But before we get there, hey, we've got a little time, so I think it's time that we ought to do some giveaways. And kind of break up the afternoon for everybody and get everybody excited about some free stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's perfect time. Like it's in the Chicagoland area in Central Time Zone. It's 3 o'clock, and we always call it like you got to get over that 3 o'clock slump, Blaine. And so I feel like you are going to get us over that 3 o'clock slump with some fabulous giveaways. And I know Barb's coming up, but I can't wait to talk to Deb about the Stay Perfect tables.
Oh, they're chomping at the bit. Her and Roger are excited about to show you all these today. Roger's gonna be running the camera, and Deb's gonna be showing these. We've got all 3 tables set up. And again, guys, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm extremely proud of all these tables. We've worked really hard to develop these tables, and again, the Stay Perfect table, you're gonna absolutely fall in love with it. They're all electric lift. They all have pre-programmed settings on them that you can just hit a button and it goes to the proper height that you set it at. And I tell you, there's uses. Everything you do in sewing, there's a ton of uses for them. And I can, even in my hobby, I can tell you, I can't wait to get 2 or 3 of these set up in my hobby room, because they're not only you can use them for just about anything, but I tell you, with the accessories we have now with them as well, Jane, that come with them, I can see these people who love to cut vinyl, vinyl graphics.
Yeah.
You can put an attachment on there that you can put the vinyl graphic on that it'll hold the roll, and you can roll that out to cut it. You can have your vinyl cutter sitting on there. So there's so many different things. We have one, it's the perfect size for sergers and scanning cuts and things. And then we have the 2-tier table. We have the single tier. So it's just great. And Deb's going to show you all these today. And I think you're going to be super excited if you hadn't seen them yet.
Yeah. And I love the size on the tables as well. It's a really good size, like 30 by 54 inches. So you could do a lot with that, and the compatibility factor too, especially the 2-tier, because it fits together nicely, and it's on casters.
Yes. It's I tell you, people are going to love these things. So anyway, let's give some stuff away before we get Barb and Deb coming in here.
Do we get to say spin the wheel really loud?
What's that?
Do we get to say spin the wheel really loud?
Oh, we can say it really loud.
Okay, good.
So first up, we're going to give a set of our event bags away, and we're going to have 2 customers a set of event bags. Guys, there are 8 different colors of these, or they have all unique sayings on them, and they're sell for $9.99 each on our website, or $49.99 for the bundle. So we're going to give 2 lucky customers a bundle of bags.
Yeah.
So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Let's do it.
Everyone's yelling at home too. I can hear them.
Yes.
Everyone's sitting at home going, Annette Reynolds, congratulations. You are the winner.
So Annette, she's watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Annette. Annette, how you can claim your prize is just go to SMPLive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where you see claim my prize. Fill out all that information, hit submit, and we will get your bag shipped out to you.
And
all right, we're going to give another set of these bags away.
Hey, Blaine, you know what's so great? You know what's so great about Annette?
What's that?
You can't go fishing without Annette.
That's true.
All right, it was a bad dad joke. Okay.
All right.
Keep it going.
Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Woo!
Jane's here all day, folks.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. It just came out. Congratulations, Steve Norma Kaufman, watching on YouTube. You are the winner of the set of bags. That's awesome.
All right, Steve Norma Kaufman. How you claim your prize, just go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all the information, hit submit, and we will get your bag shipped right out to you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next up, we are going to give away one of our world famous sew mats.
Oh, yeah.
And I tell everybody, if you do not have a sew mat for your sewing machine yet, you're doing your machine a disservice. You spend thousands of dollars, Jane, on these expensive computer machines, but they don't do anything to protect electronics. So you need to make sure you get one of these mats. It reduces the vibration from your machine. It transfers to the electronics, makes it last longer. It reduces the noise. It protects the surface you have it sitting on, and it doesn't let it slip and slide. So guys, you need to get one of these today. They come in 13 different colors. All but one come in 4 different sizes, and the newest version is that leopard print. It only comes in 2 sizes, medium and large. So Kennedy,
yes,
Spin that wheel.
wheel.
Okay.
Pamela Mason watching on YouTube today. You are the winner of the sewing mat. And I hope if you don't have one already, you're going to be like, I can't believe I didn't have one already. Seriously, Blaine. They are so great under your machine, so protective. So congratulations.
Woohoo.
All right. Congratulations, Pamela. Pamela, to claim your prize, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim a prize, fill out the information. And most importantly, Pamela, make sure you let us know what color and what size of mat that you want, and then hit submit, and we'll get it shipped out to you. And guys, if you do win a sew mat, if you want to know, or if you just want to buy one, you can go to smplive.tv. You'll see the sew mats there. You can click on it. It takes you to a product page. You can see all the different colors. And most importantly, you can see the dimensions of each size, so you can kind of figure out which one you want for your machine. All right, Kennedy, we're going to give one more of these away. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
I thought Deb was going to win for a second. So girl. So awesome. Congratulations. Watching on YouTube today.
Yep. So girl is our winner. So congratulations. So girl, we need you to go to smplive.tv to claim your prize, fill out all the information, and tell us, most importantly, what color of sew mat and what size, and hit submit, and we'll get that shipped out to you ASAP.
So how cool is it that she got the name So Girl on YouTube? She must have been the very first one way back when they were doing YouTube on cement rocks, when they would just like transcribe it and chisel it in. And she's like, I got So Girl, and I know I'm going to have it. Like, that's pretty cool.
Well, hey, you know, Jane, speaking of giving things away too, you know, everybody is still in for the drawing this afternoon.
Yeah.
We're going to draw our second finalist for the, you know, the $25,000 Dream Studio giveaway. You can see it right there, guys. All the products we're giving away. It's worth $25,000. And even if you become a finalist and you don't win on Friday, everybody who gets drawn, all the other 4 people will get a minimum prize package of $4,000. So it is going to be a great, if you get picked, it's going to be a great thing. You're guaranteed something.
You're guaranteed something. So even if you don't win the grand prize, you are still really a big, big winner. Like the prize package of $5,000 if you don't win the grand prize, that's pretty good. Like, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, it's going to be really good. I think they're all going to be super excited. And we picked our first finalist yesterday. We're going to have our second finalist this afternoon. And then we're going to give some other things away this afternoon, some sewing machines and things away. So y'all stick around
a little bit
till the end of the show. And we got more things to give away. And again, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah. Hey, Blaine, I love to read the comments as they go by, and they go by so fast because everybody's chatting and commenting and being friends. Gail Close says, this is what my dad used to say. This is why I saw it. It says, I have champagne taste and a beer pocketbook. I need to win the lottery. Gail, I feel your pain, sister.
Well, hey, Gail, we do have Synchrony financing, so we can make it like you win the lottery today. Just go pick some stuff out. We'll get it financed for you. Make it easy to pay for.
Perfect. That's great, Blaine.
Very easy. Very easy.
All right. Well, asking about there are specials on Sew Steady. Just go to the website, check it out there.
Yeah, just check out the products. If they got any Sew Steady products they have in mind, just go check them out, and then give Nick's team a call. And they have show specials on every single thing on Sew Steady's page, and so they can just they can help you with the pricing and all that for the show specials.
Perfect.
All right, fantastic. Well, hey Jane, let's continue the show, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
You got it,
but guys. We are going to move on, and we have got Barb Lewis in the house now. Barb is a national educator for Baby Lock. And we are going to talk all about the Baby Lock Accomplish. It's a straight stitch machine. You're going to love this. It's a quilter's dream machine. And so, Barb, welcome to the show.
Hey, Blaine, I am so happy to be here. And you are giving lots of stuff away.
Oh, we give a ton of stuff away, I'm telling you. But hey, Barb, it's good to see you again. I know you've been on our shows before, and we always love you coming on, and love your enthusiasm and love your love for Baby Lock. And so we're going to let you get started on the accomplished, and I'll see you back in about 25
right.
minutes. We're going to tell everybody how they can get the specials.
Thank you. Let's get started. Okay, he said we're going to talk about the accomplished, and we are. I love this machine. Let's take a look at it. Look at that machine. Do you see how much space I have right here to sew? Is that not amazing? It's just a straight stitch machine. It is like a semi-commercial machine that you get to have in your home. To start off with, I just want to show you a few things that it comes with. Look at all of these feet. You've got your hammer foot. You've got a straight stitch foot. You have an invisible zipper foot right here. And here is a 1/4 inch foot with a guide. There is an adjustable zipper foot. There is a free motion foot and a walking foot. And this great little tool, this gives you free motion quilting without raising your foot. You do it with your knee. This is your knee lift. This gives you all hands on deck. So if you're doing applique or free motion quilting, this is going to be your best friend. But I tell you, some of the things this comes with are amazing. You will also get this wonderful extension table, and I'm going to show you how to put that on. But let me show you first right here. It also comes with this semi-soft, hard case that you can put over your machine when you're not using it, but you're going to be using this machine all the time. It also has a fabric guide right there. Now I've put this on the machine. You can take it off if you want, but right here I can make it adjustable to whatever seam I want to have it in. So that makes channel quilting a breeze. And if you don't want to take it off in between, just lift it up out of the way. This machine is so fun to use. Did I say 1,500 stitches per minute? Wow. So someone mentioned that she has a crown jewel. Well, let me look at the similarities, that this machine has with a long arm machine. Look how it threads right up here. This will look a little familiar to you if you have a long arm, because you're going to thread it kind of the same way. And that's going to go down through this tension dial right there, and then up through the uptake lever and down to the needle. When you get to that needle, oh my, do we hate threading needles? I do. But right here, we have a needle threader. It threads it for us, just like that. So even though this is like a semi-commercial machine, there are so many wonderful things in it that they bring to our home. We have a thread cutter. Can we live without thread cutters? I can't. I have to have my thread cutter. It also has a programmable needle up or needle down. So if I have the light on, my needle is going to end in the down position. Turn that off. It's now going to be in the up position. Just that easy. So easy to do. And right here, this little dial right here, you can see how many positions I can have my feed dogs in. Right there. I can have them up all the way. I can have them semi up, and there it's a little bit down right there. Free motion. It's easy to get to. So easy. You're not struggling with a knob that you have to turn off and on, but it's right there. I'm in free motion quilting. And this, of course, is my reverse stitch. Do you see how easy that's going to be to use? So if you've got your knee lift plugged in and you've got your reverse stitch right here, and you got your thread cutters, really, how easy could that get? Sometimes, Nana says that sometimes it cuts her thread too short. On your machine, well, I tell you, on this machine, it's going to cut it just the right length and pull all your threads to the back. It's really an easy machine to use. I want to show you how to put that extension table on, because here you go. There's just a little snap there in the side, and there's my extension table. It's on. And then you wonder, well, darn, I can't get to my bobbin, right? Oh, but you can. Here, you're going to open your door and open this door, and right there is your bobbin. It is so easy to get to. And then, of course, all you have to do is change your bobbin, shut your doors, and you are back back in business again. I'm going to move this guy off just for the minute because he might be in my way just a little bit. So right here, there is an easy tension system, because if I have my feed dogs in a certain place over here, they have figured out more things for us, because right up here, this is my needle tension, and I'm going to adjust it to coordinate with this. It's even color coded. So if I've got it in the green, I'm going to want to have my little dial down in the green. And if I have it in the blue, and you'll want to change this if you have a thicker thread, a thicker fabric, or a silky fabric, this is the place that you're going to want to change it. Does this machine have a locking stitch? We have a reverse stitch right here. So that's how I'm going to lock my stitches. But I tell you, it's the needle threader that I really, really like, because right there, it's done. Does it get any easier than that? I want to show you how beautiful the stitch is, though, because, in fact, I'm going to show you how fast it sews. Cut my threads, raise my foot. Now, I know that I went really fast, so I probably didn't sew really straight because I wanted you to see how fast it will go. But look right there. Is that a beautiful stitch? And right up here is where I'm going to change the length of my stitch. So you've got all the important dials right where you need them. Cindy, it is an excellent machine. No, the extension table comes with the machine. It comes with it. You don't have to purchase it separate. All right, let me see what else I want to show you, because I've got some denim right here. I'm going to fold this over. Now, that's probably not a hard thing to do. Let's sew in that. That's just denim, 2 layers of denim. Do you see that it doesn't even hesitate to go through all that fabric? Pretty cool, huh? But let's take that up a notch. I am going to fold it over. So I've got 4 layers, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now on your home machine, what do you think would happen there? Do you think that it would kind of get there and maybe hesitate a little bit? Not on this machine. I'm going to put that in there, put that down. Now listen to it. Did you hear it hesitate at all? Did you even hear anything? Look at that, a beautiful, beautiful stitch on both sides. Now, one thing that allows me to do that, on your other machines, you've probably seen the foot that has the little spring loader on the side. Well, that would make it so you can have a leveling feature with that foot, but look at this foot. This is called the flex foot. See that? So that makes it so that my feed dogs stay intact with my thread, my fabric all of the time, that it's not going to kind of go up a hill. It's going to go up a hill, but it's going to hold it down. It's still going to go over it. No hesitation at all, and so smooth. Is it a loud machine considered as mechanical and almost industrial? It is not loud. Did you hear it? I mean, I've got my microphone on here. I tell you, this is a very, very quiet machine. So listen again and kind of watch while that foot goes up over that fabric. You didn't hear a difference, did you? You didn't hear a difference because it doesn't have a difference. It does a beautiful stitch no matter what. So what would I use this machine for? Well, I tell you one thing I would use it for. I would piece with it. So if you're doing just a lot of piecing on a quilt, you could have a quilt or pieced so quickly on this machine. So I'm going to run through this one. And of course I could go faster because I'm pushing the foot pedal. It can go as fast as I want it to go. Cut my threads. It even has a thread cutter on the side right there. And if I am piecing and just throwing a lot of pieces through here at once, this is going to go so very fast. And yes, Cindy, it is quiet. I love it. And then, of course, I would just put these two together, and I would have me a beautiful 4-patch. All right, but I want to show you some other things that we'll do, because you probably asked, what would you do with this machine? I'll tell you, I love to make bags. So this machine right here does not skip stitches at all. It is a dedicated straight stitch machine, meaning it doesn't have to have all those fancy things that the other machines has. It can just do a very wonderful straight stitch, and it does that. Does not skip stitches. It will go through thick, thick fabrics. So right here would be maybe a strap for your bag. Have you ever struggled with getting a strap? You're doing that top stitching and it just won't stay in the right place, and it's skipping stitches and you don't know what you're going to do, and you think, oh my heck. So Shannon says, I do see a lot of bags. You bet. And all I'm doing is following the side of the foot. I love the thread cutters because they are there. Look at that. Is that a beautiful, beautiful top stitch? I want to show you one more thing that this will do that I love. Let me show you on this fabric, because there is a marking on your bed of your machine. Oftentimes I will go to like put a binding on my quilt or something, and I'm supposed to sew to 1/4 inch from the edge, and I think, oh my heck, I don't know where that is. Do I have to mark it? No, I don't want to mark it. This machine right here, and you're not going to be able to see it very well, but right on the needle plate, there is a marking that is horizontal to the vertical lines, and it tells me when I'm exactly 1/4 inch away from the end. So I'm going to stitch down this. I'm going kind of slow because I want to be straighter this time. When I go fast, I go wild, especially when it's so far away from me. All right, all I have to do is line the fabric up with that vertical and horizontal lines right there. So I've got my vertical giving me my 1/4 inch. I've got my horizontal right there. When my fabric lines up with that, because I've gotten to the end, I know I have hit 1/4 inch. And I've got my needle in the down position. And if I had my knee lift in, all I'd have to do is lift my foot that way. All right, and then I'm going to go along this side. And you can see right there, I have a beautiful corner that I have turned. I love that about this machine. And I love it so much, I want to go down the other side of my strap because it does it that well. And if you would like to see how the back stitching works, there I go. I have reinforced my stitch. And now I'm going to sew to 1/4 inch from the end. I'm going to raise my foot up. Cut my threads. And there is a perfect corner. Isn't that wonderful? What is the round? Oh, Patsy, this round disc down here, this just makes it so I can turn the machine so I can show you different parts of the machine while I do it. It's simply a cutting mat. That's all it is. And it makes it a little hard to sew on even when I'm demoing because it wants to wiggle around a little bit. So my stitches are not as straight as they could be. But I wanted to be able to show you without turning the machine by itself. All right, I'm going to use my thread guide, or my cloth guide right here. And I'm going to stitch it down. This is if I were doing some channel quilting. Cut my threads. I know you're going to all want to have a lazy Susan under your machine. Not, you can't. You can't sew that way. It's too hard. So I'm lining my last stitch right up there with the fabric guide. And now I'm going to stitch right there. And this can be anywhere in there. Yep, don't plug it up. Just guide it. Can you see how this is going to make your quilting so much easier? Because I had this cloth guide right here. I can see doing pin tucks with it. And I've got lots of extra thread there. I can see hemming and fixing my husband's Levi's. Not. I don't want to, but I could. Do you see how fast that's going to go? And do you see how fast that channel quilting is going to go? Because you have this wonderful fabric guide and it goes so fast. I love the fact that it just stitches so quickly. Aren't those beautiful? I love it. So Penny said she said she had the fabric guide, but she didn't know how to use it. Well, now you know how to use it. You're just going to put that thing down, and I can also loosen this up there, move it back and forth. And if you'll notice, there's another screw right here that I can loosen and have this extend out. So any way you look at it, you have a lot of choices that you can make. You also have choices with your needle pressure coming down, your needle tension right here, and you have your feed dogs. I haven't even talked about the wonderful part right here in the red zone. In the red zone, if you looked at this picture right here, I have my feed dogs coming up still, but right behind it, there's a little pin, and that's called the pin feed system. So if I were sewing on some leather, do we sew on leather very much? If you make bags, you probably do start using leather. So right here, there is a little pin that will come up. I'm not even sure if I can point it out to you on the camera like this because you're kind of far away, but there's a little pin feed that pokes up in your fabric and helps it push it through. So if you're sewing on maybe a velveteen or a suede or even a piece of leather, it would help feed that through. I'm going to activate the pin feed right over here. I'm going to make sure that I have my dial here in the red also. And let's see how beautiful that stitch is. This is leather. And I know we like to use leather on our bags. Maybe you're even making some leather pants. Do you see that stitch? It is beautiful on both sides. So you know that you can't use pins when you use leather because it does leave a mark, right? I'm going to put that down. I'm going to utilize my vertical line right here. And I'm going to stop it when it gets to that line. Going to go one more. All right. And then I'm going to turn it. So you can see right there that it does not even have a slight issue going through leather of all things. It does. That pin back there, it grips the fabric for you. So you've got an extra help back there with those feed dogs. And for sewing on patches, can you believe how easy this would be? And knowing that you've got the vertical and the horizontal markings on here, you will love this totally. All right, let's go through another piece of fabric here. You know what? I am so taken by how thick the fabrics. I'm going to increase this. I've got 4 layers there. I am so impressed with how easily it sews through anything. Here we go. I know when I'm making bags, sometimes it's okay to do the strap. There's not a problem with that. But when I go to connect the strap to the bag, that's where I find issues. But did you see that? When you look at from the back side, you don't see all the layers you're sewing through. But right there, you don't even see, it doesn't even have a hiccup, nothing. It is so smooth. I know I was making a bag once and there was part where I just couldn't get the needle to go through. And it was like sewing through concrete. And so I have to tell you that one little part, I didn't sew it because I couldn't get my machine to do it. If I'd had the accomplish, you could have seen that I could have done it with anything. I have not yet found something that this will not sew through, which tells me a lot about the machine, because it will sew through anything. If you are making a cover for your boat or outdoor furniture or home deck, look at this. No problems. I can lengthen my stitch. Let me lengthen it out and see how far out we can go. This is a very long stitch. Oh, wow. This is a really long stitch. You won't be able to see how long that is, but look at that. That is a very long stitch. Did it hesitate? Nope, it didn't. It just zipped right through that. And I like having my bobbin right here because I've always got access to it, how easy it is to get to it. And if you look at that, it's going to look a lot like your long arm bobbin. It has that little arm on it that pulls it out. And studies have shown that this kind of bobbin actually gives you a straighter, more perfect stitch. And so we're lucky to have this in there right there. So Shirley, this is the Accomplished, the Baby Lock Accomplished. Let me turn that around so you can see it. It is so pretty, isn't it? It is a very strong machine. And this is metal. This is metal. You've got a lot of metal pieces to it. It is, yep, it has a great bobbin feeding. How big is the bobbin? It is, it's a class 15. And you'll go through thick material. It does have its own bobbin system though, so it's not interchangeable with the baby locks. And the feet are not interchangeable with other baby locks because this is a straight stitch. This is a powerful commercial machine, and it does exactly what you want it to do when you want to do it. If you are quilting, you're going to be able to buzz that quilt right through there so fast. Can you imagine how quickly you can piece your quilt and do all that chain piecing? You can just zip through it. In fact, I would be going so fast that I would have to watch how straight I was sewing because I would just be buzzing through. But also it makes it nice if you're doing free motion quilting, which once again, all you have to do is pop it there. My feed dogs are now down. It's that easy. Or I come over here and I'm sewing back on Levi again. It's that easy. I love to have that. Yes, it's a very sturdy machine. It looks like several of you already have this machine, so you know all about how great it is. It is a workhorse, Rose. I would definitely call this a workhorse machine. Oh, and it's got its own bobbin winder right up there. Let me move you up a little bit. Oh, whoops. And right up here, we still have the, okay, I think I lost the picture. I'm not sure why.
You disappeared, Barb.
Blaine, somehow my picture got lost.
I have no, it says, I don't know even what it says on the screen.
It says no memory card, cannot play. I'm not trying to play anything.
Well, hey, Barb, I guess we're at the end of our demonstration, but hey, thank you so much for coming on the show and explaining that machine. I know that there was a great demonstration, but we're going to tell everybody how they can get one of these now. And I'm sure we're going to see you again real soon.
Hey, we saw it there. We're back.
There you're back.
We are back.
So anyway, we're going to go ahead and tell them how they can get this. And,
okay.
and thank you so much for coming on the show.
Hey, thank you, Blaine. I appreciate it.
All right. So guys, this was the Baby Lock Accomplished. And again, you know, this is a straight stitch machine. Quilters absolutely love this. And I know many of y'all probably know Jenny Doan. Jenny Doan, you know, was on our show 2 years ago. She uses this machine a lot for a lot of her demonstrations. And again, you know, she loves this machine. So, you know, y'all know Jenny Doan. She's a good quilter. So, you know, if she endorses it, you know, it's got to be good. But again, guys, the price, normal price on this is $999. We do have a call-in special on this today. We have financing available and free shipping right to your doorstep. So give us a call if you're interested in a straight stitch machine. This was a good one. 800-401-8151 to get yours today. All right, so guys, we're going to continue to move on. And we have got one of my favorite products coming up. And this is the Stay Perfect tables. Can't wait. But let's bring my co-host Jane back in.
Hello,
Jane,
Blaine.
So Jane, you get to talk about one of my favorite products today, and it's that Stay Perfect. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and take off with it and get Deb going, and we'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
I can't believe you're giving me your favorite product, but I'm super excited to introduce them. All right, Blaine said it. We're talking about the Stay Perfect lift table. So we've got the Stay Perfect all positions 2-tier e-lift table in white. And we're going to talk about the Stay Perfect all positions single tier electronic lift table and the Stay Perfect all-purpose electric lift stand table with casters. Oh yes, it's so exciting. And here to tell us all about them, you know her, you love her. It's Sewing Machines Plus very own educator and guru on all things crafting and sewing and quilting. Say hi to Deb Donovan. Hi, Deb.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
I'm fantastic. It's great to see you.
Good to see you too.
So I've heard you and Roger you're back there, you're ready, you're raring to go. You've got it all set up and you're just like waiting and waiting. And finally, here we are.
Here we are. Yes.
All right. I'm going to let you take it away because I know you've got 3 tables to talk about and I want to give you plenty of time.
All right. Sounds great. See you at the end, Jane. So Blaine's right. I am standing in front of 3 of our favorite tables here at Sewing Machines Plus. It is the family of Stay Perfect height adjustable tables that they're going to be able to make. They're going to fit you no matter what you're doing. Instead of you trying to lower your table or bend over and kill your back, the tables are going to adjust to you instead. There's a couple things that are in common between all of the tables. First of all, the top that they're made out of. It looks like white plastic. It is white plastic, but it's actually high density polyethylene or HDPE plastic. So actually, I had to go Google that, but this is the same stuff that they made kids' playgrounds outside of. It is stain resistant, it is heat resistant, it is cold resistant, it is scratch resistant, and apparently it's 8-year-old resistant also, considering that it's in playgrounds all over the country. So you don't have to worry, no matter where you live, that the finish on the table is going to be compromised by the weather, the climate, the place that you live. I know that's a problem we have sometime here, being close to the ocean. It can be a problem in the south because of the humidity. It can be a problem in the southwest because of the dryness. So we don't have to worry about that with the Stay Perfect tables. This tabletop is going to last a lifetime for you. And what's underneath the table is powder coated steel legs. So powder coating is also going to keep them nice and resistant. They're not going to, because they're powder coated, they aren't going to want to chip no matter how many times you kick the bottom of your chair into them. It'll all be fine. We've got 3 different options. We have the original one we came out with is the 2-tier adjustable table right here, where you can adjust each of these tiers separately. We have the single tier table right here, where it's just one great big large workspace. And then we have the smaller table that we just came out with, which is kind of a nesting table, a side table. It's honestly, it's a do whatever you like, whatever you need with it table. So I've got this table. I'm going to really kind of focus in on the single tier table for the next little bit. So I have it set up all the way down low, not all the way down low. I have it set down low so that it's the right height for me to sew at. I've got the bloom right here, and with my chair and my feet on the floor and my knees at a 90-degree angle, my elbows are also pretty much at a 90-degree angle. So this is the right height for sewing for me. It's going to put less strain on my body, and it's going to make it easier for me to sew because I've got the best ergonomics, so I can sit here and I can sew longer. I'm 5'4". Everybody's different height. Your height may be different. This is the right height for me, but with the Stay Perfect table, you can adjust it to get it to be whatever height you need it to be. It doesn't matter. The table will go from 27 inches all the way up to 47 inches in height. Not that we are going to go there right now, but you do have the ability to set the table to any height you want and then put presets in there as well so that you don't have to keep going back and figuring out what the right height was. You've got 3 presets that you can set the table to, so you can always go back to those same positions. However, I think if you use it the way I use it, I I'm going to show you like 5 different positions that you're going to be able to use it at today. So right now I've got my embroidery machine on it with a sew mat on top of the white table. And from here, if we're going to say that I wanted to start over with a brand new project, let me get my embroidery machine out of the way and take my sew mat off for just a minute. Everybody has to iron their yardage to get started. This table is 48 inches wide and it's 30 inches deep. That's a huge surface to be able to iron on. That's bigger than the biggest big board you've probably ever seen. And at 48 inches wide, you can get an entire width of fabric across here if you need to press something. And 30 inches deep is more than twice the depth of a standard ironing board. I did go check, and my ironing board at home is 14 inches wide. So it's less than half of this at 30 inches wide. It is about the same length, but of course I have a traditional ironing board at home. So the first 8 inches of it or so are angled so that my husband's shirts can get ironed, but it's not really that useful for yardage. So this is a heat resistant, stain resistant, chemical resistant, out resistant, cold resistant table. But that doesn't mean that we don't have to still watch out for it, because irons do get really hot. So I have a couple of things that are going to make it be easy for me to iron on the table. The first is a moisture barrier. It's going to prevent the steam from the iron from pushing its way through to the tabletop. I've been using wool mats for a long time, and they do collect moisture on the bottom side of them if you're doing a lot of ironing, because a wool mat is what comes with it. So the moisture barrier and the wool mat come as a pair. I have to tell you that it's a luxury that they can roll up and roll back like that. I have a thick wool mat on my ironing board at home, and it's harder to store than this, where I can just roll it up, throw a rubber band around it, and put it away when I don't need to press on the table. But I already had the preset set. You saw me move it a little bit ago to make this at the right height for an ironing table for me, because it's perfect for lots of different things. So here's an iron, and again, it's all about ergonomics. We all killed our bodies when we were younger and wish we probably hadn't. So now's the time to be nice to ourselves. So I can do with this one, keep a 90-degree angle on my elbow and still be able to reach out to the entire table without having to stretch too far. And also being able to press that 45-inch wide fabric as a piece of fabric and not have to do 30 inches of it and then come back and try and get the rest of it. You can do your entire width of fabric in one shot. And at 30 inches deep, it's almost a yard. You're only 6 inches short of a full yard of fabric being able to fit on the top of this table. So pressing is an important thing. Let me slide these off real quick. There's the wool mat. And here's the moisture barrier, which is going to get me back to the plain white table. I have presets set in here for a lot of different things. So this one's just a little change, but the table's going to come up just a little bit, because now it's at the height I like to come. So I have here a cutting mat to put on here. This is your standard 24 by 36 inch cutting mat. You can see that goes on here and there's lots of room to spare. So you're going to have room to still put your rotary cutter and your pattern and your leftover yardage off to the side of the table while still being able to use the full size of a standard 24 by 36 inch cutting mat on here, which is a really great thing because a lot of tables aren't quite deep enough to take a full cutting mat on there. This cutting mat actually comes in 2 sizes and 2 colors, by the way. You can have it in teal or in pink so that you can see the colors the best for you. But if Roger can zoom in, let me show you something that I think is really cool about this cutting mat. There's a million cutting mats that are on the market. I own half of them. But when it came to the numbering system, they really thought about this cutting mat. you can see that I have black lines for the inch marks. I have white lines for the 1/2 inch marks, and I have dotted lines showing me what the 1/4 inch marks are. I don't have to guess if my yardage is off a little bit as I'm going up, getting ready to cut something. I'll be able to know if I slipped from 1 inch to 1 inch and to 1 1/2 inch line, because I will be on a white line instead of on a black line. And that I really think is fabulous. The markings are on the outside of the grid. So when you put your piece of fabric down and you put it all the way down to the bottom to the 0 marking on there, you're still going to be able to see what dimension you're at because the numbers are all on the outside of the mat, and the numbers are also in 3 places. You've got 0 starting at the bottom you have starting from 0 again at the top, and then it's also marked in the middle starting from 0 going all the way up to, I think this is a 12 by 16 mat. So you can really at all stages be able to see what your measurements are, so you can do the cutting that you need to do. Oh, it is on this one. If you look at this one also, it has our standard markings on there for what's a 1/4 yard, what's a 1/2 of a yard, what's a 1/3 of a yard. So if somebody says that they want a 1/3 of a yard of something, or you need a 1/3 of a yard, you don't have to try and remember that that's 12 inches because the 1/3 of the yard is marked on the cutting mat for you on the big one. The 1/3's not, the 1/3 is on the small one. So you get the 1/3, the 1/4, 5/8, all of those marks are on the cutting mat for you. So you don't have to worry as much about getting the right measurement and being off by a 1/2 of an inch or an inch and then ending up with a miscut. So great cutting mat. Now for actual cutting, I was all arranged, and then I started putting things on top of it. I lifted the table up just a little bit. So for the ironing, I wanted it down a little bit more so that I could keep a 90-degree angle. For cutting, I want it up a little bit more. And because it's a multi-height adjustable table, I can do that. I hit the preset before I walked back behind the table. So now I am at the right height to take my rotary cutter and my template and to be able to cut while I'm still standing up straight. I'm leaning forward just a little bit, but I'm sure that we've all had to cut where we've been completely hunched over and then your back is killing you later, or you decided to do it at the kitchen counters or bar height table and then you were way too high. With a Stay Perfect table, you can make it go to whatever height you need it to go based on how you like to sew, cut, iron, press, how tall you are, how short you are. If you're sharing your table with a family member, the Stay Perfect table is always going to be the right height for you. So I've showed you 3 different heights for the Stay Perfect table right now. I do want to point out one thing, that this is the moisture barrier right here. The mat will slip around on the table a little bit, but if you put the moisture barrier underneath it, then it doesn't slip around anymore. So if you were worried about the mat staying in place on the table, the moisture barriers got you covered. You don't need to try and find a mat that doesn't slip on the table because we already gave you what you need to make sure that the mat's not going to slip on the table. So there's your 3 basics. There's your piecing or basic embroidering, and then ironing, and then cutting. But there's still more that we can do with the Stay Perfect tables. So I'm going to take this one. Sorry, I was about to step on that. If I kind of come around the side here, Roger, I have 3 adjustable buttons right here. Well, I have 3 preset buttons. I have an S for set. I have 3 preset buttons, and I have an up and down button. So you can control it and you can make the table be the height that you want it to be. So I have already set the 2. So if I hit the 2, you hear how quiet it is? So I can hear it kind of speed up a little bit and slow down a little bit, but the rest of the time you'll see me putting my hand on the table to make sure that it's started to move because I can't hear it start to move. So if I moved it up to this height right here, then for me, we did the cutie yesterday, and I have demoed the cutie on this table before. So this was my preset that I used when I was quilting on the cutie frame on this table, because the cutie is 48 inches wide and it has a 24-inch footprint. So it's gonna fit perfectly on top of this table. The way the handlebars are on the cutie, I'm at exactly the right height because they're on the carriage of the cutie. So this is a great height for me to do any kind of quilting on the cutie if I want to do it while I'm standing up. And then standing up is a whole nother thing. So many people are now standing up when they're doing their sewing, quilting, piecing instead of sitting down. I know I like to surge standing up, although I still sew sitting down. So I guess I'm a little bit of a hybrid. So if I bring my machine back onto the table here, I ran out of presets because I've showed you 4 ways to use this table already. And there's only 3 presets on the machine. But that's okay, because I can still individually choose the height that I want it to be beyond the presets. So if I'm going to sew standing up, which honestly is not something that I normally do, I would bring the table to right about here, because this is a good angle for me. I can see the needle, I can see the foot, I can see all the buttons right here. So this would be a great height for me to be sewing at while I'm standing up. I generally still sew sitting down, but I can tell you that I do like to embroider standing up. So if I bring this all the way up to here, this is too high for me to want to sew at. It's 42 inches high, so it's still 5 inches short of the maximum height that you can do on this table. But for me, I love this height for embroidery. When we're embroidering, we're changing the thread colors a lot. We're changing those thread colors all the time. Because we're changing the thread colors all the time, we need to be able to see. The threader is down here. When I had the table down there, I couldn't see all the parts and pieces of the threading system. Now I can thread this and I can see the guide over the top of the needle, the 2 side attachments that you need to go into, cut it on the side, pull down the lever, and I can thread it at eye's view. I don't have to hunch over and do anything. I can stand up. And so that's why this is another amazing use for this table, because you can do whatever you need to do at the height that you want to do it. You don't have to be compromising on what's the best height table. You can get the right height table depending on what you would like to do at any given time. So just for fun, I will show you 47 inches tall, 47.2 inches tall is the maximum height of the machine. This probably would have been the best position for me to embroider at in terms of threading the needle, but it's harder for me to reach here and I wouldn't be able to see what's going on the hoop, which is why I had it down about 5 more inches so I could see what's going on. Now I'm going to take that table and let it go all the way back down to my original ironing setting that I had it at. The table's going to remember exactly where to go. It's going to stop when I want it to stop. It's going to take care of everything, and it's going to do it for a really long time because you have dual motors underneath here. There's 1 motor for each side, so it's going to lift evenly. It's not lifting one side and trying to pull the other side up, which is great because this table will support a maximum weight of 225 pounds. So that is, I think I figured it out, and it was about 3 baby lock arrays you can put on this table, and it will still support it and move up and down, and you'll still be under warranty on it. They're easy to move around. We've got the casters that you can optionally get for it, and with those casters, you can move the table very easily when you want to. Oh, Roger's going to show you the casters. Yay, casters.
Go ahead and move that around.
So the casters are very easy to move, and then if I put it, I'm trying to get it. Oh, I do have a lock on the casters as well. So if I just push down, Now I've locked that caster into place and the table is nice and stable and sturdy and it doesn't want to go anywhere. I love a table on wheels. I hate a table on wheels when it starts inching away from me the minute I lean any pressure on it. So lockable casters, 225 pounds. This table is 30 by 48 inches, so it is a great size to do lots and lots of different things with. Right here, I have the smallest table, the newest table, and it is a smaller size so that it can go in lots of different other types of places. It's only 18 inches deep and it's 31 inches wide. So it makes a great accessory table to your other tables. Oops, wrong way. Let me take this table down. But this table, if I have a sewing machine and a serger, if I want a sewing machine and a pressing station, I can do those all by putting these two tables together, because I can adjust the height, roll this table in. Oops, I'm a little bit high. So let me raise this one up a little bit. Is it moving? This one's so quiet. The little one's a single motor and it is even quieter than the dual motor. So I could put those tables together and make myself a great L-shaped workspace so I could sew and press at the same time and have everything at the right height. I did like to press a little bit higher, so I can even have them at slightly different heights. Bring this one up to a height that I'm comfortable pressing at, and then bring this up to a height where I would be more comfortable. I'm just going to hit the button for the cutie. So you can adjust everything independently, but I love that these two tables work together in conjunction so well, because it gets you that flexible peninsula that you want to have a lot of the time. For example, quilting, I would like to have it over here to support the weight of my quilt. So when I'm quilting, I really want to have that extra space on the left-hand side so it can support the weight, the extra weight of the quilt for me. However, I am right-handed and I like to have all of my accessories here. I like to have my pattern and my seam ripper, all my fabric pieces. I like to press on the right side. So I would want it on the right side for this, which means that there's really not one table that'll work for me. I need two tables that I can get it to customize how I like to work at. I don't like to have to press on the left-hand side because that's where my fabric is. I want to press on the right-hand side, but most places don't, most machines don't have that space on the right-hand side for you. They certainly don't have it where you can push it back and forth and make it be what you want it to be. And then a fun little perk of the little table is that you can actually, I'm not going to do it because I'm going to take out the cords. You can nest it underneath the big table. So you can take the little table when you're done for the end of the day, take your sewing table, put it up a little bit, nest it underneath there. And now you've put it away and it won't be in any ways way for the rest. So it can be out of your way and start sewing again tomorrow. Then we have our, of course, the first table. I'm going to spend some more time on this one tomorrow with you, but I wanted to show you the accessories that we've been able to add to the table, which actually will work on all three tables. First of all, we have the hoop clip right here. So you can just bolt this on. Honestly, it'll bolt onto the side of just about any table. And then you can hang your hoops so that they are right at hand and not in the way. They're not on your tabletop getting knocked. They're not falling to the floor. You don't have to try and find a drawer to put them in. You can have your hoops hanging right here. So you can grab the hoop that you want and be ready to go embroider with it. Everything's right here. You don't have to worry about losing a hoop. This, I call it the stabilizer rack, but it really will do a lot more than that for you. You can see that what we have on here is, I think it's 20 inches wide on the inside. So it's 20 inches wide on the inside. you've got 4 bars on here that you can reconfigure depending on how much or how little stabilizer you have left on any roll. This run right here is a 20-inch wide roll of stabilizer. So that's the big stuff for the cutaway, the tearaway, the water soluble. But this is also the same 20 inches that Steam-A-Seam is, or fusible interfacing. We use SF101 a lot in the store on the backs of our embroideries, but it comes rolled on cardboard. So it's a little bit awkward to try and manage. So it would be really nice to be able to take that and kind of roll it onto this pipe right here, this tube, clamp the bottom of it on to hold it in place, and then be able to roll it all up and have it able to be pulled out and dispensed as much as I want, when I want, and then it stays right there. The tube's not rolling to the floor, or I don't have to prop it up, and it just it's always right there for me, which is why we have tearaway up here. I can just pull out however much I need and cut it off. We've got water soluble topping up there at the top, and you can really put anything you want to on here. I did have some jelly roll strips hanging on it and some pieces of fabric, because that's something that I would use it for too. I tend to stage things before I go to sew things. There are also, I'm going to have to flip these around because they're pointing inside. So we have 2 hooks that you can put on any of the bars that you would like. I've hung them on the top, and I've got my embroidery tape and a pair of scissors on them. I am always putting my scissors and my tape down and losing them. So if I can retrain myself to put them on those hooks all the time, then I will not have to go patting down my work surface trying to find my scissors every time I need to pick them up to do something. So there's still 2 more, Roger. I know, but wait, there's more.
Thanks.
Okay, let me set these aside for just a second. This right back here is going to...
It sounds like talking with someone might help. The National Suicide Prevention.
I'm sorry, my watch just tried to, it thought I was going to commit suicide, because I have no reason to do that. The demo's going good right now. So we've got the quilt block barrier back here. And this is going to stop it so that when you're quilting, your quilt will puddle up right here and it won't fall off the back of your table. That's what it's intended for, because when we do a lot of quilting, a lot of stuff kind of bunches in there. And this is, I think, 48 inches wide, so it will go on either of the 2 tables. But like everything else, you can mount it to another table as well. And yes, this is a quilt barrier, and it's going to be great for that. But I also have a tendency to push papers off the back of my table. And so this will stop me from from knocking a spool of thread and having it roll off the back of the table and then having to go fetch it because it fell back behind and under and then rolled someplace else. So it's really important for everybody to have that back lip, kind of that, shoot, I had the word, in your backsplash. It's a backsplash. It's almost like a backsplash for your quilting table, to keep everything contained on there so that stuff doesn't fall out. Then the last accessory we have on the table is probably going to be hard for Roger to see. So this is actually a 2-rail system. We only have 1 rail in here right now, and it's set in a little bit short because it can go wider, but our table length was only so long right here. This is the rock and roll. This is what we call it. It's a 2-rail system that you can have hanging off the side, or you can turn any of these things upside down and kind of mount them off the top, that you can put whatever you want on. That's what's nice about having these really kind of free-form tubes, is that you can do anything you want. You can put anything that makes sense to you on those. I mean, if it's Christmas, you can put all your ribbons on there and be able to pull them off. So, and then you can also get this rock and roll with an optional 48-inch length. So you could pull it off the back of your table. At 48 inches, I think, but I didn't check, but I think that you could probably put a roll of batting on it, because if batting is 90 inches wide, then it's probably about 45 when you cut it in half. So when you fold it in half. So I think that you could use this for rolled fabric as long as it's not wider than 48 inches batting or a whole bunch of other things. So what these 4 items are supposed to do is to keep you more organized in your sewing space. It's to prevent things from rolling away, from getting underfoot, from ending up under other things. So anything that can make me more organized is a great thing for me. I have limited wall space in my room, and I've already used up a lot of it with fabric storage and that kind of thing. So that one I am really happy to have, is all this extra storage. I've got my hoops, but I had to long reach across my table to get to it. So I'm really happy to have these accessories available to me. And then the basics of the 2-tier table are flexibility. Let me grab. I have no place else to put that rod. So here's my little baby bloom again. With the 2-tier table, you can set up the heights to do what you want them to do. So if I lower this one down, then I can get it at the right height for me to embroider at. And I can raise this one up. Oh, I think I forgot to plug that one in.
I think we unplugged it when we moved it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So this one is at a fixed height, but only for the moment because we unplugged it when we moved it, when we dragged it across the floor. You can adjust the heights of these tables so that they can fit what you want to do very easily. So if that one can't go down, then this one shall go up. So I can bring this one up. So I can get a beautiful flat workspace. Whoops. And I ran into the brick back there, but I don't want to knock the brick to the floor. So what I can do is I can raise this up so that it's perfectly flat and level with this table. So you've got a huge workspace then. Your workspace is not the bed of your machine or even your extension table. It's the entire surface of this 30 by 54 inch table ends up being your extension table when you level things out. You can have this drop way down, use this for storage up top. You can put your hoops on it. You can put your stabilizer on it, the extra blocks to your project. With a 2-tier table, it gives you built-in storage up top, almost like a hutch, so that you don't have to take up some of the space on your sewing table that you can use for holding onto your quilt top, and you don't have to have your quilt pieces or whatever get mingled in there. I'm sure I'm not the first person or the only person that's ever accidentally sewed 2 things together because the piece of fabric got caught and kind of dragged on under, and then I had to go pick it back out again. So being able to store things off of my sewing table is going to stop that from happening. I don't think that I've gotten all the way through the tables, but I'm sure that Blaine would love to show you, to tell you how you can get these tables. And I guarantee you I will be back again tomorrow with some more information.
Thanks, Deb. Wow, what a demonstration. Everyone's going crazy. What did you guys not think of?
You know, we worked really hard. Blaine had the original inspiration, but we've kind of fed him some ideas over the way about the things that we really need to have to make these more functional for us sewers. I mean, the casters, the presets are all things that we like to have. I like the 2-tier because it lets me get the flexibility to store stuff up top and put it and leave my sewing surface clear. And I forgot to mention the drawer that you can also get, which is small, but it's a good size small. It's just big enough to keep your extra bobbins and your scissors and stuff in. So we've got, I think, a pretty good collection of things that you can use to make your sewing life easier.
Absolutely. The family of Stay Perfect tables. And I love the idea, organization, 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 really and truly, having things handy right at your fingertips. Like you were saying, you're patting down on your sewing table to find your scissors. Of course, we always do that. So you have a place to put that. You've thought of everything, really and truly. So, and the ability, the adjustable height is fantastic. And the newest addition, the little one that's, you know, that's perfectly to sit down with your machine is just a great addition to the family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's great. All right. So, Deb, thank you. We're going to see you later in the week. And I'm going to tell everybody how to get these. And I'm probably going to pull Blaine back in so he can really help me out. Thanks, Deb.
All right.
All right, everybody. That is the family of the Stay Perfect table. So let's talk about them if we can. You've got the 2-tier e-lift table. You've got the single-tier electronic lift table. And you've got the electric lift stand table with casters. So let's look at this one first. This is the all positions 2-tier electric lift table. That's easy for me to say. So this is that spacious 30 by 54-inch tabletop. You've got your dual electric motors with adjustable height to fit most of your home sewing or serger machines. This table can hold up to 225 pounds. And I think Deb did the math and she told us exactly what machines and how many you could put on there. It's safe, it's sturdy for your machine. And with a touch of a button, this is what we love. You could adjust the height to fit both you and your home sewing / serger machine because it will fit you perfectly. It adjusts from 27 inches to 47 inches. And now remember, that's before adding the casters to that. So that is your all positions 2-tier electric lift sewing table. You gotta love this one. Now you see your Quilt Fest pricing right there. Of course, financing is available, but call in. You know, it's Blaine. It's Deb. They got a special for you. So if you're loving this one, call in, get that special, get that to your house. And if you want to wait, I'll tell you about the next one because you can order that one as well. There you go. All right. This is the all positions single tier electric lift table. Now, this table is perfect for all of your sewing needs, really and truly. You saw it. Deb showed it to you. It's that really awesome, large enough 30 inches by 48 inches tabletop. It's got that dual electric motors with the adjustable height. And that's one of the things I love about it, that it can be adjustable. Again, it holds up to 225 pounds. We talked about that. So it's safe for your machine and all of your notions. And again, with the touch of a button, it's got the presets. You can go up and you can go down and you can adjust the height to fit your comfort level. Standing up, sitting down, perfection. Now, again, it's 27 inches to 47 inches. So it's going to fit from your sitting to your standing, all heights. So we love that. So you can see the Quilt Fest pricing there. It's free shipping. It's financing. But guess what? It's Blaine. He's going to give you a special. So call in 800-401-8151 for more information on the single tier electric lift table. Okay, so far I want them all. All right, hold on. Put those two in your cart. And now I'm going to tell you about this new one. Woo! This is the electric lift stand table. And that comes with casters as well. Look at that amazing Quilt Fest pricing. You see what it really originally is. See the Quilt Fest pricing. But guess what? Blaine, of course, giving you a deal on this new table, the electric lift stand table with casters. Free shipping. Again, they're 800-401-8151. I know you know the number by heart. You've got that single motor there. That's a powerful single motor lift system for adjusting the height smoothly and evenly and quickly. And remember, Deb said, can you hear how quiet that is? No, you can't because it is so quiet. So it is a fantastic adjustable height there. And you've got, again, that sturdy construction. It's that heavy duty powder coating steel frame. It's stable. It's solid. You can have 88 pounds of load capacity on top of that table. So it's got strong support for all of your quilting, a fantastic workspace, really and truly for anything that you're doing. It could be sewing, it could be quilting, but it could be so many more things too. And again, it's multifunctional, easy and convenient to control the panel, to adjust to that comfortable height for you wherever you'd like it. Again, it's got those 4 memory positions, which we love. It makes it efficient to say this is where I want it to be. So it's a fantastic display, that LCD display, shows you the exact height of the desk. So fantastic little table there. That is the electric lift stand table with casters. Great pricing on that. But again, because it's Blaine, because it's Sewing Machines Plus, they're going to give you a call-in special. 800-401-8151. What do you guys think? Are you in? Are you going to get one? Are you going to get two? Are you going to get all three? I think you should. Blaine, what do you think?
Well, Jane, I think you know how I feel about these. I absolutely love these tables. And, for my personal use, I can't see the two-tier for me because I'm not a sewer. That single lift table, I'm all over it. I can see so many different things to use it for. But if you are a sewer, I cannot imagine life without a two-tier table now, because after seeing Deb demonstrate that, which she's going to go in a little bit more depth on the next demo about the height adjustment of those two tiers, where you can make it to where, instead of having an extension table, the whole table becomes an extension table.
Exactly.
And so it just increases your work surface. And I tell you, the idea of just hitting a button and it, going to a preset position is awesome. And, we did this a while back, I think around Christmas. If you remember, Countdown to Christmas, we did it. We packaged the single tier with that cutie frame.
Yeah.
So if you can imagine a quilting machine that you can adjust the height of the table from sit down to stand up or any height you want to customize it, it is awesome. And those things went out of here like hotcakes when we did it, that package. So again, we've got so many accessories to go with it. So
I love the accessories, Blaine. The accessories are fantastic. Well, so Deb's like, oh, let me show you the accessories. I was like, please do. You thought of everything with those accessories. And everyone's writing and they're remembering Countdown to Christmas. Pamela says, I have 2 of the 3. And that's because the third one is new, right?
Yeah. We just came out with the small table with a single motor, and the all-purpose table, as you call it, or the nesting table. And again, that is perfect size for, like, if you had a scan and cut, if you had a serger, or if you just wanted to, be doing cutting and things besides, how she did it in an L configuration, it works perfect. So, and we're coming out with another new one, Jane. It's going to be launched at Hoop Fest in June.
Okay.
And it's going to be made, I'm just going to kind of put the cat out of the bag a little bit. It's gearing toward multi-needle embroidery machines.
Oh,
that's all I'm saying.
That's so exciting, Blaine. Hey, by the way, thanks for letting me, talk about your babies right here. I got to do the pitch on them, so thanks. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I love these tables. And again, I think if once people start using them, they're just going to fall in love. And it's one of those things you're going to look back and go, how did I ever get by, without having one of these? And it kind of, the inspiration on these became, in our offices, we have electric lift desks for
standing
people.
desks. That's
the
perfect.
standing desk. And so that was like, you can stand up and all that. And I'm like, if we had tables that were preset to where you could sew on and you just hit a button for any height, I mean, that would be the cat's meow, as they say. And that's what we got now. And we're super excited, and we're just going to keep expanding it.
I think they're fantastic. As I'm standing at a table that's about hip height, but it's jiggly and moving around. And I'm thinking to myself, well, something sturdy would be really nice. And oh, by the way, I'd love to sit down.
Well, these are the perfect for that. So, well, hey, Jane, we're going to continue on. I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes. And but guys, guess what? We're going to have Handy Quilter in the house. And I just found out their electricity came back on. So we're going to have them live now instead of a tape, which is awesome. They were without power out here this morning, so we had to play a video for them. But we have Christina Whitley coming in and Denise Dowdrick. And so, ladies, welcome back to the show.
Hi there. How are you doing?
We are doing great. And guys, we're super excited for you to come back in. And I know we're going to talk all about the Pro Stitcher Premium, which I think everybody absolutely loves robotics, and y'all are going to tell us all about it. So I'll see y'all back in about 25 minutes, and I'll tell them how they can get the special today.
Sounds good. Hey, Denise, let's talk about Pro Stitcher Premium.
Let's do it. So exciting.
So Pro Stitcher is our robotic system that can be put on a variety of long arm machines. Robotics, what does that mean?
Oh, that's a great question.
Christina?
Yes?
Y'all's mics are not working again, so I think who's it, Jason?
He's checking.
We can hear him clicking again on the computer, so I think your mic's not working, but his computer mic is picking y'all up.
now.
One more click, Jason.
One more click.
All right, so they're working on it right now. So hopefully we'll get them up and running here in just a few seconds.
Okay, how is that sounding, Blaine?
Still don't have you.
Still don't have it.
I think we're hearing you off his computer.
Oh,
mic.
okay.
Gotcha. There you are. We'll let y'all go.
Hey, you got it.
Yeah, your
Great.
volume went up too, so we can hear you really well too.
Wonderful. Okay, sorry
Okay.
about that. It's been kind of an exciting morning here at Handy Quilter. The city had to take our power down, and we've been in here just trying to ramp everything up and get going again so we can come to you live this afternoon. Thank
Yep.
you for your patience.
So we're assuming that the microphone's working good. So we'll just go ahead and continue talking about Pro Stitcher.
That's right.
So we were just getting ready to talk about what is a robotic system.
Yeah, and that's a really great question because I know that there's so many different long arms out there, and there's ways to, you know, control them all manually. But when you start talking about robotics, people just get, I think, maybe a little bit confused. So we're here to kind of demystify some of that for you, right, Christina?
Yep. Okay, so the computerized system is actually a system that is put onto your long arm machine, and it has special motors and stuff so that it can physically move the machine for you to stitch out designs that you have chosen. So with our Pro Stitcher Premium, it comes with a tablet. Let's pull this over here a little bit and see if it's in our screen, but it comes with a tablet that's mounted on the machine itself.
That's right.
It also comes with the carriage that has those motors I was just talking about. But within our Pro Stitcher Premium package, it has close to 1,000 designs that are pre-programmed in there.
Wow.
And
That's a lot of designs. What do you do with all those designs?
Stitch them out.
Stitch them out.
So I always like to tell people, okay, if you go online and you want to purchase a design, and you can do that, there's designs all over the place out there, but they're usually about $15 a piece. So if you do 1,000 designs times $15,
I'm not at math, but that sounds like a huge value that you're getting all of those designs, and you're looking at around $15 a piece.
Yep.
That sounds like a great value just on the designs alone.
Yep.
Wow.
It also has a software program that comes with it that you can create your own designs. And that's an extra value for this system. But
that's exciting. Wow.
Yeah, you can take that software program and it's used to manipulate existing designs that you might have, which I have to say I've been using that a lot lately to make the designs just perfect how I want them to look. You can also create your own designs.
Wow. Okay. So it comes with almost 1,000 designs, plus I can make my own designs, or I can kind of tweak designs within Pro Stitcher and make them fit my quilt perfectly.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm sold. I haven't even seen it stitch yet, and I'm super excited. So now, Christina, the last couple episodes we've aired, we were talking about this fun quilt that we have loaded on our frame. Kim pieced this really cute 16 patch scrappy quilt that we're putting together all week long. We're going to be quilting, and then we're going to be donating this to a local charity. So we're really excited how fun it's turning out. But you'll notice we've been doing some continuous curve quilting, and we've done some in free motion. We've done some with the Pro Stitcher Lite on the Handy Quilter Moxie. That was exciting. So what can we do differently with Pro Stitcher Premium other than, you know, it looks like we've got more throat space than we did on the Moxie. We can do a bigger block, right?
Yeah, and that's going to be determined by what machine you have the Pro Stitcher on.
Okay.
So
okay,
the Pro
that's good
Stitcher can be,
information.
yeah, it can be put on a variety of machines, and yeah, the machine will determine what the throat space is.
Okay.
So I always advise people that are looking into maybe quilting for hire or just want to be able to stitch really quickly, get a bigger machine, and then you can stitch out, instead of doing a design that's about this tall, you can stitch out one that's maybe like this tall. So you've got like that difference, and you're able to stitch out a lot quicker.
Okay.
So that's always my advice to people that are looking into purchasing a machine with the Pro Stitcher.
Okay, yeah. So I know we've moved this quilt over from a smaller machine. We're on a bigger machine, and now we have a bigger block this time too. So I'm really excited that we have more space to fill.
Okay, well, let's see what we can do. Let's go ahead. We're going to bring the machine over here, and I'm just going to put it on the edge, and I'm leaving a little bit of space for my binding.
Okay.
Okay, but I want to tell the Pro Stitcher what this block is. Where is it going to be? So I'm creating an area. So I'm going to go to my Pro Stitcher screen, and I'm going to click on this areas button here, and I've got different options. I'm going to use multi-point. So as I push multi-point, it dropped a little pink dot there, and then I'm going to bring it over to the other corner of that block, and I'm going to drop another point, and I'm just going to refresh so we can see what I'm doing here. Oh, this was perfectly pieced and loaded. It's
yes,
little skewy.
Kim did. She did a great job with her piecing. Maybe we didn't load it as straight as we could.
And
so.
I can tell just from looking at this that it's not loaded perfectly straight, but we're going to make it work. Okay, so let me just finish up creating this pink box, which is our area. So that area on the screen represents 2x4 right here on the actual quilt. I'm going to do a different technique on these bottom two.
Okay.
So just on these top two, that's what this pink box represents.
And even though that pink box doesn't look perfect, doesn't look really square, is Pro Stitcher going to know that our box isn't square?
Well, we're going to make it know.
Okay. Okay, I'm excited. I'm excited.
Okay. So let's bring in a design.
Okay.
We're going to go on our screen here. We're going to go to the File tab, Design, and Open. And while we're here, I just want to point out with Pro Stitcher Premium, not only do you get all of the Pro Stitcher designs, but you also have all of these different designers that have a variety of designs that are in there.
Oh, look at those.
So lots and lots of fun designs. Okay. But we're going to go back to our Pro Stitcher designs, and we've already got our blocks selected. We want to find a continuous curve design. And there was one that we were looking at that we wanted 4 square. Voila.
Okay, so
How's
this
that?
is going to keep our theme going then.
Yes, we're going to keep that theme going. We want a little bit of continuity with this quilt so that when we donate it to charity, it doesn't look like we just threw it together.
Okay.
Okay, so that design is 2x2, but I'm needing 4x2. So I'm going to add another one by going to my repeat tab. And then on horizontal, I'm going to add one more repeat. And see how it just kind of locked those two together?
Mm-hmm.
I do want to mention, though, that this design was not created as a continuous line. It is a block where it starts and ends in the center. So I'm going to have a jump.
Okay. So are those dots that we see in the center of the design?
Yep, let me move that out of the way.
We see the start point is green and then the end point is red.
Correct.
Okay, and then what's that purple line in between them?
The little dotted line?
Yeah, what's that dotted line?
That's the actual jump. And as we stitch this out, we'll show what it does there.
And Pro Stitcher knows that it's not stitching that line.
It does.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it does know.
Okay, I'm excited. I'm excited. This is fantastic.
Okay, so I've got the number of repeats. I'm going to hit this baseline to kind of freeze that repeat.
Okay.
But now we want to make it fit into the box. So we've got these modification tools.
Okay.
So I could rotate it if I wanted it to. I could reposition using different functions on the right-hand side of the screen. I could resize it. And these are all great tools that we use all of the time. We could crop, we could align, like let's see what happens when I align it to the center.
Oh, that looks pretty good.
Yeah, over in this corner, it's kind of popping out. This one, it's popping out. So not exactly how I want it to stitch.
So you might want to rotate it and actually probably do a lot more manipulation to make it fit. Just
exactly. Right. But we do have this fun feature here called skew.
Okay.
And this is what I call the one-hit wonder when it works. So it is software. So it depends on what shape the area is and what the design is, how it functions with the computer programming. But for the most part, this is the modification tool that I go to first. If it doesn't work how I like it, then I go back and use all of those other tools that we just talked about.
Okay, well, I'm excited to see what happens here.
Okay, so I'm going to hit this border skew. Did you see how that rotated?
It rotated it.
Okay.
Filled it right to the pink lines.
Yep.
It looks perfect.
I'm going to go ahead and hit no skew just to take it back where it was so people can see this again. Okay, it's poking out of the pink box. It's not in the corners. Now when I hit border skew, watch those corners. It popped it right in there.
That's like magic.
Isn't that fabulous?
So I can take my quilts that I try so hard on. I try so hard to piece and press and get them perfect. But if they're not perfect, Pro Stitcher can tweak the design so it looks perfect.
Correct.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So I do have a lot of people when they start using Pro Stitcher, they look at the screen and they're like, it's not straight. It's not the right way.
Okay.
We don't care what it looks like on the screen. We care what it looks like on the actual quilt.
Well, and if your quilt isn't straight and your quilt isn't perfect, Pro Stitcher can still make it look perfect because you can manipulate the design so it looks perfect on your quilt. Oh, yeah. I'm so excited.
Yeah, having that design tweaked just a little bit is going to make the piecing look good.
Oh.
Rather than having a perfect design that's not going to fit into that piecing.
Well, and that's really something on this quilt, that the piecing is the star of the show because we have so many different values and colors of different scraps. We really wanted to highlight the piecing and do something fun. So I think we have found a perfect design to complement the piecing on this quilt.
Okay, do you want to see it quilt?
I really do.
Okay.
Really do.
So let me bring the machine over here. Get all my old threads out of the way. Oops. That's not the old thread. That's the current thread. Okay, I'm going to baseline that just to save those changes that I did. And now I'm going to go to Pro Stitcher. And I want to go to Quilt. And I'm going to tell the machine to my tie-offs and my pull-up. I'm going to hit Run. And see how it has that verify settings? I kind of already verified them just a second ago, but I'm happy with those. So I'm going to say proceed. And I'm actually going to move the machine away just a little bit so we can see here. So proceed. See how that machine knows where to go? It takes a stitch.
Oh, and so you told it to pull up the thread. So it just took that one stitch.
Yep.
Lets you bring up the bobbin thread. That's brilliant.
Yep. I'm going to hold on to both of those threads. I'm going to hit resume. It's going to go back to the starting spot.
Now it looks like you have a special foot on the machine. Is that something you recommend with Pro Stitcher?
So this is the glide foot, and I almost 99% of the time when I'm running the Pro Stitcher, I will make sure I've got this glide foot on. It won't catch in like seam openings.
Okay.
So that's always a concern. If your seams aren't pressed perfectly or there's a little opening, some of the other feet will catch on there.
Okay.
And the computer doesn't know. Okay,
Look at
so
that.
see how
It's
that just,
moving
it's
right
just,
to the next
yep.
spot. Oh.
And if you don't want it to drag the thread across like that, you can change the settings so that it will stop, do a little tie off, allow you to clip the threads, and then it will move on to do the next one.
Oh my goodness, look how perfectly that fits.
Isn't that fun?
And beautiful stitch quality. Look at those stitches.
I love watching the Pro Stitcher do its thing.
It's really kind of hypnotizing.
Yeah. Okay, one more little arc.
Oh, and look how perfect that is with our other quilting already done on this quilt. It just complements it so well.
Okay, so I did the little tie-offs for me. Now I can move it over, pull up my bobbin thread. And let's trim this real quick. Voila.
Wow, that was so fast.
Isn't that fun?
Fast and perfect and beautiful stitches too. Wow.
So that's one way to do it with Pro Stitcher. Now we've got another technique that we don't talk about a whole lot.
I think I know where you're going with this.
Yes, we're going to play today.
Okay.
We're going to hope that everything goes smoothly and I don't screw up too badly with my free motion skills today.
Okay, so you can free motion with the Pro Stitcher still.
Yes.
Okay.
So here's the coolest thing. If I bring this machine back over here, I can go to my Pro Stitcher tab. So we're looking at our screen, Pro Stitcher tab, and then I'm just going to click right there. See that gears button right above that green circle?
Orange gears button.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did I say a different color?
No, you didn't say a color at all. I just noticed it's orange.
Yeah. So orange is meaning that the gears are engaged, the computerized system can work.
Okay.
So and it's a little chunky, I guess you could say.
Feels a little heavy, a little stiff to move the machine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I want to change and instead of doing computerized and I want to do free motion, I just tap that button.
Oh, what's
the
that
gears,
sound?
the gears
Oh,
are
that's
rising
the
up.
gears. That's the gears disengaging.
Exactly. Yep. So now the machine is moving
Your
smooth.
crosshairs on the screen are purple
They're
too.
purple. So if you ever see purple crosshairs, you know that your machine is not going to be able to run.
Oh, and it looks like you're not getting an arm workout there.
No, it's very smooth. So not to confuse people, I'm going to get rid of all of the stuff that's on the screen and we're going to start fresh.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to do free motion without stitching.
Okay.
Watch this. Pro Stitcher tab. And then I've got a record button here in the ribbons.
Oh, that's so neat.
Then
Look at
over
that.
here on the right-hand sidebar, just below that circle, there's a record button. When I hit that button, the computer is going to start recording any movement that I do. So let's see. I'm going to hit record and watch what happens. Whee!
So you can draw your own designs on the screen.
Oh yeah, look at that. And when I'm done, I just hit that record button again. And look, I've got a new design.
Wow, that is the coolest thing. So
It's beautiful.
You could like sign your quilt and save your name and put it on all of your quilts and just have to sign it once.
Exactly.
Just save that design over and over. Could you even resize that and manipulate your signature?
Yeah, you've created a new
Oh my
design.
goodness.
You can save that and then use all of those modification tools. You could even try to skew that design into something.
Oh my goodness. So how are you going to use that to finish these blocks on our quilt today, Christina?
Well, first of all, I'm going to clear that fabulous design that I just created. So I'm going to just hit the clear button and I'm going to start fresh. So I'm going to bring the machine over here. And I heard that yesterday you guys talked about some different paths that you use.
We did. There's a lot of different ways you can do this continuous line quilting. You just want to try to make it so you're not over stitching anything on your path.
Exactly. Okay, so I'm going to hit I've got my machine in position in the top left corner. And I'm working in this 4x2. And I'm going to hit that record button. And then I'm going to start moving the machine. I'm going to aim for those little points. Silence. Concentrating.
Silence and concentration. Well, and you're stitching on a Handy Quilter Amara 20 right now. And I've noticed there's a little red laser light. And I imagine that's really helpful here for you to see exactly where you're quilting.
Yes. So this is not going to be perfect like the computerized designs that have been manipulated already.
I like the look of free motion. I don't always want to put the time into doing it, but I really enjoy the look of free motion quilting. I like that it's not perfect.
So this is going to be very authentic.
And I love the design path you're doing. It's totally different than the path I quilt when I'm doing free motion. So it's always interesting to see the path someone else chooses.
There are so many paths. I always tell my students, just pick a path that works for you. Okay, so I got to the bottom. Now I'm going to come up to the top. And I haven't looked at my screen at all.
I
Hit
haven't
record.
looked at your screen either. I've been fascinated by what you're quilting. So let's see how that looks on the screen.
So I'm going to refresh. How is that?
Look at that. That is amazing.
So it's not perfect, but if I had a design, let's say I want to do like free motion feathers or something, and I want to repeat it in a whole bunch of blocks, I could save that. And you remember at the beginning of the program, we talked about that software called Pro Stitcher Designer?
Yes.
I can send this into Designer, pretty it up just a little bit.
Maybe fix some of the little wobbles
Or the big wobbles.
We'll call them little wobbles. Okay, that is so exciting. But where I'm really confused is if we disengaged Pro Stitcher, how are we going to stitch it now? Because you just traced it and we didn't stitch it. So
okay, well, let's do that. So we're going to do what we just did to take the gears off. We're going to push that gears button again.
Okay.
Those gears just lowered into the track. I've got the orange crosshairs, but it's not lined up where I needed it anymore.
Okay, I know you've got a trick for it, so I'm not even worried about
Yep, we're going to do the same steps that we did over here. So I'm going to create an area. So I'm going to go to my area tab on the screen, and I'm going to do my multi-point, move it across, do my multi-point again, move it down to, drop my point.
So right now you're just telling Pro Stitcher, this is where I want to quilt this new design I just created.
Yep. So that pink box is where I want that design to fit in. So we can do a couple of things. We talked earlier about using a line. If I align it to the center, again, it's pretty close.
It's pretty close.
Let's try the skew.
I really like the skew. I think let's use that.
I'm going to do one thing though, real quick. I'm going to baseline just to.
And baseline, you said that just kind of sets the changes you made. So
Mhm.
it just kind of freezes the design as you made it, makes it more stable for the computer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually anytime I create a design using the record function or the mark function, which is another tool that we've got there, I like to baseline it. It kind of tells the machine, okay, this is a new design. We can do all of the modifications and stuff to it now. Okay, let's try out this border skew.
Look at that. That actually lined it up pretty good. I've noticed you've got another skew button there. What happens if we push the
Let's
other
try the
skew?
other skew button. I like that one
looks
better.
So you can use one or the other
Yes.
skew feature to
Mhm.
see what you like the best.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Sometimes one will work great and other times it won't.
Okay.
And so just try both of them.
That is the
Find the
neatest
one that
thing.
you like the
Okay.
most.
I'm so excited about this. It looks
Okay.
like it's going to fit just beautifully.
Now we're going to see how well my free motion was.
I think it looks great.
So Pro Stitcher tab, quilt, run, proceed. So while this is stitching out, let's talk real quickly about what kind of support does Pro Stitcher have with the website.
Well, that's something I noticed. I was actually on ProStitcher.com today going through the website, and there is so much education available on the website. There's a tab for Pro Stitcher, for our Pro Stitcher premium tutorials, and I noticed there's videos and there's also PDF tutorials you can download and print off. I mean, I think I'd print all of those and keep them in a binder, so I have them really convenient. And best of all, Christina, I noticed there is no charge. It is completely free. All of those tutorials are available for free. I think that's amazing.
Yeah. They also have free updates on that website. And also you can download the software and do it on a Windows-based computer in simulation to practice.
So you could play sitting comfortably at your computer rather than standing in front of the machine trying to design things.
Exactly.
That's brilliant.
So lots of fun information out there. We just showed you 2 different ways that you can play with this Pro Stitcher. And I think we're just about done. One more arc after this one.
And look at how quickly we completed. I mean, this is a really large block. This is, oh, I think these are 3-inch squares. So it's probably a 12 by 12 block. We finished that really, really quickly using 2 different methods with the Pro Stitcher Premium. I don't think life gets much better than that right there.
Yep. So that's Pro Stitcher Premium. And Blaine, did we have any questions that you'd like us to answer?
Hey, great, ladies, great job. Again, y'all always are top notch. And again, you know, I know we're just barely scratching the surface of the Pro Stitcher, all the things that it does. But thank y'all so much for coming on Quilt Fest. I know we're going to see y'all later on in the week, but we're going to tell everybody how they can get this. And we'll see y'all later on the week then, okay?
Sounds good. Thanks, Blaine.
See you soon.
All right, great. All right, guys, this is the Pro Stitcher. And again, guys, Pro Stitcher makes a couple different versions of this. This Pro Stitcher is going to fit almost all of the Handy Quilter long arms. They also have the Pro Stitcher Lite, which we highlighted earlier in the week. That is for the Moxie and a couple other ones. But Pro Stitcher also makes a version for our King Quilter long arm. They make one for Bernina's, Baby Lock's long arm and Janome's long arm. So they make several different versions of robotics for some other machines. So again, this one we did today is for the Handy Quilter long arms, but you can get them. If you got a long arm out there, give us a call because the Pro Stitcher is a good chance it may work on your long arm. Again, guys, this price is $11,995. This is the premium version that it's got all the designs that come in it. And again, we have financing available, 0% interest. We're also going to ship it free right to your doorstep. And we can give you some expert advice is actually how to install it. And we have a nationwide installers. So if you did need some help, we can probably find somebody close to you that can come and install it for you and actually even give you training. If you purchase a Pro Stitcher program from us, you will also get classes. We do a new owner's class on it that we teach via Zoom. So you'll be able to take that class and they'll tell you the beginnings and some advanced features of the Pro Stitcher to get you started on it. So guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151 and get your robotics today. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving right along. Let me bring my co-host back in, Jane Klaus.
Hey, Blaine, how are ya?
I am doing great. And guess what? We're at the end of the day again.
I can't believe we are already at the end of the day. It's actually gone by really fast, but like I could still be here for a couple more hours because it's so fun.
Yeah, it's been awesome today. And again, you know, we're getting to see so many good educators, and
Totally.
it's amazing to me how good educators we have on this show. I just get blown away. You know, you look at the list and you're just like amazed at who we have. And then when you see them and how good they are, again, it blows you away. And, you know, our next presenter coming up is right in that category. I get blown away every time I see her. So
Absolutely. So let's get her in here. What do you say?
that sounds great to me.
Okay, cool. All right. We are talking about Durkee's sash frames, and our next presenter, you know where you love her, Joanne Banco, is a freelance sewing educator and self-proclaimed sewing cheerleader. Yes, she is. She has gained experience working in so many divisions of the sewing industry, and she's been making her own clothes since her early teenage years. Joanne, there's so many things I love about you. How you doing today?
I'm great. How about you, Jane?
I'm good. It's great to see you. Everybody say hi to Joanne.
Hello, everybody in SMP Nation. How's everybody doing today?
Everyone's super excited. They've been waiting for you to get here. And by the way, you are like Blaine does it every time. It's like saving the best for last.
Last but not least, I hope.
You're the most. You are the most. So, Joanne, I could sit and talk to you for hours. But I know everybody wants to hear what you have to say, so I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay, I'm hoping that we can get my slides up here, but I am here today. Great, perfect. On behalf of Durkee Hoops, Brent Taylor asked me if I could do the presentation, so I said, yes, I am happy to do that. I've been using these sash frames and really, really loving the results that I'm getting with them. So some of you probably heard about these sash frames before. We have been on SMP Nation before with these hoops. Brent's been on, various people I think he's had on representing these, but I'm going to give you just a little overview. So today, like I said, we're talking about Durkee sash frames. Sash frames have been in the industry for quite some time. They are well known in the industry for stitching out designs that are super dense and fabrics that are very tricky to have you stay firm and snug in the hoop. And that's where they really, really excel. And you're gonna see that. They're up for embroidery, of course. I'm going to show you some embroidery samples, and then we're going to talk also about quilting, because that is the topic of the day, right? You're all here because you are interested in quilting. So let's go ahead and I'll just talk a little bit about the hoops. Let me tell you, first of all, that there's really a lot of information surrounding these very special, very unique, and extremely useful Durkee sash frames. So you will hear me reference videos more than once. There are videos on the SMP website on Sewing Machines Plus, right where the Durkee hoops are linked for you to purchase today. And then there are also lots of videos on the Durkee website. So you'll see the web address for that for both of those in just a minute here. But I would need 2 hours to really cover the subject really thoroughly. So I'm going to be skimming a little bit, and we'll get right into what actual hoops there are available. So we are talking about specific, and you may want to take me off the screen so that you can read all of the details under there. But we are talking specifically about machines that are, I'm a Brother ambassador, so in the Brother line, and then comparable machines. So you see the models there. Again, they are listed in the where you purchase the frames. You'll see all the machines that are good to go and ready to sew with these particular frames. So again, I'm working with Brother machines, and we all know there are comparable models. But basically for the single needle machines, we're looking at machines with either a 9.5 by 14 inch maximum hoop capability, and I'll be showing you that hoop in a couple minutes, or machines with a 10 5/8 by 16 inch maximum hoop capability. So in my world, the 9.5 by 14 maximum hoop is my dream machine. In the 9.5, in the 10 5/8 by 16 maximum hoop capability, in my world, that is my Luminaire. So that would be the maximum hoop capability with your standard, ordinary frames that come with the machine. However, Durkee Sash frames are different. They're very different, and you're going to see that today. They use a system of clamps and rails. No magnets, no screws, no inner ring and outer ring. It uses rails and clamps, and it's very much really like a quilting hoop. For those of you that are here today and have quilted back in the day when you used to sit, they had those ones that you could put over your lap, and you clamped everything with plastic clips. Well, it's kind of a similar idea. What you're doing is you're pulling that fabric very, very taut in the hoop, and you're going to see when I hoop something up for you, that means they cannot move. The fabric cannot move out of that hoop. So we don't have a problem with hoop pop. We don't have any slipping. We don't have any sliding. We don't have any adjusting with the inner ring and the outer ring. It's a one and done deal. So the thing to remember is when you are using the hoops, the Durkee Sash frames for the single needle machines, you are actually going one size down from what your maximum hoop would be. So again, maximum would be 9.5 by 14 on the one you see on the left. We're going to be using an 8 by 12 actual sewing field. So that is your sewing field that you are going to be limited to, although we know that's not a limitation because it sure is big when you're using that 9.5 by 14 inch hoop, because the machine has to recognize it as a larger hoop, and then you have to do the work to make sure that you are keeping it within the size range that is listed. Again, the videos cover that in great detail and give you very, very, very specific information and all the do's and don'ts. So, and then we flip over to the hoop that has 10 5/8 by 16 inch capability. We are going to restrict ourselves now one size down. So we're just going one size down, and we are using a 9.5 by 14 inch sewing field for our actual stitching area. So hopefully that makes sense. That's a very, very, very important point to know. And again, the videos tell you all of that. Now, aside from those single needle frames, which you've maybe heard me talk about and seen me show before, we also have in the Durkee Sash frame lineup, sash frames for tubular machines. So tubular machines come in single needle and multi-needle. So again, in my brother world, the brother persona would be the single needle tubular embroidery machine. And I know, Blaine, that's one of your favorites. If you're listening right now, you and I both, we love, 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 love that machine. And now you have the opportunity to use the sash frame style hoop on that machine, and you're able to use that full 8 by 8 inch area. So on the multi-needle machines, you're not sizing down. You're actually using your same frame area, and that's because the multi-needle machines or the single needle tubular machine are they're configured differently. We all know they're facing forward instead of going sideways with the arm. So again, videos tell you exactly how to use those. The next size then is an 8 by 12, and that will work on all of the 6 and 10 needle machines. So, I have an entrepreneur 6 needle machine, and I would be able to use that hoop on there. If you have a 10 needle, you can use that on there. So you can do the comparison. Okay, so the next one then is an 8x12. I'm sorry, that should say 8x14. Apologize for that little graphical error, little typo there. That should be 8 inches by 14 inches because the 10 needle machines have a bigger frame than the 6 needle. So on a 10 needle machine, you can use that 8 by 14 inch hoop area. And then last but not least, there is also a rotating hoop, and that is for 10 needle machines. Again, we're taking advantage of the 14-inch sewing field, but it's actually a 14-inch square because you are going to use that with software. It does require software. There are many softwares that will do that, and it will split your designs. You can have a full 14-inch design. When it's split in software, you'll stitch the first half in one orientation, and then you'll simply remove that hoop, flip it around, clamp it back on the machine, and it will stitch the second half. So lots and lots of great options. And I can see a few of the questions coming in. So remember, as far as compatibility, they're listed on the Sewing Machines Plus website. They're also listed on the Durkee website, and I'm sure if you give Sewing Machines Plus a call, they will tell you. But brother machines, single needle and tubular, and comparable models. So not in other brands. So let's, again, where do we find all of the details and all of the essential videos? SewingMachinesPlus.com has videos that will get you oriented to the hoops quickly and give you kind of a good overview. But for full details and videos that actually show you how to do projects with some of these hoops, you would want to visit DurkeeHoops.com. All the information is there. So we said embroidery and we said quilting. Let's just do a quick overview of the types of things that I would use with embroidery. So I have used this hoop to stitch badges, patches. They are done in multiples. And whenever you are doing multiples in one hooping, no matter, what hoop you have, you're concerned about registration because that's moving a lot of different places in order to stitch separate units. Well, with the Durkee sash frames, it is a non-issue because, again, with the clamp and rail system, the fabric cannot move. The stabilizer cannot move. Anything that's clamped down stays clamped down. And again, you'll see that when I actually hoop up some fabric for you. But I wanted to give you some ideas of what you could do beyond quilting, because we all know most of us like to do a little bit of a lot of different things. Freestanding lace, that's another area that can be very tricky when you want to stitch multiple pieces. No problem. I simply hoop 2 layers of the water-soluble mesh stabilizer. I always use 2 when I do lace because 2 is better than 1, and it just always guarantees better results. But again, we've got perfect registration. And when that freestanding lace is removed from the hoop and the water soluble is dissolved, every single stitch is connected perfectly because there is no movement in that hoop. All right, next one, I just want to show you, what about those super dense designs? And these might be something you want to put into a quilt. Maybe you want to have embroidered blocks in combination with your quilted blocks, or your strip piecing. However, there's so many ways to quilt, so many things you can do. But if you want to stitch and embroider dense designs, again, it's something that is a lot more frustrating when you're doing it in a lot of the standard hoops. Unless you stabilize to the hilt and make that stiff as a board and make sure that you've got that really, really tight, you could have the potential for movement of the fabric, and movement of the fabric during embroidery means misregistration, means stitches that fall outside of the space where they belong. You can see here, both of these designs had well over 100,000 stitches. Photo stitch on the right is extremely, extremely dense because thread is layered on top of thread in order to give the effect. The beautiful horse design was just a giant design. Again, all done in the Durkee sash frames with absolute perfection as the result. And then we're getting into quilting now. So here we go. We've got a quilt block. And again, there are many ways that you can do it, but I like to hoop an entire piece of stabilizer or batting. In this case, I used batting. Sometimes you want to add the batting later. All depends on how you want to make something. But I was able to piece an entire block in the hoop. So basically it's in the hoop design. Think of other in the hoop designs. If you've done in the hoop designs, give me a yes in the chat so I can catch up on all that later. But if you've ever done an in the hoop design, you know that if anything moves, once again, the alignment is off, and it could be the difference between your zipper being where it's supposed to zip and your zipper being where it wasn't supposed to zip. Same thing with quilt blocks. We want that perfectly, perfectly, perfectly pieced. All right, I'm going to switch over to my workspace now. So I'm going to do a really quick switcheroo here. I'm going to switch cameras, and I will meet you over there in just a second. All right, heading over to my workstation, and you can see my nice blue mat, right? Double checking, making sure, yep, looks good. Yep, everybody sees my mat, my beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Sewing Machines Plus mat. And okay, so let's start by, let me show you the hoops. So again, we have a 10 5/8 inch, or I'm sorry, we have a 10 5/8 by 6. You know, the numbers drive you crazy. So I'm going to flip on just another little bit of light here. I don't know about you, but if you have your hoop sizes memorized, you're a better embroiderer than I am. I have to sometimes look at them. 10 5/8 by 16 is my maximum size for my luminaire. And when we do the actual embroidery in this hoop, we would be stitching with a 9.5 by 14 inch sewing field. So you can see all that extra space around there. That is the space that we need in order to make use of the sash frames with the clamps and rails, which you will see in a minute. But that helps you visualize. If I was going to do a stipple quilted design, I'm not using the maximum area. I am limiting myself to 9.5 by 14. All right, the next one for the single needle sash frame would be the 8 by 12. And there again, you can see I've got a 9.5 by 14 inch hoop, but I am using an 8 by 12 sewing field. So I'm going to be having all that little bit of extra space all around it. Again, I know I've said it already multiple times, but the videos tell you everything you need to know to see how that actually works. All right, you want to see some hooping in action? Like I said, this is how the hoop is designed. It's heavy duty aluminum base, aluminum rails, very, very sturdy, doesn't move, doesn't bend. It's got a little protective piece here to keep from, riding on your machine. Every Durkee sash frame comes with a removal tool, and I will show you how that works in a minute. But let's see how easy it is to hoop. So thickness, I think I saw a comment there before, and I can't see your comments now, but I will check back on thickness. You'll know when you do it. You're going to put a little bit of pressure with your hands to actually put the clamps, but a lot of times with quilting layers in particular, you've got batting that kind of gets smushed. And remember, you are going to use a little bit less stabilizer with this because the hoop is going to hold so well. So let's see how easy this is to hoop. We've got the rails, we've got clamps on every corner, every edge. We've got a little lip here that is going to be how I'm going to remove it. So I'm just going to slide it. I'm going to get it right over the edge there. I'm going to put pressure with my palms. You do want to stand right over it so that you're getting, full pressure on there. I'm going to flip this around. I'm now going to clamp that other end. Put pressure on there. You can already see how nice and smooth and tight that's getting. Then I do the last one here. And in a minute, I'm going to show you what it looks like on the bottom, because the proof is in the pudding, so they say. Remember, that little lip goes to the outside. Very easy. You will put a little bit of pressure on there, but it's very, very, very easy. Look how smooth and taut that is on the top. All of my layers, my top, my batting, and my backing are all perfectly, well, I got a little corner tucked in there that I didn't smooth out, but look at how smooth and taut that is. There is going to be no movement in that fabric other than the tiny bit of bounce that you get from the batting, but I don't have any issues with pulling, tugging, and lining it up. And speaking of lining it up, there is in the video complete instructions for how to line things up if you're actually centering something in your hoop. So let me move this aside, bring another hoop. This one is actually the 8x12 for the tubular machines, for the multi-needle. And I want to show you how easy it is to remove these. But when I do, you're going to see, just slide it on, pop it off. Slide it on, pop it off. And the tool can be used either way. Works the same either way. Slide it on, pop it off. Slide it on, pop it off. How many of you are already wondering, what in the world has she got in that hoop? Well, I like to come up with tips and tricks. So one of my favorite little tips and tricks for storing these hoops is to cut little bits of strips of stabilizer and put that over the rails, so that when you're actually storing it with the clips, it just makes them really easy to get on and off. There's a lot of grip factor here, which is what helps keep your fabric firm when the clamp's down on the fabric. But it also makes it, for me, a little harder to get these off when they're gripped right metal to metal. So that's just my little tip for storing it. And then you can see how that attaches to the multi-needle machine. All right, I got a couple more things to show you here. A couple more little samples. Here is the 8x8 hoop, and you can see I did the same thing, except I didn't put any backing on it. I'll show you, in a minute. I have a method to my madness on that, because I like to do a fun little quilt as you go technique. And when I do that, sometimes I just quilt through the top layer and the batting, but same batting. You can see that fluffy batting, how fluffy it is, and everything is taut and smooth. And I have perfect stitching in the 8x8 hoop. That is a really great bonus for using on the Persona machine. Maybe you want to make something where you've got embroidery. Most of the machines that are compatible with these hoops have capability for creating fill stitch. You can, you don't have to always quilt it. It could be on a regular piece of fabric. You can see how beautiful this came out with just one layer of a tearaway stabilizer. So again, I've just got a medium weight fabric here. Everything else was quilt fabric, but I don't have to over stabilize my fabric because everything stays firm and smooth. So last, I'm going to show you just, like I said, my little trick, little technique here. I like to do a quilt as you go method. Yes, you could use this edge to edge, but you need more space, and it's going to take a little more time and a little bit more precision to hoop it all, because you are going to have to remove it from the machine and reclamp it. But this is a great idea for creating quilts of various sizes. I love to do, placemats and pillows and table runners and wall hangings and things like that. I like to layer all three and stitch multiple squares like you see here. When I'm done, then I simply cut these squares apart. I trim, depending on what sashing I want, the distance from the outer edge of the block. I've got 1/4 inch on these, and you could see I could do a quilt as you go method. I could create a pot holder, I could add a few more, make a placemat, I could make a pillow, but I'll just run through real quick how I do this. Maybe this is a topic for a future SMP program. What I do is I butt the 2 edges together, just like that. I zigzag them with just a medium zigzag so that it's just, you know, flat there, no extra bulk, no actual seam. Once I've done that, I take a strip of fabric. Sometimes I fold it manually. Sometimes I use a bias maker. I cover those raw edges. I top stitch on the edges. Then I add my layer of backing over it, and I do 1 more line of stitching right down the center. That could be a decorative stitch. It could be a straight stitch. That anchors all 3 layers together, essentially quilts it. And then all I need to do is, you know, keep continuing on row by row, block by block, row by row. And I've got a finished piece, both on the front and back. I just, you know, bind my edges and boom, I'm done. I'll just show you real quick batting. Lots of options for batting. You've got the cotton types. You've got the battleizer types. I use fusible sometimes, and I've even been known to use flannel at times. So hopefully that gives you a great idea. I'm going to switch back over here again. And we'll see if there are some questions. Let me switch back over to my other camera. All right. And again, I haven't seen, let me switch my microphone too. All right. I have not been able to see your comments while I was doing that. Hopefully that was pretty clear with, you know, boom, 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 fast flash and flash style demonstration there.
Yeah, I mean, Joanne, that was so great. And all of the information you gave at the very top and how you just have to adjust the sizing was really great. But everyone was just loving how you're teaching it and wanting to learn more. And you put on great demos and great education. So everyone, fantastic demo. Various batting options. They love that. And your little tips and tricks at the very end, they love that as well. But, you know, we got a minute or so. If anybody has a question specifically about the Durkee sash frames,
yes,
you can just pop that in right now. And Joanne could give you an answer while she is here.
First thing you determine is if it works with your machine. That's number 1. Then you determine what size, and then you determine what hoops you want. For example, with the Luminaire, which has the 10 5/8 by 16 inch hoop, I can use both sizes of the single needle sash frame. So I can use the 9.5, I mean the 8 by 12, and I can use the 9.5 by 14. I can use both sizes on that. Just like the 6 needle machine can use the 8-inch square and the 8 by 12. And then the 10 needle machine can use the 8 by 8, the 8 by 12, the 8 by 14, and the 14 by 14. I think I have that all pretty straight. I don't have every single one of those hoops currently, but I've been using the ones that I have a lot, and they are just absolutely awesome.
I mean, you're getting so now we got a lot of questions. So people want to know if you have bad hands or arthritis. Are they pretty easy to clip, the clamps?
Well, actually, that's a good question. You do need to put a little pressure with your palms. You're not using your fingers at all. You're just using the pressure of your palms. You want to stand up over it. So you want to do it on a table where you are able to put your weight into it a little bit. But my fellow brother friend in the brother world, Cindy Hogan, she's done some work with these hoops, and she has actually shown using a rubber mallet to gently tap that down. So that is definitely an option. I had no problems whatsoever. I see Karen saying, do the clamps lose their grip? No, not at all. They're spring steel. So they actually spring and then spring back. So I've used it over and over and over again and have not had any issue. They don't bend. They're very, very sturdy.
And Stacy wants to know if they put the size on the frame.
Yes, the size is on the frame. Yes. And in fact, you also get, when you purchase the frame, a very important cheat sheet that you don't want to throw away, because it's going to give you a lot more of those same details telling you what you need to be careful with. So I highly recommend when you order this, make sure that you are matching it up with your machine model, so that you're sure that you're getting the right one from the start.
And again, and you were showing us the brother luminaire. You're a brother ambassador. I'm a brother ambassador, and we're wearing our brother blue, which is great.
Yes.
But for compatibility, you said you'll go to the website, see if your machine is there with other models. And today you were showing us on the luminaire. Is that right?
And I was showing you, I showed you a variety. I didn't use an actual machine, so I showed you a variety. And let me just make a note, if anybody has any further questions, obviously you can reach out through the DurkeeHoops.com website and talk to the man who invented the hoops and knows it all. You're always welcome also to visit me at letsgosew.com. I am happy to answer questions. I'll do anything I can to help you find your way.
That's because you are the best, Joanne Banco. It's always so good to see you. Thank you so much. I'm going to tell everybody how they can get these.
All right. Happy sewing, everyone. Bye-bye.
See you later. All right, everybody. I'm loving these Durkee Sash frames. So let's tell you how you can get these in your cart today during Quilt Fest. Okay, so these are for single needle machines. Use the hoop for quilt sashing, embroidery, repositioning your material. You can also experience easy embroidery on heavy and dense fabrics. Easily rehoop them and avoid fabric shifting with this frame. And I think Joanne did a fantastic job of explaining that and showing us that. So here you go. There's your Sash frame. It's 8x12 for single needle machines. And there's your Quilt Fest pricing. Of course, it's Blaine. Of course, it's SMP. Of course, it is Quilt Fest. So you got to call in for your call-in special. Now, when you order this frame, you're going to get a free Stay Perfect peel and stick pre-cut stabilizer. And you can see that right there. You're getting 25 sheets per pack. Thank you. That's a great little freebie to go along with this machine and a great pricing. Again, we're spending money today. We can do financing on that as well. So be sure to put that in your cart. And I'm pretty sure we have another slide to show. And maybe we don't. So listen, again, Durkee Sash frames, they're made for your single needle machines. If you want to see your machine compatibility, go to SMP live.tv, or you can go to the Durkee website and they'll have all the compatibility with all the different machines on there. But again, great Quilt Fest pricing. And you got to call in for the special. My mind is working faster than my mouth at this point of the day. So I'm going to bring Blaine back in. And we are going to wrap things up because you know what's going to happen right now? Oh, yeah, there's going to be some giveaways. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. You're exactly right. And a great presentation by Joanne, as usual, on the Durkee. And we got some great giveaways to give away. And so everybody stick around till the very end because we're going to pick our second finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. But first off, we're going to give some event bags away. And so we're going to pick 2 lucky viewers to get a set of the bags. They're $9.99 each or $49.99 for a pack of 8. They all have unique scenes and different colors. So Kennedy, spin that
wheel.
Alrighty.
Kennedy, you're extra strong today.
Listen, I'm just eager to give these prizes away.
You are eager. Steve McGinnis, congratulations, watching us on Facebook all day long. You are the winner of the awesome, cool bags. What you need to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll all the way to the bottom. Tell us who you are, where you live, where to ship them, and what you won.
All right.
All right. We're going to give another set away. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Woohoo!
Camber. watching on YouTube all day long, I am sure. Oh, look at that pretty quilt in the photo there. That's awesome. Congratulations, you're the winner. Camber, all you need to do is go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Scroll all the way to the bottom. Tell us who you are, where you live, so you can get the prize and what you won. And that's the bags, correct?
That is correct.
Thank
All
you.
right. Next up, we are going to give away one of our two of our world famous sewing mats.
We love the mats.
So Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel. Maybe we should work on the Wheel of Fortune, Blaine. You and me be the host.
Yes.
Felicia Hurd, you're the winner of the awesome Sewing Machines Plus sewing mat. We love that. You've been watching us on YouTube, I'm sure, all day long. So go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize.
And most importantly, Felicia, make sure where you redeem it, let us know what size and color that you want, and we'll get that sent out to you. All right, we'll get one more of these away, Jane.
We got another one?
We're going to give one more of the mats away.
All right, Kennedy.
What do I do, guys?
Come on.
Spin that wheel. Come on, everybody. Get excited. End of day 2. Who's got some energy around here?
I do, Jane. I am ready to go.
Veronica Hager, watching on YouTube all day long. Thank you so much for joining us today on day 2 of Quilt Fest. Go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Tell us who you are, where you live, and most importantly, Blaine, what does she do?
She lets us know what size and color
What size and color?
of the sew mat.
Oh boy. Somebody give Blaine a Mountain Dew. What do we got?
All right. Next up, we're going to give away a $100 gift card.
Oh my goodness. And everyone just let out a sigh of relief. They're like, okay,
right.
my heart's full. I need this.
All right, Jane, let's get it going.
Okay, Kennedy. Drum roll, everybody. Spin that wheel.
Bam.
Oh, somebody said Blaine spin the wheel. Somebody Blaine is low energy.
You gotta stay loyal.
Oh, Lady Fair. Yay. She wrote me. Congratulations, Lady Fair. You are the winner of a $100 gift card. Oh, she's super excited right now. Watching on YouTube all the time, all day, every day. Thank you, Lady Fair.
All right, Lady Fair, how you redeem your prize, go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page, fill out the information, hit submit, and we will email you a gift card code that you can use at checkout, and it'll take $100 off your purchase.
Amazing.
All right, next up, guys, we are going to give away a dime planner quilt bundle.
Ooh, that's cool.
This is a $389 value. So, Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Okay.
So, Blaine. Ivana M. Hetrich, congratulations. Thank you for hanging out with us today on Facebook. You're the winner of the dime. What is it? The dime bundle.
It is
Planner quilt bundle.
Planner quilt bundle. Whoa.
Dime planner quilt bundle.
I forgot the middle words. Ivana, you need to go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Tell us who you are, where you live, so we can get that out to you.
Yes.
Fantastic. All right.
Indeed.
Next up, guys, we are going to give away a handy quilter Stitch 510 sewing machine. It's a $1,500 value.
Blaine, this is so crazy.
So, Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Who is
We'll
the
get
lucky
'em.
winner of this amazing machine? I wonder. Wonder. Tracy Sayer.
So congratulations, Tracy. Tracy's watching today from Facebook. So Tracy, to redeem your sewing machine, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where you see claim my prize, fill out the information completely, hit submit, and we will get your machine shipped right to your doorstep ASAP.
Tracy is screaming right now. Oh my God.
I'll bet. All right, next up, our last machine and our last giveaway for today. Well, not our last giveaway.
Certainly not our last giveaway.
We have a drawing.
Yes.
But our last prize we're giving away today is a Baby Lock Sasako 2.
Ooh, what?
What a great machine it is. The Sasako 2.
Kennedy's going crazy.
I'm so excited. Are we ready?
This
do it.
So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Congratulations to Teresa Gray watching us on YouTube. Teresa, claim your prize, SMPLive.tv.
So Teresa Gray, look what you just won. You won a Sasako and $4,000 machine.
Big one.
So this was a big one today.
I'm jumping for
so
joy for you.
Teresa, congratulations. She's watching today from YouTube. We need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page. Fill out all the information where you see claim my prize, hit submit, and we'll ship your new Sasako right out to you.
Congratulations. Crazy right now. Congratulations.
All right, so our last drawing of the day
Oh my goodness.
is for the finalist position for the Dream Quilting Studio worth $25,000.
Look at all that stuff. That's so exciting.
It is awesome. The winner will get every bit of that. Now, Monday's finalist was Debbie Poole.
Congrats.
So Debbie was our finalist for yesterday. So today we're ready to spin the wheel. Are y'all ready?
Oh my God. Everyone get excited. Everyone give yourself a drum roll, please.
Spin that wheel.
Oh my goodness. The pressure is
So much
on me.
pressure. So much pressure.
So who's going to be our second finalist? And guess what, Jane? They're going to a minimum of $4,000 prize. Look at that, Christine.
Christine Kirion watching on YouTube. You guys know her?
No.
Oh, you just got excited. Okay.
So congratulations, Christine. You are our second finalist for the $25,000 Dream Quilting Studio. And you are going to be guaranteed a prize package of $4,000.
Christine, today is your lucky day. Congratulations. That's a big win because you're a winner no matter what.
Yes.
Exactly. So she's in the running for the 25, and they all get a great prize package. And so anyway, congratulations to all of our winners today, Jane. Great show again today. We got another full day, a big day tomorrow as well.
Yes, we do. Big day tomorrow and another big day the day after, and another big day the day after. Wayne, tomorrow is just the middle of the week. Tomorrow is the prime day of Quilt Fest 2020.
It is. Well, anyway, we hope that everybody out there, we hope you enjoyed today. We hope you were blown away by some of the educators and the products that we had. All you winners out there, congratulations. And again, everybody's still in the running. You never know whose name we're going to draw to get in that finals, for the $25,000 giveaway. But we still have tons of stuff to give away for the rest of the week. And we still have tons of products to show, Jane, with great specials all week. And again, all these prices are going to be good all the way through Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific time. And if we sell out of any product, you go ahead and make a pre-order. We'll guarantee you that you're going to get the Quilt Show pricing.
I love that rule. I love that rule, Blaine. That's the best. And by the way, I want to give a preview of what's going on in my world tomorrow. I'm going to be talking to Becky Thompson about adding binding while your quilt is on the long arm. That's your education session. I'm super excited about that. I'm going to be talking about the Brother XJ1. Yes. I'm going to be talking about dime and piecing in the hoop. There's so much cool stuff happening tomorrow. So you have to return and hang out with us.
Hey, we have got a great show tomorrow. And as you know, Becky Thompson is just an awesome educator. We're so happy to have her on board and doing her educational session tomorrow, and another great lineup of products. So everybody, thank y'all so much for joining today. We sure hope you'll join in tomorrow. We'll be back here again. The broadcast will start at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central, and I'll come on air about 15 minutes after the hour, and then we're going to kick off the show at 8:30 Pacific, 10:30 Central. So guys, until then, we'll see y'all tomorrow.
Okay, bye. Oh, I just wanted to tell everybody to be my friend on my social medias so they can follow me and tell me secrets behind your back.
Y'all go to JaneClaus.com and you can see all of her social media stuff and go follow her.
Perfect. You'll find me there, janeclaus.com. Okay, Blaine, now wind it up. Let's go.
All right. See y'all tomorrow.